Morning, Miles, you there? Anyone on the call? Morning.
Where you went to high school, and what your mascot was. As hokey as that may sound, a lot of us may not know who our coworker is, what exactly they do, but we can tell you where they went to high school, such as Lower Dolphin High. Okay, so I am Brian James, I'm the acting city manager. I went to Thompson Park High School, and they were the Cougars.
James Walters, Finance Director, New Braunfels Canyon Cougars. Kyle Kennettetter, Executive Director of Economic Development, Nova High Bulldogs.
Brandon Dennis, City Secretary, South Lake Carroll Dragons.
Earl Crawford, City Council, I'm old enough to almost not remember where I went to high school. San Benito, Texas, Greyhounds.
Mark Davis, City Council, Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Pottsville Area High School, the Crimson Tide.
Doug Buckingham, Facilities Manager, Johnson City, Tennessee, Science Hill High School, Hilltoppers.
Dave Scaglione, Mayor Pro Tem, New Britain, Connecticut, Bumblebees. Sorry. Mike Hanson, Police Chief, Bel Air Cardinals. John Barsham, League Facilities Director, Harlingen Cardinals.
Angelina Kaiser, City Council, Randolph Road Hall.
Bryce Cox, Senior Planner, R.L. Pascal High School, Antlers.
Lisa Wood, Director of Planning and Community Development, San McClellan High School, Buffalo.
Glenn L. Long. I went to Poway High School out near San Diego, California. We were the Titans.
Richard Jevett, I'm just like Bert and them, can't remember where the high school, but it was St. Joe's High School, Camden, New Jersey, license.
Michelle Drewinski, Big Springs Steers.
Scott Larson, City Council, Taft High School, the Raiders.
Kathy Lucas, City Engineer, Lower Dolphin, Falcons. Just a moment, sir. I'm really sorry to have to hijack this for just a moment. But we hardly ever get the opportunity to do this, so. Thank you. Sarah Gonzalez, City Manager's Office, Georgetown, Texas, near the Eagles, and I am an Aggie as well. Congrats to Michigan. Linda Klepper, Public Affairs Director, St. McClellan High School, Buffalo.
Faye Long, Fire Chief, Elk City, Elks.
Ralph Gutierrez, City Council, Bel Air High School, Highlanders.
First, I want to say that's the most personnel I've ever seen exhibited by an engineer. Dan Santee, city attorney, local high school, and we were the Fighting Badgers.
Jason Matt with the EMS department. I went to Rochester John Marshall High School. We were the Rockets.
Jim Hooks, Public Works, Water Manager, the Broncos Canyon Cougars.
Doug Better, Public Works Manager, Streets and Drainage, Second Equipment Southwest.
Jessica Kurz, Director of HR with Russell's American School Greetings.
Melissa Gilmore, Library Director, New Braunfels Canyon Cougars.
Libby Bertoya, Adult Services Librarian, Judson Rockets.
Tony McFall, GIS Coordinator, Oakton High School in Oakton, Virginia. We were the Cougars also.
Linda White, Executive Director, it's at Dumas High School in Dumas, Texas, and we were the Dumas Demons.
There you go. Miles Butler, IT Director, Illinois Department of Corrections, Juvenile Division, Joliet, Illinois, and our mascot was the chain gang. I don't like the we didn't have to.
But if you did not know, Miles went to high school with Bill Murray. All right, Ray, who are you? Where'd you go to high school, mascot?
Ray Nichols, hopefully the guy that keeps us running, and Jefferson County High School in Jefferson County, Florida.
Mascot? All right. Tigers. Okay. The mayor is on. If you can speak, Mayor, so we can hear you, where did you go to high school and what was the mascot?
White Station High School, Memphis, Tennessee, home of the Spartans.
All right. White Station High School, Memphis, Tennessee Spartans. All right, so we will get going into the agenda items. One thing I will say is that the things we'll talk about today generally have long-term implications. It's not something we're going to do. We're not down 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Many of these things we'll talk about are years in the making. So with that, we'll kick off. What we wanted to do is revisit where we were back last summer as we were going through the budget approval process, what issues we were dealing with, what was approved, because I think that's a good reminder and a good setup as we go forward, where we are today, why we're here, and kind of what the problems is going forward. So with that, James. Ready? We have a quick.
Okay, that way against the slides.
Okay. So just do it manually.
One time forward to that.
We'll start with the budget overview, moving master facilities, short-term office space movies, large repairs, CIP projects, we're talking about a meter upgrade project, parks project list, public works project list, and then the local labor discussion. So you may have guessed that I'm going to be talking about the budget overview. So going back, remember it was summer of 2017. We're all younger than those there. When we met in the budget retreat, we had a few revelations that we were talking about that actually affected the tax rate for last year. So the first one was we found that we had a substantial homestead exemption population within the city of Schertz. It really brought out, this really came to the forefront of our attention when we saw the new exemptions in Bear County pretty much equal the amount of new homes. So it's not exactly what happened, but it was if every new home in Bear County was free to be tax exempt this last year. A little more digging, we got a map that we shared. The homestead exemption is not just in Bear County, but it's actually populated throughout the city of Schertz. And thanks to day long, talking with his son over at Capitol Hill, we did actually find out that with the homestead exemption that they authorized, they also had a community assistance program, or a local government assistance program. To be qualified for the program to get the reimbursement, the city had to be up against, literally up against the military base, as well as we had to lose 2% or more in general fund revenue to qualify for a reimbursement or the assistance program. This has been a program that's been out for a couple of years. We looked it up. There's about 5 communities currently getting it. Last year, most of them get all the money requested, but between the 5 communities, the state has only authorized up to $2.5 million so far of assistance. And even the first year they gave all the reimbursements, the entire $2.5 million was used up between those 5 original communities. To the point where they didn't even get all of the money that the calculation said they could get. The next year, the values increased further, so they got even less. And by the looking back, we were not eligible. We didn't quite get the 2% loss in revenue in the city of Schertz last year. This year, based on preliminary calculations, we will be eligible, but we'll have to wait until our financial report is done in 2019 before we can see that. By that time, the preliminary calculation, we may get about $300,000 back, or for the calculation, we should get about $300,000 back. But if the other communities keep growing and keep adding these issues the way they are, by the time we get to submit our reimbursement, every community will probably get about half of what they're requesting. So we may be getting $100,000 to $150,000 back from the calculation said maybe $300,000. So that played in first, and then we had the discussion on commercial property. 2 things happened with commercial property. You guys been scrambling around. We found out that Corral Appraisal District, when they hired their third-party appraisers, messed up allocating some of the commercial property in Northeast Schertz. They do have New Braunfels zip code, and so if you actually mail it with New Braunfels address, it will still be delivered even though they are within the city of Schertz. And so all of those tax rolls went over to New Braunfels instead of Schertz. So we saw a large drop in commercial and personal property. That was resolved and fixed, and the correct allocation was moved out of New Braunfels. And I did call Jared Warner over in New Braunfels, the assistant finance director, notify him we were taking back $80 million of their commercial property. And but further is I can attest to a lot of the infrastructure that goes into our commercial projects and companies here in the city of Schertz, they do devalue over time. So after the initial investment, the machinery and equipment is inside are valued less and less each year until they're replaced, and then that goes back up. So there is a cyclical nature of commercial personal property as well. That and was it GE that had a couple of years ago, they accidentally left a bunch of personal property on site that should not have been there, and we got taxed, or they got taxed on it. We got a bunch of extra revenue, which was on tax rolls, and they were removing that property, getting that back down to next to zero. So we had that. So not only the cyclical nature, but GE also was reducing inventory out on site. So when we had both of those factors come in, the effect on the tax rate, do you remember what the effect on the tax rate was? What was our effective rate after we made all the adjustments and done it?
It was lower than our current.
Yeah, so the effective rate was lower than our current rate. So we went from 49.11 to 49.10. It's also factors affecting the future fund balance. So this last year in 16-17, if you remember from the CAC presentation, the city brought a general fund, deposited about how much into the fund balance? That's 1.5 million. That was what we were estimating for last year's year projections. So that 1.5 million going back in the fund balance goes all over the year projections and all the budget presentations. So it looks like we did it about that mark. However, we knew exactly what that was from, though. That was, the school district had 3 large school permits. They came in last year for $1.5 million, so the exact number we put that into our fund balance. One of those things we can't really plan for, we're not sure when it's going to happen. And that's actually the largest permit revenue for the year in the history of Schertz. So by having those 3 school districts, or 3 schools being built, it gives us more permit revenue than even Amazon. It's another commercial project we had 2 years ago. And permits, they're not recurring revenue. So you say as long as we're growing, they may be steady. But again, it's just up to how fast they can move and how fast they can sell to determine how much permit revenue we get. Theoretically, the permit revenue is relatively finite. Once we get built out, permit revenue will probably be the same. So we had this big sort of one-time bump in our permit revenue last year. And then which we were anticipating in the year projections. And then we also came to council and sat down and discussed a new fund balance policy that required a 26% of our operating expenses be in the reserves for fund balance at all times. So with both of those, we had a tax rate, we had a fund balance policy, we had a pump in revenue. So when we first came down to do the base budget for last year, this is what we saw. The additional revenue, $1.5 million increases without permit revenue. So if you look at year over year, moving all the permit revenue, city church revenue is about 1.5 million. So we do have new development that we do get some tax money on. The population grows, sales tax grows. Just brings a little bit more money over here. We also had additional expenses. Every year we do have some additional expenses related to personnel. We have an ongoing merit program. Health insurance continues to rise and actually grows more this year than what we were expecting. We have turnover adjustments, so we're not always going to be having this amount of turnover. Hopefully, one of these days it'll stop. And then we have hiring back, so we try to save a little bit of money. If you get some equipment along with some personnel, we're trying to squeeze in what we have left over, what we're budgeting and left over, get a new body in there. But if you hire someone for half a year, the next year you're going to have to pay them for a full year. So there's some salary increase in the budget just by having to pay a full year salary that we brought on that year. As well as miscellaneous inflation, probably another 1.4%. We're running through it. Sir?
Questions from there. Can you speak up a little more into the mic so you can get it there?
Okay, so hopefully this makes it a little easier for everyone to hear. So we had $1.5 million in new revenue, but we had $1.5 million roughly in additional expenses, even before we added any new programs. And one of the things we did do this last year was the citizen survey. So it's one thing to actually conduct a citizen survey, see how we're doing, get their input. But if you do that, you almost have to do something with the information. And so there were projects and areas that were identified that we couldn't just change our operations. We had to actually put money towards some of these programs. But we didn't have too much to work with this last year. So what did we do? This is the 5-year forecast that we showed last year. This is the 17-18 budget that we're in now. This was the budget that was kind of broken out a little bit differently, but this is the budget that was approved. What we did was we still added new personnel and their equipment. We added some new other equipment and software, a new, that's a Schertz spin event, or now it's called Moving on Main. We had a permit software that the general fund put $110,000 towards, the EDC put $265,000 towards to help us with that. In the end, we had to take out $1.4 million from our reserves in order to front load and actually do some of these new programs, hire some new people, and address the citizen survey. Which is also in line with the new fund balance policy. So we're required to keep 26%, and there's provisions in there. We all agree that it doesn't do the citizens any good to have money just sitting in the fund balance, not doing anything. We agree that 26% was the amount we should keep in there in case of sort of catastrophic emergency, a natural disaster type situation. And any year that we bring in more money than we think, we need to find some way to use that money the following year. So what the plan was, we're going to get all this stuff in, and over the next few years, we're going to buy down our fund balance to that 26%. So over the course of 3 years, mainly, and then a little bit towards the final 2 years, our target is to get that fund balance down to 26%. So we had to address the citizen survey, and we did so. I already showed you the slide, but over the top 4 areas of the citizen survey that citizens said need to be addressed. You can roll previous now. Parks. Streets. Code enforcement. Police. Communications in there, well, there's communications section. So we had drainage was another one that was also mentioned in the citizen survey. So we did in the general fund. On the police services, we added 2 police officers and 4 crossing guards, bolster their staff. Parks and trails, there's a focus this year on maintenance and upgrades of some of our facilities, as well as new trail connections. We did that by hiring, putting a little bit additional money into the mowing contracts, and frees up staff to go around and actually do maintenance on our parks and playgrounds. Stormwater runoff, this year we have $1.3 million saved up in the fund balance of the drainage fund to actually put towards drainage improvements and maintenance. And then the enforcement of codes and city ordinances, so we did add a code enforcement officer within this year's budget. And we have an ongoing, even before the citizen survey was done, we did get feedback and know the streets needed some work, and we went through the PCI index, and we're working on funding plans and ongoing street maintenance as well. So in the 2017-18 budget, we did actually hire 22 new personnel. It's 6 police officers, 6 firefighters, an inspection position, a code enforcement position, and then we also have 3 EMS, 3 water steward, 2 drainage workers. Also, we did a bunch of capital equipment, 20 work vehicles, a dump truck, and other trailers and equipment. So on the Chief Hansen, so we added about 6 positions in police. We had 2 police officers, 4 crossing guards. How is that coming along and getting those positions filled? What's your current state?
So we have hired some of the police officers, not all of them were successful in their training program. So there's still some problems there. Crossing guards, we have 1 crossing guard position, 1 just left.
So almost, we have, like we said before, we have more officers on the road now than we've had since this is.
That was correct until we've got some that are very good. They're almost there.
And I believe we touched on it yesterday a little bit, but the code enforcement officers are now in the police as well. And the new code enforcement officers is about to be posted. So they were a mid-year hire.
That's correct, but we didn't wait for that. We already transferred one of the corporals from investigations over there. He's doing code enforcement and he's also doing investigative work.
James, the new position that was basically effective March 1st actually closes next Tuesday, so it has been posted. It's posted currently.
Awesome. And 6 firefighters, Katie? How's the hiring effort going on the new firefighters?
3 of the 6 firefighters were split between October 1 and mid-year. So we hired 3 back in October of those firefighter positions. We've got 3 more positions that we are in the process of hiring now. Physical agility test is tomorrow for that.
Will you be doing that as well?
Yes.
Okay. I want to know what the results are.
Everybody in the department did. So, next week will be all the interview process for those 3 positions. And so we hope to have them, starting on one of the start dates in April. And then that will finish out our staff to go into the temporary station.
And Lisa, of the staffing and inspections, there's a plan examiner position, and some other things that you want.
So we did have a plans examiner's position that was not a full year fund, but it was a 10-month fund. We recently promoted a gentleman that was one of our building inspectors to the plans examiner position who started Monday. So we still have a vacant position for a building inspector. And pretty much since October, we've had at least 1 or 2 vacant positions still waiting to be filled.
Jason, how's your hiring efforts?
For the 3 EMS employees, we changed it to 2, actually, even though we were 3. We changed from 24-hour shifts for these positions to 12-hour shifts. So we decided to only hire 2. And they're doing orientation this week.
Is there a funding difference or a staffing scheduling difference between the 2 that made you go from 3 to 2?
So yes, all of those things. We felt it was a better position to do 12-hour shifts. We are actually looking at our 24-hour shifts from a fatigue standpoint and looking at future, and maybe 12-hour shifts or 15-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts.
Jimmy, water and sewer? 3, 2, serviceman 1 and serviceman 2?
Yes, we have all 3 servicemen in progress right now. So we should be starting soon.
Great. And then, on drainage, yeah, 2 workers, right?
Yes, we currently we have those on staff right now. They started last week.
All right. So, for the most part, there's some openings in the state departments, but we've hired most of the 22 personnel that were on for us. Also, I mentioned we had the mowing contract in parks that frees up some of the park staff to go off and do actual maintenance on city parks and playground equipment, rather than just and actually construct some trails, rather than just spending some time mowing. The new Moving on Main event was also funded. That was known as Schertz Spin during the retreats last year. And it was rebranded as the Moving on Main. And the permit software we just went to council with last week. We got the approval to move forward with the permit software. So that was what made it into the budget, and it comes from a process that we looked at and the factors that were included to kind of lead us into that direction. But also we had a big list of items that didn't make it. This is not the full list. This was the list of funding items that if we wanted to go up to the rollback rate, we could have also funded the 4 seasonal park workers, 2 police officers, police communication reporter, contract sanitary services, agenda software, social media archiving, OpenGov, financial transparency, additional street maintenance, benefit study, classification study, additional funding for music in the park, aquatic center, security cameras, drug screenings, outside clerk for minutes, IT business analyst, 2 regular park workers, a part-time library clerk, full-time, so it's more of a half body, if you will. Recreation coordinator position, part-time dispatcher position, permit technician, part-time inspector plan review, and a certified public communicator program. We're also all on the list. This will be the next item that we trying to tackle. So we did, based on the facts I talked about earlier and all the stuff that did go into the budget, I want to talk a little bit about 18, 19, and the future years. So and this was mentioned last year, but we are still going to take out about 700,000 estimated. We'll see how this year comes out. Fund balance next year, and we really weren't adding anything. So we have a little bit, we have capacity crop studies built in. This is the remaining portions. We hired some people mid-year, trying to pay them full year next year. The new software may have some additional reoccurring costs. I think it's a little bit more expensive than the old info software. And then the second half of the firefighters. So this does not constitute any new personnel. Does not have any new software, any new equipment. We still will have some capital expenses, so there's still some vehicle replacements. But we hopefully got past the big bulk of our old outstanding equipment and fleet needs and have built up over the years, and now we're more evenly scheduled on those replacements. And then going even further, we do have the plastic pump in there. We do have some money for new employees and new staff new equipment, small or large, starting in 1920. So those were the estimates that they were last summer. All departments are currently working on their year-end projections, and based on that information, we'll be constructing a new 5-year going forward, and we'll see how, if anything, has changed. So the base factors that go into that, we do have revenue forecast to grow about 4% over the past 4 years. We exclude the permanent outlier in 16-17, the firms were relatively even every year except last year. General fund revenue growth has been about 5%. The lowest was 4%, and we on the forecast grow revenue at 4%. The expenditures on the forecast include some inflation for existing costs, about 1.4%. Just match the CPI or a little bit lower. We've increased health insurance costs about 10%, which is about average. Last year was quite a bit above that. Some years in the past has been below. Continued merit increase of 2% is already built in, and some plus the individual addition items. So inflation, health insurance, continued merit are already built in up on top, and don't need to add that down there. But what is added and not built straight in is the acting on the classification and compensation study. So what's included? We do have the classic comp. We do have the final year adjustments from the first study. So October 18 is the last adjustment year from our first classic comp study. We are making way for funding for a second study and future implementation. So one of the items we'll be discussing is if we have the new study starting this next October, and then we take action or look to take action on the results of that in the following October 19th. So it does include the merit continuation, and it does have between 4 and 8 new employees total, about 70,000 of new programs and equipment, but only in the final 4 years. Nothing much next year. What essentially we're doing is assuming in this forecast that we want to put the majority of our funding over the next 4 or 5 years into existing staff, personnel, and wages. So the bulk of our funding in the next few years that takes priority over new positions or new equipment. And there's some debate yesterday over whether or not that's where we want to go, or some departments, inspections, they still see negative wage adjustments. They still have trouble hiring because we don't pay enough, and we're not going to get any more adjustments in this current classic comp. Whereas parks, perhaps they can get some people, but they would much rather have additional bodies rather than their current guys with they with staff on, which we need to do better with that. Just the overview of the classification compensation study. So for the new study, the philosophy that it was went to the first study, went before council, kind of crafted between council and staff, suggested a new study be done at least every 5 years. The discussion back then was we were so far behind that we should probably do one that, as soon as the 4-year came around, rather than wait for the full 5. Based on the data collected from the original study, we would not even be at the 50th percentile. When we did this study previously and set the targets, we were studying to be at the 45th percentile from data 4 years ago. Jessica has done some research on how wages have gone and has not noticed a significant difference between the cities that we went out and compare ourselves with before. But it is 4-year-old data, and based on that, unless their wages have dropped, we'll find that the majority of our staff are not at the 50th percentile as far as pay. And staff is estimating currently about $250,000 in annual pay adjustments based on the new class and comp studies recommendation, and that is less than our current. So hopefully, we've made a good dent in the wage disparity with the class and comp adjustments. So we don't think we'll be as far off when we do the new studies. We have a little bit less in there. But of course, that will change whether or not we want to be at the 60th percentile, the 55th percentile, 50th percentile, or maybe the 45th is still where we want to go. We're getting some value out of it. If we make smart hires, we can make it work. So, I think that's where the discussion starts with us this morning.
So maybe from city council, some feedback on that. Is that consistent with your recollection of where we ended up, kind of with budget approval or not? That would be helpful for us to know if this is all, yeah, it's coming back to me, or I don't recall any of that discussion. If it was totally different. I'll open up to anyone on council what's been odd or not.
I remember talking about doing a 4-year instead of a 5-year. So we would wait 5 years to do follow-on survey
for the class and comp.
So that's kind of a new piece of information to me. Maybe I was
okay. Okay, no, understood. That's what we were looking for.
Exactly. That costs extra money also.
To do the actual
So I'm just wondering what the alternatives might be, which we can discuss.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment anything?
Just one question, what is our target?
So with that, let me kind of maybe back up a step with things. So what we did with the 5-year budget projection, particularly with regard to class and comp, is based on when that was done, the discussion was that called 4 or 5 years, we would revisit and review that study. Now, what we do with that information is really the question. And I think while what has been built in is funding for that, so that we didn't find ourselves in a situation to do the class and comp study, say, yeah, we'd like to move the bar a bit higher, but we frankly didn't plan for any money, so while we'd like to move the bar higher, there's no money available for it. That is why we built that in. But this, I will say, is really the question. I don't know that we've said this is where we ultimately want to end up in terms of the class and comp, in terms of a percentage relative to our peers. So I think there are a couple things that we'll have to talk about if we move forward with the next class and comp study update. One is, who are we really comparing ourselves against? Why are we comparing ourselves against those folks? And again, last time we did this, it was the first time we had done that. And so one of the questions is, who do we really want to look at and compare to? Do we want to say, go back over the last 4 or 5 years and really look at where did we lose city staff to other communities? In theory, you can argue, hey, those are the folks we're losing to, let's just look at those places. It could be that we say, let's look at the cities closest to us. San Antonio, Cibolo, Seguin, places like that. It could be we pick cities that are our size, and yeah, if you're in Austin, much bigger, different level of resources, never really going to be able to compete. The pros and cons to working in a much bigger city. Let's pick the cities in this area generally in kind of our band. I think that's really the question. There's a question about who we compare ourselves to even say, where are we relative to folks? And then there is the question of where do we want to be and what that number is. I'll take from my perception, I don't have a good feel for that. It's not as though we set a clear mark that we want to be here, here, or here. We spent a fair amount of time the last few days and yesterday talking about the fact that I think it's legitimate for citizens to say, so what did we get from this class and comp study, from these salary increases? Because that's frankly really what it's about. I think it really is about, if we invest more in the folks we've got, that turns a benefit to our community. As opposed to they frankly don't see any difference whatsoever, well, then why bother to do it? I think those are the policy questions we are going to have to delve into before we undertake a class and comp effort, because I think if we don't do it in advance of that, I think everybody's going to go in with different expectations, and we're likely to have a more difficult time making a decision after the fact, as opposed to using what we've done so far and sort of saying that can help us formulate where we may want to end up. Does that kind of make sense, not answering the question? Because the answer is we didn't. We never really said. I think we kind of weren't sure where it would play out, where it played out, and we kind of said this is really all we can afford, so that gets us where it gets us.
Brian, Mayor asked that students identify themselves, so we
Okay. James Walters, Finance Director. So
let me see if somebody else on council has a thought. Sorry, James. Because I think that's a valid question. I think the comment from Councilman Crawford with regard to, don't kind of remember when we decided we do it, Councilman Gutierrez, hey, what are we trying to get to, is valid.
Mr. Mayor, Stuart Crawford. You and I, Brian, have already had a discussion on salaries to some extent with regard to the future city manager. And I think you and I talked about police officers. I know the chief and I have talked about that. That those are two areas that are highly specialized. And we're a small city comparing ourselves to other people around here. Maybe the biggest one in Guadalupe County, but still, small and something for city manager across the state of Texas are police officers. They're pretty good size area around Schertz. So they do all time, whatever the number is. So those areas might have to take some special looking to decide what a salary might be, because those are pretty important areas. So we need to look at a number where we'd like to be. And I'm willing to think that we may not be able to get to that number real quick, but we still need to get some important people to be police and city manager kind of stuff. We're going to have to balance that. I don't have a good answer for balancing, but I know we need to talk about it. Thank you.
Anybody else on council want to say something there? Okay, make sure to raise your hand and chime in, otherwise I'll keep kind of going as I'm prone to. We did talk a bit yesterday about the hiring in police. And, you know, Chief certainly chimed in on this, but when we talked yesterday, you know, one of the things we talked about is that the problem isn't necessarily what we pay officers now. You know, if you remember when we started the class and comp, we were in a way hemorrhaging police officers to surrounding communities. We were having folks go to Selma, we were having them go to Broncos. When we started that class and comp, we had a couple of those folks say, hey, if y'all are addressing this issue, I'd like to come back. And so we haven't quite seen that. I think what we talked a lot about yesterday, and I'll let the chief touch on this, is there generally is a shortage of police officers across the state and probably across the country. Some of the factors we talked about yesterday were, you know, things that have gone on in the media and criticisms of police haven't necessarily encouraged a lot of folks to go into that profession. The large communities around us, San Antonio, Dallas, have significant shortages in police officers. I think there's some issues with the number of people who have the ability to be police officers, either because things they've done in the past, ability to pass the physical, things like that. And so while the problem may be this lack of officers in the state, the solution may be having to pay more to overcome it, although the problem, if that makes sense, but go ahead.
No, that's absolutely correct. There is a much smaller pool of people wanting to get into law enforcement, and everybody is short also. So we are desperately in competition with large and small agencies across the state.
Yesterday was mentioned that San Antonio is currently down 350-ish officers.
You know, Dallas is, the last I heard, there's like 800 officers short. So they're heavily recruiting in other states right now.
And so part of, I think, though, the reality of things, and we talked a lot about this yesterday, is, we will probably never be in a position to be one of the highest paying cities in the area. And we may not necessarily want to be there. You see study after study, and while certainly salary is a factor in where people work, there are a lot of intangibles as to where people choose to work. So again, an officer who's looking and says, I want to go to a big city like Dallas, may not be inclined to come to Schertz no matter what we pay, and vice versa. A lot of it is how we treat our folks that are here, resources they have to do the job, the kind of work that they get to do, the training opportunities they have, things like that, and some of those intangibles in terms of the environment. So I will say that from my perspective, it's not all about paying more. It's about looking at what things we can do in light of those realities to attract and retain folks. Again, our benefits are pretty good. And that helps us in a lot of areas where we have people maybe who are more focused on long-term benefits in retirement. It doesn't help us necessarily in some of those areas where we tend to hire younger folks earlier in their careers, and they're worried more about a lot of folks that kind of come in with public works. And so I think we need to play for our strengths. We need not to forget that those are advantages. But again, a lot of it is what we can do to ensure that when folks are here, they are satisfied with the job here. Again, we talked about it. There's probably changes we need to be making in terms of training opportunity, communication, how we treat folks going forward. The flip side is we're a fast-growing community with a lot of work. So if you want a place where you're going to be able to learn a lot of stuff, this is a really good place to be. But if you're kind of going, man, at this point, I'm not looking for that, probably not necessarily a good fit with the city of Schertz. Councilman, who cares?
Ralph Schertz. Is staff aware of what we're trying to do? I know directors and managers understand that we're trying to get to that level, but is it communicated to the staff so that we can try to retain them as much as we can? Because if it's not projected to them, they're going to make their decisions to leave Schertz, and again, it costs money to train the individuals and get them to a comfortable level. But I think communication is key here so that we can retain the staff.
Yeah. I think, I'll say this, I think if you go back and look at the employee engagement survey, we have struggled on communication. One of the areas that staff, both times we've done it, have pointed out is communication is something they felt like could be improved. So again, you probably get some department heads saying, yep, I agree with that. You get other department heads going, no, we tell them in multiple formats. It's just, they don't listen, they don't, remember, they don't whatever. Again, I will say this, I think the classic comp study that was done, while you certainly have folks who are frustrated with the methodology, frustrated with the results, frustrated that it couldn't be higher, I will say that I think that sent a message across the board to every staff person that we were seeking to address this problem of wages. I don't think there's a single staff person who would say council wasn't trying to deal with that problem. I do think it sent a big message to them. So I think in that regard, yeah, staff is that has an impact.
And during the class of time, and immediately after we were rolling it out, I think that was one of the most communicated, probably over-communicated with all the staff and any programs we've had. So the communication efforts on that particular one were more than we've seen normally. We had a great response. It was clear that the staff understood it. They got your opportunity to come back and give us feedback. We got, or consultant feedback and consulting, got overwhelming feedback from all areas of the city. There was multiple presentations and sit downs with all the departments and their staff at the end. And then we do have staff budget presentations, which we go to different areas throughout the city and invite staff to come in. And that's always one thing that we mention is okay, we're proposing for council to approve the next round of class and comp. Even still, we have employees come in, their supervisor will come to us or HR and say, okay, we had the class and comp study, did they get all the delay increases done, what's the next increase? And so we have been getting those throughout the years as well.
So Kyle Kenneth there, since Brian's now in this other role, played the opposite side now that he usually always plays. You know, I think that one of the things that Class and Comp also did is it, you know, it didn't, you know, not everybody in the city was impacted. I think that those that weren't impacted, you know, at first were, you know, a little bit disappointed that they weren't, that their position wasn't raised or whatever. However, I do think that in the process of rolling this out, you commented on it a little bit, James, was that it was communicated to the whole city that this was part of a longer, long-term plan. And so even though I'm not affected in the immediate rollout of this first phase, that there was a lot of confidence by staff that this is something that would be continued long-term. And so they may not be impacted in the first phase, but long-term they would.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Jessica, you were talking about some things y'all doing to increase hiring in general.
Sure. First, Jessica concurs. I just want to chime in and kind of follow up, Kyle, to your comment. One of the things over the last 4 years that we've been implementing the class and comp study, as I've talked with folks, communicated from my employees all the way up, one of the things that I made sure to reiterate, and James talked about also, we really, I think, made a strong push and effort to communicate to all employees that this would be a long-term effort, and for employees who were frustrated or disappointed that perhaps their positions were not, they felt maybe not evaluated or considered properly in the first study. We learned a lot. It was our first comprehensive class and comp study. It wasn't without flaws, but I think we've learned a lot. And so going into hopefully the second round, I think we'll be able to take and apply some of those things that we've learned and be better. And so what I've tried to communicate to employees who have voiced frustrations or disappointments is that this was our first shot at it. You know, I think the city is committed long-term to making these changes, to wanting to increase pay and competitiveness for employees internally and externally. So again, I think we're trying to communicate that. And I know that even yesterday, Miles mentioned, you know, as recently as maybe a couple months ago with this latest new hire, that was even something that he spoke with them about. Hey, I know that, you know, this is what we're offering right now, but the city is looking, you know, to the future. These are some of the things. So in the future, this may be something that will change in terms of your pay. And so we are using it or trying to use it even now as a recruitment and potentially retention tool. And I think that's the best position that we can take at this point. To Ryan's point, or do you want to
go ahead, talk about some of the stuff.
Just real quick, yeah, you know, we, aside from, as Chief Hanson mentioned, just having a shortage of candidates for some of the positions, just because of things that are happening in our world, HR has taken an active role in working with departments to try to identify opportunities to increase our applicant pools. We're looking to reach different target audiences, different groups of people. We have started participating where we weren't previously in job fairs. We worked with Fire Department Randolph participating there. EDC hosted on Wednesday a job fair here. Great turnout. HR had a table there all day. We had 2 representatives who ended up signing up 93 people into our job notification system. So those who would be interested in working with the city, we've already got them signed up and they'll be receiving alerts as jobs become available. So we are looking for opportunities to increase the audiences that we can reach and really try to talk about, you know, while pay may be lagging a bit, we are really trying to sell our benefit package. That's something that we're, you know, really pushing and you know, trying to get across to folks. So as Ryan mentioned,
certain audiences are going to be more towards the pay, less of the benefits. But we are trying to highlight our strengths as much as we can.
This is sort of Brian again, Mayor. I think from my perspective, what we'd like to do in the next year or so, are focus on those other aspects of employee hiring and employee retention. So that we're not just saying it's all about the salary. It is about the work environment. It's about the quality of supervision they get. It's about the opportunities for training and advancement they get. It's about the benefits package they get. And so as we work through those things, we can decide where to make investments and really say, well, it's not all about what we pay. We can do some things to make adjustments with that going forward. So I think that's what we'd like to do, as opposed to it's all about salary, because frankly, it's not all about salary. I think we see that with staff. And so our goal is to work over the course of the next year to improve in those areas, identify where we still have gaps and where we still need to make improvements by updating the employee engagement survey, talking to them, seeing what we can do, and then have a better feel for where we end up at the end of the day. Again, in addition to some of the stuff that HR is doing, PD and Fire are both looking at how to increase sort of our applicant pool and the folks that may come work here, particularly if, we have not always had a real diverse workforce. We've seen some folks potentially that would be good employees and make a contribution. So we want to make sure we look at ways to do that. Again, I think Kay talked a little bit about how they're revisiting some of their things with bringing folks on and things like that.
Just to follow up on that, Kate might want to speak to this, but one of the efforts that we're currently seeing from the fire department is recruiting candidates who may not be certified right now, but we're looking at, what was the cost and the benefit for the city to recruit folks who may not be certified, but to bring them on because they potentially be great employees to get them certified. So again, that's another avenue that we're looking at, and I think that I'm not sure if the police are also going to consider that potentially, but again, we're really trying to throw our net out wide and bring in as many great candidates as possible. And that's one area where
to do that. I think on the last note, what I think we need to do too is be more thoughtful in terms of, as we look at the different fields of people that we employ, it's probably not a one-size-fits-all solution. So to touch on a couple of comments from yesterday, as Lisa talked about with some of their hires and inspections, recently they maybe had some luck with folks who are, further along in their career, have found themselves looking to go a different direction, maybe more focused on some stability and benefits, and that's been a value in terms of inspections, being able to bring some people in. Maybe I counter that to planning and IT, where they've had success are bringing some folks in, again, maybe earlier in their career, that don't quite have the experience, but are really looking for some place where they can really get in, do a bunch of stuff, learn a bunch of stuff, and we can really have that opportunity. Now, those folks, again, we may find that they come in, they learn a bunch, they take advantage of a bunch of training, 3, 4, 5 years, they're queued up. I use the planners as an example. We used this a lot yesterday with Shannon and Emily. Very bright, very talented, working in Schertz. They are doing a whole lot of different kind of things that, frankly, if they went to work in a different city, they may either be compartmentalized, just doing plats. They may be in a city that doesn't allow them to work on special projects, or frankly, even make presentations to the city council, that doesn't send them to training conferences. So the reality is, at some point, unless Bryce gets hit by a bus or again moves up, they may go elsewhere. And I think part of it is to say that is certainly okay. They were here for 3, 4, 5 years. The city benefited a bunch from having them here. They learned a lot while they were here, and it works out that way. Or again, Bryce moves on to a higher position, something like that. So I think, again, it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. And I think we have to realize that every organization has those areas they do well and the areas they don't, and be aware of kind of that stuff as we go forward, as opposed to, again, it's all about pay. Okay? So unless anybody has any additional comments, I'll wrap this one up and we will move on. Okay. So again, remember, we made a conscious decision to draw down on our reserve fund to get to 26%. The bulk of that is really for an emergency, a flood, something like that. You got 1% that allows us to better respond if there's a downturn or decline in revenue going forward. While our budget increases or the amount of revenue increases every year, a large part of that has been taken up the last few years with just maintaining services at the same level, primarily due to class and common merit and insurance benefits. And so there's limited money going forward. Over the next 4 years, we anticipated if we fund as we projected, we decided to shift that, that we're really only going to be hiring, 1 or 2 people a year, not a whole lot this next year in limited funding. So we need to be very, very thoughtful in terms of how we use our money going forward. We need to make investments with it that aren't thrown away the best we can. Okay? So with that, I'll turn it over to Dudley Wade. One of the things that you guys may recall that we have done and really kicked off a number of years ago was a facility master plan. We are tight on space in some areas. Again, engineering is a really good example. We've got Cecilia Paloma and Scott McClellan who are both in an office that really is a size office suitable for one person. We've got other people in tight spaces and we lose some efficiencies. But we needed an idea of how we wanted to grow, so we were thoughtful with it. We hired a firm to come in and do a study. We have that study back from them. We're going to touch on it to some degree. I will say this. I don't know that we're necessarily happy or in agreement with everything in that study. And so a lot of our focus has been on some of the key takeaways from that. That whether we may disagree with exactly how much space we need per person in an area, generally where does that leave us?
Your time on my presentation. Oh, I should just keep going.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right.
That's all right. The other stuff, okay. Ray, put it right here. Yeah, that just probably scared the mayor to death. This one? Oh, okay. I'll let Ray do that. Oh, I got you.
This is become really complicated all of a sudden. All right, so Brian talked a little bit about the facility master plan, and our intent was to get, as I told you in email yesterday, the intent was to get this to you a little bit earlier in the week, but it kind of fell off my radar screen with some of the other events we were dealing with this week. And what I've done, instead of trying to create something new, is I basically took the PowerPoint they sent with their final report and made some adjustments to it, I think for a little bit better clarity and talk about some things that I think from a staff perspective, we think are critical that they didn't necessarily have in their presentation. So they started off with a number, with really defining how the process worked when we did the study. So the firm was selected, and the firm actually did 2 studies for us. So the first thing they did is this is the same firm that did the fire station study for fire station number 3. Both the original modeling of that, to how big it needed to be, how much money we needed to request, those type of things like that. And then when they were done with that, then they delved into the overall facility study for the entire city. And so the first thing they did is did some research. They sent some questionnaires out to the department heads, those folks who are, I would call the tenants of the city's buildings, and asked them a lot of questions kind of where they felt the buildings were at the time, the conditions of the building, the amount of space they had, and those things. They came into town and actually went through every building. They measured the buildings. They got plans and drawings for all the buildings that we had plans and drawings for. They modified those to actually reflect current day conditions. And then kind of went building to building, and you'll see some of the pictures they took when they did that. Without anybody really knowing who they were city staff, but we didn't really understand what they were going to be doing with the facility study. Talked to some folks, took a bunch of pictures, measured the buildings, as I said before. They compared where we are today, or where we were when the project started, to other cities, benchmark cities. Cities that they knew that had gone through that, as well as some of the cities that we suggested that had gone through rapid growth over the previous 10 to 12 years. And then they came back with a preliminary space needs report and did a bunch of interviews with staff. And those interviews with staff is where we sat down and we filled out, and you'll see some of those reports, but they basically sat down and interviewed staff and said, okay, right now, how much space do you have? If you think you're short space, why is that? And staff would explain different areas, different departments would explain what it was they felt they were lacking in space, either because they had people in tight quarters, or maybe they knew that they were hoping to get increased staff coming up and they knew they would need space for them. And then they said, let's project out, and they projected this out 10 years and 20 years to what we would need to service. Each department would need to service a population of 50,000 people and to serve a population of 70,000 people. And that was done in a group format. That wasn't done singularly by any department. So there was a lot of back and forth discussion between the consultants, city management staff, as well as the staffs of those departments, as to, are you really sure that you're going to need that? Why do you say you need that many people at 50,000 versus 70,000? Or if you need that many at 50,000, why wouldn't you need this many at 70,000? And so it was a great exercise for staff to really think through some of those justifications. They came back with some priorities identified and presented some options. We sent them back, and we sent them back once, we sent them back probably 8 or 10 times to really crunch those numbers. We had staff come back in based upon their projections. We had areas we'll talk about in a little bit where staff said, that's really a lot more than what I think we could ever possibly use. And they had great justifications for that. Even though some of those changes didn't necessarily make the study, it was a good back and forth discussion. Then they came out with a draft, which again we chewed on for quite some time, and then they came out with this facility master plan final report that you have in your hands now, that they brought to us back in October. So the first thing of the facility study was a population projection. And so they took those out of our comprehensive master plan, but they didn't just take the city's projections on those. They went and looked for some other places. And one of the places that there are population projections that are viewed as somewhat conservative is with the Texas Water Development Board. And so they compared our population projections as they're listed for the Texas Water Development Board with what our master plan said, and came out with some estimations looking at both of those where they legitimately thought we would be at 35,000, 50,000, and 70,000 personnel. And you can see more or less they line up with what we've been talking about. That even looking at those conservative numbers from the Water Development Board, they're estimating 50,000 people by 2025, and 70,000 are banging on 70,000's door in around 2035. The other piece that they did on this graph, and I added a couple more things that they didn't have on there, is that they put on here when we built the public safety complex, which was in 1999 is when they were moved in there for police, fire, and EMS. The current buildings 6, 7, and 8 that those departments occupy today. And then they also put on there in 2003 when the council and civic center renovations were done. So when we built the add-on to the old fellowship hall here, when we renovated the Catholic Church and turned it into a council chamber. What they didn't put on there was when Building 2 was built, which was in 2008. And they didn't have placed on there when we purchased 2 buildings out on Commercial Place, which was done in 2013. And so I wanted to put those on there so that when you look at that, you wouldn't say, oh wow, well since 2003, we really haven't done anything with buildings here in the city. Well, we have. We built Building 2, and we purchased some buildings for future needs when they became available out on Commercial Place. Any questions about the population? Any thoughts on those numbers? You kind of see that it's about 44 by the year 2020. I think everybody's now more or less saying we're right around the 40,000 number right now.
What do the red bars mean?
That was the population estimates or the population benchmarks in the study that they said, okay, we're going to look at where staffing should be for 35,000, 50, and 70. So that's how they identified it. So the first thing we did was kind of look at what we have today. And we're going to talk about a few things. They came into the part of the study was what is it exactly they were going to look at. So they came in and looked at the Hal Baldwin Municipal Complex, which is the 9 buildings here on the campus. They actually did look at the new animal adoption facility. But when you drill down into the appendix and look at those numbers, it's pretty much built to the size that can probably handle our capacity for personnel. We may need to add kennel space to that building, and it was designed to do that. But it's the size it needs to be now for our personnel to probably take us through a 70,000 population. So they didn't make any recommendations with it. That's why you won't see a picture here. But they did look at all of these buildings. They looked at the buildings on Commercial Place. So the 2 down here, building number 2, which is where Public Works is housed now. Building number 1, which is where Parks and General Services and Fleet, or Facility Services and Fleet are situated right now. And then the 2 buildings that we purchased in 2013, 11 Commercial Place, which is the bright white roof building, and then this old truck fleet repair shop, which is building 27 or 27 Commercial Place. So we looked at this complex as well. This is also another complex that we have. You can call it our quality of life or our recreational complex. So it's got the current rec center. They put a picture in before the aquatic center was on here, our library, and of course our senior center. The library and the rec center, as well as the outlying stations or the fire stations, EMS stations, were not included in the study. And the primary reason was that each community handles libraries differently. Each community handles recreational space differently. It's very hard to say, hey, when you're 70,000, you're going to need this type of thing, because it depends upon a number of factors that are, I want to say, outside our control, but not as easy to talk about as office space and the room we need for the folks who are actually administrating the different departments at the city. With EMS and fire stations, they didn't look at those because those are driven in different mechanisms, right? So we're not going to say, well, we need another 15,000 square foot fire station located here. That's going to come from a very specific fire station study, as opposed to trying to lump it in with the rest of the facilities that the city has, because it has very specific needs and requirements based upon distance to all parts of the city. And so they didn't include those things in the study. We looked at just basically the Hal Baldwin Municipal Complex and the Commercial Place Complex. They went through and they identified where all the people were in all the buildings. So here you see Building 1 with the folks that are in there. Since they've done this, we combined the Marshal's office back into the Police Department. We were able to free up this space here, which Development Planning has been able to spread out and get a little bit of breathing room in their work area. We planned to move Public Affairs, to try to get in Event Services all into the Civic Center. That hasn't been able to occur yet, so we still have that department divided. Down here in Building 2, you can see how it's laid out. City Manager's Office, one minor change is that when we went from 3 executive directors back to 2, is we gave this office up and made it a part of the HR suite. And so now HR does have a little bit more breathing room as well. Police Department, pretty somewhat accurate. Very full building. Building number 9, which is where purchasing is on this half, and EMS building is on the other half. The Fire Department, you see it in red, just like EMS is. The red areas they didn't do any study on because that's the crew quarters and the station space. That wasn't included in this. But the yellow and green are the staff offices, the administrative offices for EMS and fire. Civic Center, with the big space, and you see the office space here, which is right through the secret door over there. Commercial office, this is just the front of Building 11. You see all of Public Works Building 2 and all of Public Works Building 1. The back is primarily fleet. There's some area designated to Facility Services and the sign shop. And then everybody, parks, and facility services occupy this front. Engineering shares this with public works in the front part of building 2. You see how they divided up water and streets in the back. There's space concerns back there already because of a lack of storage space. So at the time of the study, we had about 125,900 square feet of usable space across 13 buildings. So that included building 11 and building 27 on Commercial Place. So when you go back to the 11 buildings that we were in and occupying, that's 99,500 square feet of space that we're in today. And their estimates after their study is when we reach 75,000 in population, that we're going to need somewhere in the ballpark of 340,000 square feet of room to be able to provide the services and administer the city for a population of that size. That's about a 170% increase in space over what we have today. Staffing ratios, some folks have looked at this and some folks have said, well, is this a staffing study? It's not a staffing study. There were projections made, but there was projections made based upon benchmark cities, based upon subject matter experts in the field. Where should we be when we're serving 50,000 people? Where should we be when we're serving 70,000 people? So we left basically the ratios that we used to talk about staff to population, roughly the same as it was. We didn't. The staffing study doesn't show that driving down. We're in the 6 to 7 range on that ratio. Some of our benchmark cities were as low as 3.45. We did that. When you look at the final sheets for 70,000, that population wasn't driven down. That ratio wasn't driven down lower. It stayed up high in the neighborhood of where it was. And then individual departments developed needs may be arguable. So when we went through this and we came back to staff and we kept going back and forth with the consultant, there were a number of things that came up there. One of them that's most notable is the police department. You'll see here in a moment that they recommend the final build out for serving 70,000 people for our police department is about 96,000 square feet of space. Chief Hansen, before coming to us, did a very similar staffing study with Conroe and actually designed and got going their brand new police station, which he then left and they built without him, but they were real friendly. He took me back to see when they built it. Talk a little bit about, Chief, about your thoughts on where you think our maximum space should be for PD when we're at a 70,000 build out and why.
So correct, the study that we did in Conroe was for a multi-purpose building. It was police and the municipal court. The total size for that building is just under 90,000. The police portion of that is around 72, 74,000. So I just can't see the 90,000 square foot building just for the police.
What's the population?
Right now it's 80 something thousand, and there is no building out there. ETJ is 500 square miles.
So, and Brian mentioned this when he did the introduction. So when we look at this, we say, wow, a 96,000 square foot police station or police facility, when we're to build out at 75,000 people, it may not be 96,000. But you know what? It's not the 35,000 or the 22,000 that we have now. It may likely be in the 60,000 square foot facility. So even though we're going to argue that it probably isn't 96,000, we can't argue the fact that we're going to need more space than we have today because our police department is currently out of space trying to serve 35,000 people in the building room today. So we know we've got to expand the space. When we look at some of these, don't get hung up on the final numbers. What we're trying to show is the fact that we know we need more space, and as we move forward in planning and digesting this and processing some of this, there's going to be a time that we're going to have to make some decisions about how we want to move forward that may affect long-term how the city is set up to serve its citizens. We talked about that almost every department is currently lacking space. We also have some issues because we put departments where we had space. And in the past, in my 17 years with the city, we didn't always always do a lot of thinking about where we were shoving departments when we needed more room. And so we've set up some things that may make it confusing for our citizens to find folks. And we were talking about this yesterday. If you stand between building 1, City Hall, and building 2, Administration, in that parking area, you stay out there all day, you're going to help 5 to 8 citizens find their way around just our complex. They may want to see HR, they may want to get a building permit, they may want to pay a traffic ticket. And so there's a lot of work. They looked a lot at that about how moving forward can we make this, put those things that seem to work together, closer together so that it makes more sense for the citizens. Or to minimize the number of doors citizens can go in to get their service, right? So maybe they can go in one door to one reception area and they get pointed from there to courts, buildings, water building, HR, wherever it is they may need to go through one entrance as opposed to trying to find 2 or 3 different entrances to go in. Also, staffing issues with multiple lobbies. When we have multiple reception points, we have to have multiple people. It may be an increase in our admin staff for no other reason than the fact that we have a bunch of doors that we've got to man and have somebody sitting there when somebody walks in to be able to serve. And then we do spread some departments out across multiple buildings, which can make it confusing for the citizens as well. And then lastly, we have a couple of buildings that have probably reached their logical end of their lifespan and may need to be torn down and replaced with something a little bit more modern, something that can give us a little bit better push towards putting departments in a logical place. Todd, our new facilities manager, I think used the term functional obsolescence. That is still somewhat functional, but the building itself is pretty much obsolete, and trying to do a bunch to it would be throwing a whole bunch of money after, potentially with very little gain in return for that. So they talk a little bit about the needs assessment process, and I haven't thought about whether to go through this, but I wanted to help you understand. They basically tied consistency to everybody's request. So when folks came in, we started working through these personnel numbers. And we said, we need this many people in planning to serve 70,000 people. We need this many patrol officers. We need this many water billing clerks. And all those things came together. The way they transferred those numbers into space was by having a consistent framework of the size of space each of those people would need. And these are ergonomically designed spaces, and it's based upon what is the level of responsibility and what is in the job description of those folks. So a water biller wouldn't need a private office like this with room for a conference table and 2 people to sit across from the desk, whereas a city manager may or a department head may need an office like that. And so we kind of went through all of those. So what this does when we look at these numbers is that the office space is set aside, or the space for each person and for each job function that would be in these buildings is tied back to one of these 12 or so models or standards for space for each individual. So just so you realize how they kind of got to those square foots. And then they came in and they had to add general meeting space like break rooms, hallways, those type of things like that, based upon some formulas that they use in these studies. And then this kind of shows the results of the work that I was talking about, where we talked about number of people to do the job. And how many of each one. You can see where they took these office space square footage and tied them in to get over to a recommended square foot based upon 3 staff, let's say deputy court clerks, 3 staff, with a workstation or a cubicle of 7 by 8, comes over to 231 square foot. This is all just a minutiae of how they came up with the numbers. And then the first thing they delivered was, this is where we are today. And this was aimed at between 2015, 2016, or 2016, 2017. So this is not too bad off. Again, we'll look at some of these. You can look down some of these. This is each department, and this is the percentage of room that they are lacking to be able to have appropriate either staffing levels or room for their staff. And so some of these, you may look at and say, well, the court lobby is 138%. It needs to be 138% bigger. Well, or down here, public affairs needs to be 7% bigger. Well, public affairs is going to argue that they need to be a little bigger than 7% because right now they're divided, and in the work areas that they do have, they're on top of each other. Same with engineering. Engineering is not on this graph, I don't believe, but engineering, if you go out to the public works area, engineering has bunk desks, so there's like ladders they have to climb up to be able to work above. It's not really that bad. But they are really in a very, very tight area that somewhat hampers their ability to do their job at times when they have to lay out large documents and things like that. Things that we've seen in the past in planning and building inspections as well. And then this document they didn't have in the presentation, but it is in the report that we sent you. And this is just a square footage needed at milestones report. So the dark blue or the blue on the bottom shows us where we are today. This is the current square footage. So City Hall courts, the police, EMS admin, fire admin, and out of public works. The red box is the estimation by the consultants of what we truly need for space today to be able to serve the citizens that we're at today. So 35 to 40,000 people. You can see fire and EMS are just need a little bit of room. Public Works is pretty large. PD is well behind the curve, and in City Hall and courts, we're behind as well. Which if you go on Building 1, you can kind of see some examples of that. And then where do we need to be square footage wise for 51,000 or 50,000 population? And then where do we need to be for 70,000 population? And then they went through making their, any questions on any of this so far? So then they went through kind of making some suggestions about maybe how we could look at moving forward with this plan, or with their study. First thing we're going to look at is the Al Baldwin Complex, City Hall and Public Safety. This is the current campus. This is all the land we own at the current campus. So by looking at this, you can see there's Animal Services, there's Live Oak Road. We do own everything on the other side of Live Oak Road up to the church. Then we own this little triangle back here that's kind of inaccessible from the rest of the drives back here. But we do own this really large piece of property right here, as well as the ball fields and everything else. Yes, sir.
The area behind the church, is that owned by the church?
Yes, that was Councilman Davis. The area behind the church, that green space, is for their expansion and stuff. They bought that land so that they could expand. So they kind of came up with a couple of options for us to think about. Option one, which I call spreading out service, they call it the status quo, is basically not to do anything different on the campus. Maybe to make some tweaks on the campus, but start to find some other places around town to put city departments. So one of their first suggestions would be to move economic development out of Building 2 to a private facility, lease space somewhere for economic development. And that will allow a whole bunch of this fire drill activity to go on. We move one, move somebody else over to here, move somebody there. It would allow a bunch of shifts to happen in areas where we're really tight to give a little bit more breathing room. And then other suggestions is maybe adding on to the side of council and putting our court staff over there, which frees it, and using this as the courtroom, which we'll talk about here in a few minutes. That frees up the courtroom for office space, frees up the court for office space, because in this building, community and development planning and IT are really hurting for space. Courts is really hurting for space as well. But the idea is we move courts in the courtroom out, that frees up a bunch of space to be able to allow development, planning, and IT to expand a little bit and get a little more breathing. And then once we do those things, then it's where else can we find places to put people? Right? So where else can we move them as we continue to grow? You know, maybe we move HR to when there's a couple of openings in the Schertz Center out here. We move HR out there. We move water billing up to the Schertz Center next to HEB. So all those kind of things where we start to move people off of this campus. We leave this campus as it is, and we start to move people off of it. They do talk about some pros and cons to that. Building costs are reduced somewhat, because we're not looking at, hey, we need to build a new multi-thousand square foot building. And there's minimal impact to our current operations here because we're not going to be doing that construction. Some of the cons, we're going to further confuse our citizenry on where to go to get to people. I don't need to pay my water bill. Somebody drives here because it's City Hall, and they go, oh no, you need to go up to HEB and pay your water bill. Right? And so we start to frustrate our customers, our citizens a little bit, and then trying to find out where everybody is. There's things we can do with that, with technology, with the internet, but still it would be more confusing for our citizens than if we were in one place. The other thing is it's less efficient, and we're going to be, chances are we're not going to buy the strip center around the Schertz Parkway and move HR out there, so we'd be paying lease costs, which means the money we're spending is basically going into somebody else's pocket, and we're not getting any financial return, we're not getting any type of infrastructure that we could use long-term for the money that we're going to be spending. And we're going to be spending that money, which could hamper us having the money available to bond something to build a building, because we're going to be having to pay those lease costs to keep people off the central campus. And so then they also came up with option 2 and 3. Option 2 and 3 are the same option. This is where I turn into an Aggie as well, Kathy. Thank you for the shirt. They did it as option 2 and 3, and so when you read through the report, I didn't want to create some confusion by trying to relabel this whole thing. So they have option 2 and 3, but basically it's the same option. And that is that we stay here. That we stay with a consolidated campus methodology for our services. But there's 2 ways in which to make that happen logically. Their first, and it's kind of an A-B decision point. We're going to, and this is where they did this backwards. So we're going to talk about B first, and then we're going to talk about A. So option 2 for them that they presented is B, where we build a new city hall on our property, just not right around the campus. And then on this central campus, but on our property over by the church. And then the second one, option 3, is going to be the new public safety building. So option 1 is to build basically a 67,000 square foot city hall, and we're pretty much building 1 and 2 and consolidate as many services as we can for the citizens into that building. Public safety would remain out of that, but it would open up space. In building this 67,000 square foot building, and notice it says 3 stories, which would make it a rather large building, but the topography of that land makes a 3-story building pretty easy because the first story would more or less be in the ground. So it'd be almost like a sublevel. If you went around behind, if you came on this side of it, you'd be able to see that bottom story, but from Iowa Road, you'd only see 2 stories. Is that we can build it to a size with shelf space and then complete that shelf space as we continue to grow towards that 70,000 mark. That then frees up building 1 and 2, allows PD to expand. We can remodel or tear down and rebuild building 1, and with the current police station, would allow EMS and fire to their thought was fire would move into building 2, EMS would build a 3rd building for their, so it would house their entire administrative staff in one location. And then the room that their administrative staff takes now in their buildings could be used either for response services or for storage, which is a thing that they're both severely lacking. But this would truly become a public safety complex then, and then we'd have the council chambers, courtroom and all that, and civic center on here as well. But then everything else that's currently on this campus would relocate over to that. So that was their option 2. Their option 3 is, there's a little bit closer view of how they would do the public safety on the campus. And then option 3 is to do the same thing over here, but to build both a police headquarters building, and they're saying 83 to 96,000, and more likely 60 to 70,000. And then relocate Fire Station 1 here and build a new fire station. Just a response station be for Fire Station 1 and also the EMS station that is located here on the campus. And then what that does for us is it moves all the public safety functions off of this campus. The emergency traffic that exits out on the Schertz Parkway that interferes with normal traffic, all that would be gone. It would all be up there on the hill by the church. And then it would free up the crew quarters of EMS and fire to be able to be used for training space, storage space. You start looking at those bays that fire and EMS have and converting those to actual usable office space or storage space. There's a lot of room there. And then their recommendation is to add on to the PD building about 10,000 square foot and remodel that. And then we have functional space to move building 1 and building 2 into. Build a smaller city hall here of about 26,000 square foot. Tear down building 1 to build parking and a plaza area, kind of like what we have behind building 2. And then keep the city functions, the city admin functions here, all in one spot, and then have public safety up on it. So thoughts about those? Any ideas? Any? That is crazy. No wonder basketball team lost that.
I mean, and I brought this up before, and I know it gets shot down every time. But one of the things, this doesn't consider any technological solutions of people working remotely, or like USA is another example, even if that remote. They had a problem where they only have so many loan officers, underwriters, tellers, and so they do video screens so that it doesn't matter where those people are located, they can serve any customer that comes into a single place, and they can deal with whatever. They have printers there, they've got, so that where the person who's servicing an individual is almost irrelevant because the citizen goes to one central place no matter what services they're looking for. And I have a hard time believing that 0% of our team is eligible or workable for remote work opportunities. And there's just a lot of demolishing and building that certainly some of it's necessary, but if we could take these, I mean, obviously an architect did the study, so they're going to be biased, right? I mean, I don't mean that in a negative way, but if I'm an architect, I'm going to be like,
about buildings.
Yeah. But if we can combine their expertise with people who are also looking at technological solutions and maybe merge them into the most reasonable way to minimize real estate costs, I think that could be both a long and short-term relief point.
I can see Scott's point to a degree. I mean, in some cases, there are some of these areas where people are tight on space that we can address in other ways. Things like water billing. If we expand the ability to pay online or payment kiosks or stuff like that, that would impact something like that. There's a lot of these things that we're talking about. I mean, there's just no way to tell where the port operates. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to tell where the police department operates. You're not going to tell where the fire department operates. So, I mean,
well, yeah, I'm not saying
I think though, if we look at that, that'll impact some of those numbers. And just like the chief said, you're right. The architects and designers go on the high end target. That's why we have a 96,000 square foot projected police department. The reality is we probably need somewhere between 65 and 75 down the road. I think we're prudent on some of our space requirements. I think it's workable. I think though, this needs to be taken in the context of the price outs, some realistic price outs for these different phases and different options. As well as the phasing and timing. I mean, if you're looking at adding on a court complex on the side of the council chambers, including that facility, then what is the time on that, and how does it affect the rest of the campus and working around it? I mean, I think you should see the price outs, some realistic price outs, and just some internal staff validation of the numbers as to do they need that much space or what's more realistic. And, I feel like the concept of the space that we have on the other side of the church, I'll withhold my judgment as to which option I think would be better, but I'll share that in the future.
And I'll agree with Mr. Larson too. I think there are some things that we're learning now that can be done via technology, right? So we've got the one kiosk and its location allows a lot of things to be done. Can we expand some of those things? But you're right, there's still going to be, I think even with that, we're still gonna need some additional space. So again, we're back, I don't wanna get hung up on the numbers as much as, you know, thinking long-term, we're gonna need to find a space for more bodies, and then how do we strategically want to go about trying to achieve that?
I had another question that just popped into my mind, and I may have just missed it, but on these options A and B, I don't see anything with commercial place and the two buildings that are being.
We're going there next.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still on this specific campus.
Gotcha. Understood.
Yes.
I agree with Scott on the work from home kind of concept. Lots of business are doing that today. And I don't know how much what Tony does can be done from home. I'm not saying it should be done from home, but I mean, the computer side that we do today is with the mayor online and that kind of stuff. The American Airlines does their ticket reservation. A lot of those folks are really home to do it from their house. That's with the computer function. But that's what we into.
Councilman, this is Miles Baldwin. One of the trends of remote work is that they found that especially the businesses that bought into it big time, is that the remote workers lost a lot of synergy and a lot of that cohesiveness in organizations, and actually started moving back away from it. I'm not saying that we won't do that, and it certainly is on the roadmap for us to build out the infrastructure to support it. But the reality is that our goal in the long term is that many of our field workers would spend almost no time in the office. They would be out in the field and they would get support where they need it. And that would reduce some of our facilities requirements. There's also a lot of the automation and the new systems coming down the pipe that will reduce the pressure, upward pressure on needing additional staff where we can bring in automation tools and things like that. The reality, though, that we still face is that, like I said, the police officers aren't going to remote it. We still need a place for them to gather. In IT, we suffered dramatically, not from shortage of personnel space, for example, but we suffered dramatically from the space just to do our jobs, where we can lay on computers and where we can work on systems, where we can bring vehicles in and repair them and maintain them. Those types of technologies are going to drive us in a different direction and a different level of requirement, but it's not going to change the need for space to do the job, and the job will shift, but it will require us to move forward and have places where we can actually get, to support these technologies and make things move.
And that's actually the flip side of the technology that Mr. Larson was talking about, is that police, fire, EMS, our public safety folks are pretty much in line with current technology. They're carrying computers in their vehicles, they're tracked by GPS, their Wi-Fi, a lot of the Wi-Fi hotspots, so that the equipment that they're carrying will be able to connect and they can use that technology in the field. The trade-off with that is whoever thought IT would need a vehicle bay, right? But you watch the IT techs out there in July and August trying to work on a vehicle, if it's a patrol car, they're kneeling on the asphalt with the engine running and trying to do that work up underneath the dash. And that is another trade-off, right? So we put some people out where in remote areas via technology, but at the same time, the usage of that technology in vehicles all of a sudden creates a bigger space need than what we did before for some departments. So, there is some level of trade-off. I don't know if it's one-on-one, but again, I think this is, as we get into this, as we chew on this a little bit more, I think these are great discussion points for us to have as we move forward, trying to say, what's the real cost and those type of things. All right. So, with the segue from Mr. Larson, we'll go into looking at the Public Works facility on Commercial Place. And we'll talk about this in a couple of different ways. So existing square footage over here of the four buildings. These are the two. The ones on the bottom or the south side are the two that we're in today. These are the two that we purchased. Building number 4 is currently occupied. Our police department learned about squatters' rights, and so we had to use the back half of storage for some evidence storage for a while, and now we're using the whole building for PD storage. That's a whole other issue, the storage issue. But they're in there temporarily until we find a legitimate tenant for that. So if you go by there, you're like, well, hey, the police department's out here. And so we're using that building for storage currently until we figure out a permanent place for it. And then this is the existing use. So over here we have engineering, streets, water, stormwater, building maintenance isn't in there anymore, but we've got water and wastewater in there. We moved building maintenance over here with facilities, and Parks and Rec are now sharing the front of this building. And when we saw the back of it, Science Shop has a bay, facilities has it, and Fleet has the remainder of the space back there. And this, because of the purchases of those two buildings up here, and by the way, it's not on here as part of the facility study, although they reference it long-term as building space there. But we didn't just purchase this building and this building, we own that whole parcel there. So we have the storage area in between there as well, or the undeveloped land. So a couple things for our public works, keep and expand a commercial place. So the idea, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in a few minutes, is to get Fleet out of this building and into this building that was designed as a Fleet building. Also, since Fleet is now a part of facility services, John Harshman is our Fleet and Facility Services Director, is that he would take general services and facilities over here. The office space at the front is more than appropriate both for the Fleet operation and for facility services operation. And so they would move into this building completely, leaving just parks here. Then the idea is potentially use the front of this building for Parks and Rec, use the base space for police storage, and then this little red L or 7 here is an old lean-to structure, is making sure that's all clean. Parks is already using this back lot for storage of their equipment, and then that can maintain. That would then free this building up for streets and drainage to move into it, as well as traffic, which is their streets, it's an arm of their streets department, it's their science shop. And then as we continue to grow, they're going to have more things to do with traffic light maintenance and things like that. But then that would pull them out of here, which would give more room for water and wastewater. It would pull staff out of the front, which would then give office space for engineering. So then if we could make these moves sooner rather than later, then that would help everybody have a better work environment, to be able to take a breath, and for us to be able to have the space necessary, at least for where we are today. And then long-term is to develop some off-site locations for parks and public works. Those could be shared facilities, basically satellite yards, and maybe a warehouse sitting there, so that we can serve those citizens. And then another warehouse here built on this property between Fleet and 11 Commercial Place there. That would be for Parks and Rec, equipment, storage, those type of things like that. So that's kind of their idea for and then here's an idea of the satellite public works and parks facilities. It's somewhere down here in the southern part of town, somewhere up here way up north, is to have satellite yards where we can have equipment, staff would report there for work, as opposed to coming down here. Today, a lot of times, they'll come down here, they'll get assigned a job up here, say, in the Riata subdivision or the Belmont Park subdivision, and they spend the first 90 minutes of their day getting the backhoe, the grader, and the crew up there safely through 7:30 in the morning rush hour traffic. Whereas if we had that equipment stored here and here, then it shortens that time to get to the job site. We get more productive work out on each end of the day, and it helps as we continue to grow, helps our workers, we get more productive time out of them because they're reporting near to where their job site is for that day. Remember a couple of these retreats ago, we talked about this backward Z, and then if you're up here, then it can take upwards of 40 minutes to get down to here. And that's us in our normal POVs, personally owned vehicles, doing that. Think about doing that on a tractor or a backhoe or a road grader, and you stretch that time out incredibly because of the speed those vehicles have to drive at. So that was kind of it for the study, for our review of the study. Any questions about the public works stuff?
Okay, so we're going to take a break real quick, so we can check messages, go to bathrooms and whatnot. We'll go real quick with that. But a couple of things maybe a quick close on this to really repeat what Dudley said. We have a draft study. You were put in your Dropbox. If you want a paper copy, we'll print one for you. We'll let you go through it. I think from the staff perspective, there are issues with that study. The benefit, though, is it really gives us something to react to, rather than starting with a blank piece of paper and saying, what do we need? It lets us look at this and say, I think it errs too high, I think it errs too low, I think it misses the mark here, I think it could survive this location.
The staff will come back with a recommendation on, or we're getting a recommendation back from staff on what they feel is wrong and right with the report. I mean, like you mentioned, you think that the police department space criteria is a bit inflated, got that. But they present options like A and B for potential for you, so we're going to get recommendations back from staff.
Yes, sir. What we plan to do is sort of, when we come back, and likely the thing we'll come back the quickest on with this is the thing we're going to talk about next, which is what do we want to kind of focus on for sort of short-term space needs. So when we come back with a recommendation on short-term space needs, we want to come through with kind of a listed document that we can then staple on the front of the saying, here are the things we have issues with the study, why we think there are issues, so that we can all say, yeah, that kind of makes sense to us, and we remember that going forward. We've got some institutional knowledge when somebody else looks at it, so we're going to do that. We will likely also recommend a bit with regard to sort of that big move to create space. And so let me touch on something. Again, I think, just to give you a heads up to think about, staff is not necessarily inclined to send a bunch of people all over different places. We think that's really a challenge in terms of managing our staff, which we've just gotten to talk about, we struggle with in terms of work environment and things like that. I think it's confusing for our citizens. So the reality then is if we keep all in one spot, we look at the land across Deep Street, we own it, it makes sense. To be blunt, to set the stage as well, I think our citizens who are back there, or citizens we have too, I think it's a much easier sell to the public. We need to approve a bond for a new public safety facility than it is to go out, we need a new city hall. I think the sell is just easier to cover. I think there's some operational benefits as well. You get public safety on one live oak, they can more quickly get out left and right to Schertz Parkway or 309. So operationally, I think it makes some sense. And then the other thing that we're going to come back around with is that, frankly, I think we're going to have a hard time selling council or our citizens on, I need to put money into something if I don't have a plan to use the space that I've got right now. When I've got the commercial place building sitting vacant, it's hard to say I need money for this or that. You're on what you got to keep building. I think with that, and this is what we'll roll into as well, we talk about is we also need to look very carefully at where we're using space inefficiently. And so one of the most glaring things are council chambers, which once a week or 3 times a month for council meetings for 2 to 7 hours, depending on how long meetings run. You guys get tired. It's TSAC once a month for an hour and a half. It's EDC for an hour once a month. It's PNC twice a month for a couple hours. It's Board of Adjustment maybe once a quarter. It's very efficiently used. And then our courtroom, which is, if you look at it, it's a similar kind of open space layout that we use a couple times a month. It's not very often. So we need to talk about that. So that's we're going to get into. Yeah, we're going to come back with a written, as much as anything, to institutional knowledge to tack on. Here are the things we have an issue with. Why? Again, I think the point's well taken. As technology changes and things like that, there are going to be some flaws in this 2 years from now as technology changes. I think as more and more people start to pay online, we improve our ability to do that. Fewer and fewer people are going to need to feel the need to come in. And again, Monisha's here to maybe mention this when she gets her presentation. If they looked at it and would say, yeah, they would say that this demographic tends to come in more. People who didn't grow up with that technology tend to want to come in and pay those more, I would bet, than folks who grew up in the early 20s going, yeah, why would I ever bother stuff? So, yes. So we certainly could, and I will say this, everything is a matter of money. and this will sort of go back, and this is, I'll say, is an overarching thing that as we get into this next discussion, as we talk about building repair, as we talk about parks, as we talk about public works, you and I had this conversation. It really is, we need to come to an alignment as to where we set the bar for things. What level of service we're going to have, what quality of facility we are going to have. It's a bit of that comment I've given. If we've got a filet mignon kind of taste on a chopped beef budget, we are going to have a problem because we're going to kind of gold plate stuff or build stuff that we cannot afford to maintain, as opposed to saying, no, this is really where it is. And if we look at that and say, this is what we can afford today, and it really isn't good enough, then what do we do different to bring it up to this level in terms of how we function operationally? So I think that's going to be part of it, and that really is you know, the acoustics are okay if you're in some spots, they're bad in others. So, all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break real quick. We'll come back and talk about the short term. So again, as we start talking about some of our short-term office space needs and a few of the options, I'll repeat what I said before. I think we're going to be hard pressed to talk about putting money into things if we don't talk about doing something with the space we have that we're not using to its fullest. Either lease it, we can't get in it, or find out where we have inefficient use of space and do something with that. I think that's key going forward. The other thing we have to do, because again, we do have limited funds, are make sure as we consider this that we are reducing throwaway costs. We don't have the luxury of necessarily being able to put money into something and then have it be wasted because we do away with it later. Although it may make us, maybe really nice for that to happen while it occurs. So we have to make some trade-offs there. So with that, we'll move on to back to the.
Try the log line. Just right where it's going to ring. If you pull me down to the room without pulling me down to the system, so our next step is to talk about short-term office space needs and some of the options. We talked about this right at the end before we took our break. And it's pretty easy. As a team, we kind of identified these, pulled a lot of these ideas out of the facility master plan. These are also things like Brian was saying, it's hard to say, hey, we need this new building, we're out of space when we have space available that we're just not taking advantage of. And so there's also one we'll talk at the end about Guadalupe County coming to us with the possibility of additional space as well, and talk a little bit of pros and cons and have some discussion on that. So the first thing is council chambers. For a while now, we've talked about who can make council chambers good for more than basically council meetings once a week, E&Z every other week, and occasionally maybe board of adjustments or that type of thing that meet in the actual chambers and stuff as opposed to the conference room. And then the other issue with the conference room is the size issues that we have in there if we're going to have a large meeting. So if there's a contentious TSAC issue, or we wanted to have a workshop with council and sit around the table and work through some issues and have some back and forth discussion, we limit the number of citizens that can come into that small room. And so, currently today, we see about 135, 140 people in there in fixed chairs. They're screwed to the floor. And the idea is, could we pull those chairs out? Doing that, we have to do a little bit of remodel on the flooring, probably with some new carpet. And they come back with movable chairs, like you see in a lot of the other council chambers around us. So that if we wanted to use that room for a different purpose, so we wanted to have a discussion on, say, an upcoming a problem identified in our community, and before we start working on an ordinance, or before we start working on a solution too much in depth, we kind of wanted to get a policy level feel from city council. is that, and it was saying somewhat of a contentious issue. This would allow us to pull the front 2 rows of the seats out of the room, set up a table roughly the same size as the conference table in the conference room, with portable tables. Bring council around that, bring staff pertinent to that issue around the table, and have a workshop environment, and still have 100 seats for the citizens to sit in to be a part of that workshop, to hear what that discussion is, to hear the pros and cons of the things that go on. And then, once you've got movable seats, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we can do in that room. To make it more user-friendly, to make it usable for other things like the courtroom. So now we have movable seats, we can construct the tables, we could construct a jury box at the court unit, and there's a whole bunch of other things that we potentially could do in there once we can free up that floor space. So Todd, our facilities manager, has some pricing, just some ballpark pricing on that to talk about what that would get us, that he wants to mention. I met Todd the other night, for those of you that aren't already worked for Vernon Construction for a couple of years. He was a superintendent on the aquatic center, and also the window replacement at the rec center, and the water proofing of Fire Station 2. We stole him away from Vernon for a little bit more stable and better hours type of work. He has 35 years of experience in the construction industry, and we're pretty excited that he's a part of us. So you want to talk a little bit about council chambers, kind of what that price may be and what we would get for it?
Yes, that'd be great. What we did was we went out and priced out a couple, 3 options for tables and a couple, 3 options for chairs and some carpet. We have samples over there. We reviewed, they've been out there for like a couple of weeks now. And we're looking at approximately around 65,000, depending on which selections are made. So that's what we have there. We would replace all the carpet because of the good have some wear and tear there. And when you pull the chairs up, of course, you've got to take care of the mounting hardware that's before right now.
So that would be the council chambers, yes, council.
Sidewalks, storage area for the chairs and tables and stuff like that. And if you pull out all the permanent seating,
They gave them the micros, they probably put a mess in there.
what is the plan for storage of, I get the flexibility of taking out all the permanent seats. If you're replacing with 120, 140 folding movable chairs, and then associated tables for, when you're doing a workshop, and then potentially down the road of maybe even doing court in there, then where do you put that stuff as you're going into configuration? Would the vision be to make the current conference room use any storage there?
So, Todd, you want to talk about that real quick? Because that's part of what they've been looking at.
Yes, what we have is, some question mark. What we have is all the chairs are stackable. So we do stackable armchairs. We've got 2 samples of those, and they're stackable. So they would go in directly behind, in that storage area behind one of the tables is. And then the tables, tilt up and roll, or they have to tilt up either. So they will go in like the room out the side, the exit door in the back. So that's what we're looking at as far as get them out of the way when we don't need them.
There's not a lot of times we have all the chairs in there. I mean, we're always going to have some type of seating in the room, but if we did, we want to hold some function, maybe like a similar to what Texas did here for 15, 18. We wanted citizens to come in and look at something. We wanted the chairs out of the way, and there'd be room behind the dais. Yes.
I guess I'm having difficulty connecting the council chambers remodel options to relieving office space crunch. So if you can help me understand that. And then second, what is it going to take in terms of, I guess it'd be hard to determine, but I think of the time commitment of placing out, aligning 180 chairs, picking up 180 chairs, stacking them, storing them, pulling out tables, and doing a completely different configuration. How often are we looking at changing the configuration? Who's going to do that? So those are the 2 biggest questions related to the council chambers.
I was going to say, those are part of what we're exploring now. A lot of folks, the church that they go to does something very similar. I've been a part of 2 or 3 churches in the San Antonio area that pick their chairs up every week. There's There's things that can be done to minimize how quickly and the time it takes on that part. On the freedom of office space, with the confined setup we have, we could use that as a courtroom until we needed a jury, and then we would be pushed back into our standard courtroom. If we could get council chambers to a point where court could comfortably use it for everything they needed it for, and that frees up that courtroom, which is honestly space for, planning has 4 offices on the back wall or on the side wall of the courtroom. And if you look at that on some of those drawings in the plan, you could easily put 8 additional offices in that courtroom. Or 8 sets of cubicles, workstations, make a bullpen type of room or something like that. So if we can get out of court permanently and have them use the council chambers permanently, then it does free up a significant amount of room to add, 7 to 8 more work areas in building 1 that we don't have today.
But just so I understand, what's being proposed now doesn't get them out of the courtroom permanently, correct? So they still have to have the other courtroom reserved for courtroom space.
So let me offer this up, maybe kind of take a step back. So keep in mind, at this point, we're not far enough along to say this we definitely want to do. What we wanted to do were float some options staff has been looking at, kind of gauge a reaction maybe or a feel. Again, as I said early on, if the answer is that's the craziest thing, I can tell you that right now, then let's not put a bunch of time into it. So that's what we're asking for and not asking for out of this discussion. I think one of the issues we have with regard to council chambers, taking away the spacing, is when we met at the budget retreat, I think we heard from staff in that last budget retreat, and I think we've seen it some with council, is that we at times struggle to have discussions about complicated issues. We're sort of forced to do them during meetings. The space layout isn't real conducive to having a dialogue. I think the dynamic that we get here, even as you see today, is different than we get when we're over in council chambers because of that layout. And again, as we continue to face difficult issues, having the ability to really better communicate and interact has a certain amount of value. The other is, I've got this building that frankly the functionality right now is very, very limited. So even not considering space, it may not be worth $65,000, but there is value to making some adjustments over there so that we can better do work sessions, putting aside, but that may be limited. So that I think is the first thing to think around is, what are the benefits if we're better able to communicate, and how does the Justin Council Chambers do that? That then kind of moves into, okay, what else are we dealing with? In my mind, if we're going to spend $65,000, we need to find a way to put in a bit more to make that area usable, to be able to do away with the courtroom space over in building 1. If you're going to put that much into it, and this goes to limited, then we really ought to figure out how courts isn't needed anymore. And so if I'm spending a bit more, and even if it's one where I've got courts still officing where they office, and you go pay your bill there, but if you show up for courts, you go to council chambers, we'll have to figure out how we do payments, but I don't need that big room. I think there's a lot of value in that. So that's something we need to explore more as we go forward. But yeah, for really to have the benefit, and we're talking that much money, I've got to figure out how to recapture the courtroom space for it to make sense. Otherwise, yeah, I think we're going to be hard pressed to say it's worth $65,000 in the light of all the other stuff that we need to do. And the opportunity cost of $65,000. What could $65,000 do with the library? What could it do in parks? What could it do on different things? So I think it could be done separately. And this is how the thought occurred, but the idea is really to maximize the use of that. Yes, sir.
Roll call for again. I'm going to directly do mine if I can just keep turning. I think the idea is probably pretty good. We have a little anteroom by the council chambers, and that would be equivalent to all of it's smaller than the anteroom across the conference room across from the current courtroom. I don't know if the payment part may be a little bit of a problem. Anything you can do, I like this because I can see almost everybody in this room just by turning around. We're at the same eye level. I can see everybody in the council chambers, but it's like I'm looking down at everybody. I don't know that I like that concept. On very around the corner to see you when you're sitting on the Sarah or drag me down. Because that, my end of the desk is, well, super loader. So the eye-level contract, I think, is good for everybody. The more we can use the current council chamber to do other things, I mean, it's not medical now, is it? No, I don't really like to be an master, right? But anyway, we can make money, we can make money back on our $65,000 investment. But getting people where they can see each other and figuring out how to use it as much as possible does make an economic sense. There's other things we can talk about in other areas that make economic sense also. But maybe with the analysis of the job and the staff, maybe it doesn't make sense. But it's certainly worth looking into, I think. That's my 2 cents worth. It's worth what you're paying when I say zero. That's just a comment. So,
And this is Sarah, and to speak to your question about, the setup and tear down, what Linda talked about.
So for this room, which holds about 120 people, with tables and chairs all set up, it takes one individual about 30 to 45 minutes to break it down. That's not turning it around and resetting it back up. There's a little bit of time involved with our staff when they're tearing down from an event that's, got food and things like that. They have to clean the entire floor before they can reset up. That may not have to happen in council chambers if there's no food and things of that nature. Having that configuration flexibility in the council chambers also allows us to do maybe more staff training that is typically taking up space in this facility at no cost, now being able to be used over in that facility, which frees up this one to be rented to businesses who need to have meetings and things like that.
And I think that's something we'll talk about real quick. When we come in a couple of weeks at council, we'll go over the civic center fees. And part of what we're going to have to talk about there is what are we trying to do with the civic center? What's the purpose? What's the goal? What are we trying to drive with that revenue? And so again, that gets us to this point. We may want to try to maximize the revenue of this facility, which means moving the community type of things that don't pay typically, that comp, over to council chambers. But again, balancing the setup time and where it's going to be.
Please, Linda, a little bit. One of the last function we had done over there, I forget what it was, I helped stack chairs. And they stack pretty fast. They're not that heavy, but you have to raise them up and stack up to 10. You can't do it with your fingers. But the real question is, if council has to sit on those same chairs, we may have shorter meetings. Because if you think you might get to sit on those chairs for 6 hours, that may be a tough question to get cooperation from the But that being said, the setup and tear down does take a little bit of time, but it's not impossible to do. And I was just using Mark a second ago, maybe council should set up that room every time we have to have a council meeting to tear it down. That might make some difference too, but it's not probably realistic, but you understand the point of view.
All right. Next, and this was in the facility plan as well, is to look at building 27, which is the old truck fleet operation that went out of business when we purchased that building, and trying to get that remodeled so that we can put fleet and facility services over in that building and free up space in building number 1 at 10 Commercial Place, which would help us. So I want to talk a little bit about, just real quick, what it would take to update that building.
Okay, yes, private facilities again. Yeah, we looked at the building and everything else that our current staff needs and what we think our future staff needs will be. What we have with that building is we'll have approximately 14 mechanics working in there, right? Space for those guys, space for our current staff, plus a few others, like maybe a couple others. We all look at this as being on a 15 to 20 year plan. We're looking at around $1.7 million to get that facility up and running. That's the site as well, so we can make the site. The plan is to have all vehicles be responsible to the fleet and be managed by fleet. That way we take care of all the maintenance, all the scheduling, all the projections and stuff that we need to maintain a good buildings and the vehicles.
And the 1.7 sounds maybe a little steep considering how we bought the building after a previous business that didn't get similar. it's got to get up to current code. But the other thing is, too, as you saw, there was no other recommendation for fleet. So if we get this building remodeled, we get it set up, then we have solved our fleet and facility services office and work area needs throughout until our 70,000 mark. It does free up a lot of room in building number 1. It frees up room for parks. If we want to look at doing number 11, or if we were delayed in doing building 11, it does free up room to get streets. At least they're working the shop over into the shop with the street, with the sign shop, which frees up more room for water and wastewater folks to be able to spread out a little bit more and do a little bit more work in the shop. So, yes. Oh, you bet.
I think that's
true.
On the question of how do they need different space?
Yeah.
So Brian, you wanted me to speak on some of the operational challenges. This is John with Fleet Facilities. So currently we are in the oldest building that the city owns, and it's perplexed with a lot of challenges just due to age. It's 50 plus years old, so the conditions are really difficult just because of the area. It doesn't have good cross-flow ventilation. We monitor 110, 115 degree temperatures in that space, and so we're about at a third of the capacity mechanics that we actually need to keep up with the service schedules, and we've gotten really strategic through contracts and stuff like that to kind of help it, but this will really give that department the growth size that it needs to really get the stuff done the way we really want to do it and take care of it in-house. And we can always contract stuff out, but the service isn't as good. We usually have to double and triple check a lot of things that we can send stuff out for, so it'll be a huge shot in the arm for us from an operational standpoint. Is there anything else you want me to cover, Mike?
Having to move vehicles in and out, or waiting on parts or things, supposed to have them sit in the spot.
Yeah, so there's a few things that we looked at with 27 commercial place that will be huge benefits from a space standpoint and a vehicle standpoint. Right now, down at King Commercial Place, we're sharing a lot of public works and parks. And right now, we just have a parking crisis. Not only for staff parking in the front side of the building, there's wrap space, but we're actually having to park in some of the areas on 11 and 27 just to put personnel vehicles. The second thing is just moving equipment in and around a complex. We're using one gate to essentially move everything in and out of there. So we've got 7 to 10 police cars, 2 to 3 ambulances, and the fire trucks, and then the loads of public works vehicles. It's a real accident waiting for a place to happen kind of a scenario that we've dealt with for years. So with the new facility, we can drive through capability, kind of a circle kind of format. We'll actually be able to house most of the vehicles, as Todd kind of mentioned, for a lot of the departments and have them singularly located. So when other departments need to share resources and stuff, it'll be a more simple process. But one of the third things that Todd was probably going to get to is we've looked at some fueling concerns. We went through some issues with fuel with the recent hurricane, and I don't know how many folks are aware of it, but we got into some real sketchy moments where we didn't know how we were going to fuel police cars and fire trucks. And so we've looked at working with different vendors to actually supply our own emergency fuel. And we can even partner with some of our sisters and brothers in the community to kind of help them, because most of them don't have emergency fuel. They're buying fuel just like we do, Bolero and Shells and those kind of things. So there's an opportunity with that space to also create that emergency preparedness to help us in those kind of things. Save us costs down the road long term because we'll buy fuel wholesale. We can treat it, we can make it better. So there's going to be some huge impacts felt. I think citywide from that going into place, we'll get better service out of our vehicles. We're firing us, PD, Public Works, parts, the group of us, which is about 350 pieces of vehicles and equipment. So there's some huge impacts that we'll really have that are just initially shown on a map in some space. It'll be paramount.
Good question. Right next on that list is looking at maybe moving into the front of upgrading building 11 or 11 Commercial Place for parks and keeping the back area for PD. A couple of things again, code issue. We need a firewall between the front and back of that building so we can habitate it. And then we need to potentially tweak the front area a little bit. You want to talk. Cost isn't quite as bad as 27.
is firewall and upgrading, just basically good finish analysis, good finishes in the offices. So we're looking at good finishes and offices, getting ADA access into the building for the public to come and pay for events and stuff like that. We're looking at around 40,000 for that number, and that's depending on, getting there and doing the budget, if we need to turn the building or not, there are some questions. We're hoping to avoid that by the use of firewalls to be able to provide space up. So that's what we're looking at there.
That would get parts out of, that would get, could I go there? Yeah, that would get parts out of building 1, which would allow streets to move out of building 2, which would then allow engineering to come out of their best atmosphere in that really tiny room and spread out, have a little bit better working environment, working conditions that building 2 as well. So building 27 commercial place and 11 commercial place both would free up a lot of space rapidly and really solve some issues for at least the next handful of years as far as office space out there in that environment on commercial place.
What was the cost of that again?
Around 40,000. Depends upon how much remodel we need to do in the front. If parts could live with the layout as it is now, or if we need it, that has a little built-in room to push a wall here to change the door position there. But if we thought we needed to pull everything out and come back with a completely new layout, that cost, of course, would escalate. But it's basically, can we survive in the layout that it is now with a little tweaking, and then meet code with the firewall between the front and the back, front of the building and the storage area of the building will be that's there. And then lastly, one of the things we wanted to talk about, and it is it is an offer that we've had made to us, is that Guadalupe County has purchased the old Regal's Furniture Building, and they're working on converting that over into some of their offices. I think they're moving the tax assessor over there. I think one of the probation offices, I think adult probation is moving over there, and a couple of other things that they needed more space from their building over here at Alabama 3009. So they've approached city staff to ask if we would be interested in sharing any of that space. And one of the first things we thought of, because of what it could do in building 1, is would we like to potentially move our complete court operation over to that building? They have the space for it. We would be the only users of that court. Their JP court for this precinct is not currently planning on utilizing that building, but continuing to use their JP building, and they don't see a need to move. So we would be the sole cost of that. And then the other idea that came up recently was using another segment of that building as a joint EOC, Emergency Operations Center. Right now, when we have an emergency in town, our primary EOC is the fire department training group, which is good until we get more than, say, 8 or 10 people in there, and then we run out of space, and we run out of, it just becomes a very difficult room to use because of the egress of the room and all the other things that come into that. The room you need to spread out to do your work, the phone conversations, everybody's in real tight quarters, so you're talking on your phone, and whoever Todd's talking to is hearing me answer you, and those type of things like that. So, and the idea, if we were to do the EOC room at Regal's, would be that we would share that with Cibolo and Guadalupe County. Guadalupe County has 2 EOCs that are primary and a backup in Seguin. But in the lineup of those 2, geographically, if we were to get a tornado, like a standard movement of a tornado from the southwest and northeast, those 2 EOC structures were lined up perfectly to both be taken out by a large tornado. And so the county, of course, they have an issue with the river. So the county is also interested in partnering with us and Cibolo in that room. EOC's pretty low cost. It's basically a room with a lot of computer drops, lighting, TVs on the wall that you move into with your own computers and set up and you're ready to go. The courtroom would be a different cost. That would be basically us paying to finish out of developing that office space over there and the courtroom over there, and then moving our personnel over there. But that has a couple of things to it. One is, we're moving staff. We're getting away from the central campus that we were talking about, and staff hesitates to do that unnecessarily. And it's also a large cost. We're going to be paying part of the remodel construction cost. We're going to be paying the remodel construction cost for our portion that we're going to be turning into a courtroom. And that it's some belief that for the courtroom piece, we would be better off to ensure that we can make the council chambers completely functional for court, and then convert our current courtroom into office space, and still spend less money than what it would cost to build our court complex within that building. The EOC thing, we really do like the sound of. It gives us much more space. The cost of working with the county on that will be lower, but it would still give us a partnership with the county in the building. It would give us a partnership with Cibolo, which we sorely need in times of local emergency. We're there in a room, and we're in a room, and honestly, even the school district would probably be in that EOC with us, so that we're all on the same page and we're not running from this room to that room and making a phone call. And we're always working on sharing shelter space and so many other things. So the EOC makes a lot of sense to staff, and the cost of that, I don't have that on the top of my head, but the cost of that would be significantly lower because we're basically building an open room like this and installing some technology into it. That would be split, by the way, between us and the county and Cibolo. So we wouldn't have the entire cost of functioning or making that room functional. The courtroom, though, the staff impression is our dollars may be better spent converting our council chambers to be in multi-purpose and then refitting the space, because we're going to have the refit space even if we do remodel over there. If we pay for that cost of Reedles, move our court over there, we still have the cost of remodeling building one for additional office space. So $65,000, $70,000 to get into the council chambers for a courtroom versus several $100,000 to get into Reedles with our entire court operation. Thoughts about that?
What would you do?
Hey, microphone's coming back. I can probably just repeat them. Melissa from the library is curious what the timeline would be, right?
Right, I was just wondering, like, how soon will Guadalupe County be remodeling in there? When would be the soonest we could actually use space like that?
So they're in the design phase for that right now. So we would need to participate more heavily in that. We've been on the sides seeing if the space would work for us as far as the amount of space they have to offer. But that timeline would probably begin fairly quickly as far as starting to move that forward. They have a desire to get in there rather quickly. So,
thank you.
So you're saying that, like, as it stands right now, the cost to put court operations, build a court in the Reedles building would be higher than what it would take to move the court itself into council chambers. And we want to set up council chambers anyway with more flexibility. But earlier we talked about the long-range plans, which included the potential of adding a structure onto the current chamber building for the court administration side. So how does that match up with just going ahead now and putting court admin in the court in the rivals building, which then would eliminate the need for yet another layer of flexibility? I mean, I get the flexibility in the council chambers, depending on the type of meeting they have, but it's even a more requirement if you're going to move the court there, because now you've got a judge, you've got attorneys, you've got, seating area for people waiting for court. You may, get the issue of people that maybe the police department's bringing to court, and then you're also down the road talking about the court admin fines and all that kind of stuff. Would it not just be more cost effective if you look at the long range plan of adding a building or an additional one to the council chambers for the admin piece? Just go ahead and knock that out now and put it on the court for it.
We need to examine what that is, because you're right, if we were to make the council chambers functional as a courtroom, it would only vacate the courtroom, it wouldn't vacate the small office area that staff has back up in that corner of the building. And we need to evaluate that probably and come back. We need to come back in a more decision format anyway to have council guide us on what we want to do in partnering with the county in that building. There are other concerns. The court staff have been involved in looking at the Regals building. I don't want to say they're opposed to it, because I don't think they are. They just have some concerns about moving so far away from the campus. With that, a lot of that is folks that need to be secured prior to the court hearing and those type of things. It's much easier to have them in a holding cell at PD and to walk them or drive them over to the council chambers and that type of thing. So, we've been looking over there about how do we lay that out for it to make sense. There is a layout in the Regals building that makes sense for the court. But the thought was, in the short term, it would be better to use some of those dollars. And you're right, I don't have that dollar cost because we don't have a price per square foot for Regals yet. We're working with the county for them to get that, about what that update cost would be for the building. But is there, where do we want to assign those dollars at? Do we want to assign those dollars at fixing that for court and moving court, or do we want to assign a little bit to maybe remodeling council or council chambers, and then using some of the excess dollars to do other projects that we need to do? So.
And maybe in terms of how we can manage it.
I'm not trying to start a fight with you on this, but I'd rather see us spend money in a facility we already own, because we're not investing money in something somebody else owns. If we move, we don't get the value of that investment we made when we leave. If that's a fair amount of money to spend to have a room under the council chambers, if that gives us more flexibility, I like that concept a little bit better. I'm not opposed to looking at facility like what we have right here as the TV screens and the ELC, because that has a value to it also. It's not as big of an investment. It's finishing out for a courtroom and the building station and all those things. So I would like staff to look at that rather closely to make sure that we're putting our money in a spot where we get the most use for it. And we're starting to pay the county rent for that space, right? They're not going to give us that space.
We're going to say the cost of the remodel.
Yeah, we pay the cost of remodel. We pay so much a square foot to rent it. And that's good for them too. And I'm not saying it's all bad for us. I'm just saying that building a building, a small addition on the council chambers might be a more economical thing because it's not moving. I raise that question about capital expenditures on something we don't own. That's all.
No, I appreciate that. I think, again, that's consistent with what I was about to say in terms of how we move this forward. I think part of the point of raising this issue now is to see if council is even open to the idea of the city partnering to go into the resource building. And I haven't heard anybody say we're not open to that. The impression I get is, that I'm hearing is, come back with cost to redo the Regals building, cost to alter the council chambers to get courts over there entirely. Let us see what those costs are to compare. Let us see what the ongoing costs are for rent would be. And then we can evaluate it, keeping in mind, again, the general feeling is investments we can make that are cost effective in facilities we own on this campus tend to be preferred to putting money into someone else's facility that's off-site. That's what I'm going to have as a takeaway unless I hear otherwise.
When it comes to floodplain, is Regals facility out of the floodplain area?
It is out. I think it is out.
It's small. It's on the other side of the tracks, basically.
It's close, but it's on.
No, it's not. That's an important consideration also.
Yes, sir.
So who gets to have an office in the caboose?
Yeah, we may put the there. We're going to leave his office into the caboose. So we'll try to work to get those costs and come back in fairly short order to let the county move forward. Yeah, so that's what we have on sort of the next step. So again, wanted to get a feel, wanted to float this. We will try to come back. Again, the takeaway is look at maximizing the space we have that we're not using today as a way to go forward to get the most out of that space. Okay, we are going to go very quickly on this next section. Very, very quickly. And I'll set this up as this is probably maybe the toughest part of the day, I think, in terms of staff walking council through this. And so part of it is we're going to go very quick and see if we can get out of it unscathed. One of the things that, we've talked about in the past is, to some degree, because of the situation we've been in the past, some decisions we've made, we have not necessarily made an ongoing investment in our current facilities. We've seen that, had discussions with council on our park facilities, we've seen that to some degree with our road repair maintenance, and frankly, we are having that with our built facilities. We are working on, what Doug's going to do is he's going to cover, here's the stuff that we've kind of got money earmarked available, working on now. And then you kind of go, I remember that, didn't quite know about that, it is what it is. But really what we want to do, and this is intended to avoid creating a lot of frustration on the part of council, directed at staff, but I say that in jest, but it really is to get you on the same page. There are a lot of things with these facilities that we have not talked about, that maybe we haven't as staff been fully aware of, that we are going to have to chip away over time at. And so again, maybe the analogy I'll make with the space needs is think about it a little bit like what we talked about with roadways. We've talked a lot lately about the pavement condition index and how we maintain the building or the roads we have. We talked about roadway impact fee in terms of how we build new buildings. Part of what we talk about with roads and maintaining the existing ones are where we need to go in and do repairs and rebuild and things like that. But then we've also talked about what is that routine maintenance like crack sealing to just maintain the life of it. So maybe there's an analogy with buildings there. So there are some things that we've got that we're working on now. There are a bunch of stuff that is a cause for concern that we don't have a plan for, and that frankly, we will just have to chip away at. We'll have to kind of do the best we can. We'll have to work with council to make informed decisions on how we do that. It will not happen overnight, but we want to make you aware of it so we all understand the situation and we can develop a thoughtful plan to chip away at it. And not have you think, hey, y'all came to me last year, we did a bunch of stuff, I thought that was it, and staff is going, no, that's not it. It's a bit like the cut line. We come to you, we just show you the stuff we're recommending funding, you're not aware because we haven't told you that we've got the stuff that, yeah, we think would add value to the community, but there isn't money for it. And so that's a bit of what you're going to get. They're going to be quick, they're going to talk really quickly about what we're working on. You can see the list, you've been looking at it. And then they're going to give you just a feel for some of the stuff that is a problem out there. Some of it, when we come back, we'll debate about, do we need to do it or do we want to do it? Part of that is where the bar is and what we can do. So it won't happen overnight, but we're working to develop that plan to fund it. So with that, I'll be quiet and get going in about 10 minutes.
All right. Real quick, this is where Todd is going to be a tremendous value to you. So this first couple of pages are plans we have. This page is approved in this year's budget. Most of these items, some of them had to take place on a couple of other items because of unexpected failures. But this is for fiscal year 2018 out of the 2017 CO bonds. Next page will be projects that we hope to fund out of the 2018 CO bonds that were slated to let for here soon, so that we can get a couple of those are unexpected projects. You'll see those and remember that we talked about those. So I'm going to let Todd run through these real quick.
Okay. Most of these projects that we're talking about, or all we're talking about, are in progress that we're working on, that we have direct needs for. So, talk about stuff like the fire station 2 interior repairs, that's underway right now. The fire station 2 gate repair, that's underway. City hall roof replacement, obviously, we got leaks, so that's fine. We've got planning to that. ADA compliance, we're out of ADA compliance in our public access areas. Emergency security, that's a security issue that we have currently. Repair badge access, we've got to be able to access, we have a employee system not ready to crash. Panic bars, of course, that's code, and miscellaneous stuff that we see out there. So that's kind of what we have going on right now. Any questions or anything? I'm going to go pretty fast. Okay, here's the next bond issue that we're looking at. Rec Center, that's over at the Y, the bathroom refurbishing. We've got plans out on that, getting ready to bid that project. Currently, the restrooms are demoed out and all the mold and everything else. Critical pool is there. That is preparing the electrical bonding at the critical pool. The pool was built in the mid-70s. Electrical codes hadn't caught up with needs yet, and we have an issue where if we create a fault or what would you say, short, you have a short in the system, you can very easily energize the pool, which is not good. You don't want to energize the pool. So what we're doing is we're working on bonding there and everything else.
So let me say this, on the critical pool, it is a significant concern. We are working to move very, very quickly on that, because obviously the pool opens in 3 months of summer. So that is one that, again, there is that risk we feel needs to be dealt with. We can certainly come brief you and walk you through the specifics to help you understand, because it's a big dollar figure, why the electrical is a problem. But we're going to make an assumption that after that conversation, you're going to, yep, I get it, I agree with you. And so we are working to go very, very quickly.
Yeah, and then on live,
Yes, sir, we can. But we'll send out a talking paper on that, we'll send out a white paper on that.
yeah, just to kind of briefly go through it. When I first came on, I've been on for 4 weeks now. The first thing on that was a critical item. So, talked to parts about it, and so we jumped on it and everything else. We brought this cost down substantially. I'm confirming scope with our building department, our development department, to make sure that we are live, but we've had all the bids out now, we've got the engineers on board, we've reviewed the plans and everything else. And what I mean by if there's a fault that's energized, it's like the pump motors. If something goes wrong with the grounding of that pump motor, I can very easily charge the pool. If that makes sense. So you're like one step away. And then on life safety stuff, you like to have redundancy. Like you have sprinklers and you have fire alarm. You have access. So and you have battery backup. So you have a number of redundancies in the life safety issue. This is a life safety issue. And we definitely need to take care of it for our building and just for different County.
And then that white paper, we'll talk about what we're doing to assure not only after the fix, but going forward, how we don't create an environment like that in our pools. So there's some technology that Laura has come up with. We'll talk about that maybe.
Yeah. Bad access system, like I said, this is more of an upgrade to get the system up to standards where we're actually modern, and we don't have, if we have a crash, we have some sort of backup right now. If we have a crash in the system, we can't get in our building. So that'll meet that. And this remodel, building 27, commercial place, that creates the whole big program that the domino effect that gets all of the public works and facilities and parks, those basic entities in engineering, gets all those guys taken care of for the next 20 years.
This is what we're proposing to do on the new 2018 steel loans. This is, James can chime in if he's still. This is what we look at on the 5-year use. And this is what we have in that 5-year kind of bonding plan window, is we had money set aside still for facilities that 1.7 million. Yes, sir. So this is money that we had bonding capacity for, didn't know quite what we were going to do and use it as a contract. Do we have any capacity beyond these numbers? We have some capacity beyond these numbers. So again, before we start coming in, really, and I will say beyond the pool, again, if you disagree with us, we'll have a bigger conversation, I think, but before we move forward on the badge access or that commercial place, we will have that conversation to walk you through these numbers. We try to stay away from a lot of numbers. of bonding capacity. So you can see, much like the conversation we just had on budget, last year, we said, let's front load these positions. There's not going to be a lot this year, because y'all have to understand, what am I giving up in the future to do this? And I guess, we're planning to do that. I will say this as a note, good and bad. The bad news is we have less bonding capacity. Actually, we think we will have less bonding capacity because of the fact that we believe so far our 15-18 project, for which you committed $5 million, that made the cut list. That goes forward, I think, on the 28th, and then maybe in the final April approval. And so it looks like that will be funded. So the good news is there should be 40-something million to do 15-18 from 78 to 10, one fell swoop, fully built out, Peck and Whitetail sidewalks, which is great. The bad news is it means we have to come up with that additional $5 million in these inputs. So we will come back to you before we start on those last two and make sure you guys understand bond capacity, look at the numbers, talk about numbers, and you get you. So, and I will say this on any of this stuff, if it's piqued your interest and curiosity, do not hesitate over the next couple of weeks to call the department head whose area this is over. So if you want to sit down with James and say, hey, walk me through again where we thought we had the bonding capacity, just try and start thinking about it. Do that. If you want to talk with Linda about setup and takedown costs, if you want to talk about some of these issues with regard to what we need to do on building code, certainly you can call John and Todd or even Lisa and Gil, and they can walk you through that.
And just to add on to what Brian said real quick, when we slated out what we were doing in 2017, 2018, we set aside dollars for roads, for PCI, we set aside dollars for parks, and then dollars for building maintenance, and then there was some unallocated cushion in there. We still have unallocated cushion in there, and this doesn't touch the money that was previously said we're going to spend on parks, and it doesn't touch the money previously we said we were going to spend on PCI. So, you want to talk about that?
I wouldn't exactly call it, I think the word cushion is misleading. There was some unallocated amount, as we've seen over the past few slides, there are plenty of projects to use it, to use up that remaining bond capacity for next year, or this year and next year. It's just what is the highest priority to slot into that amount. We have already slotted in roads because that was a big priority, a big push. We have already slotted in the parks because that was a big item the past couple of years. And we knew we had a portion of the building maintenance and the wide space is a huge priority that actually wasn't in the bonding capacity until just this last few months. And so that got put in and was going to push a couple of things back. So there's not cushion in there. There are a slot where we need to assign what is the biggest priority on the list that we've kind of shown.
Real quick, just to keep in mind, because we sometimes don't talk about this, but James always reminds us, we kind of look at that 5-year window. Part of it is when I can tap into that bond capacity, because it may be if I look at 5 years, I've got this much total. I can't tap into it all on the front end without an implication to be able to start paying on it. And so again, it may mean pushing some things back, delaying a bit, happening later to avoid tax increase.
Just like if everything is funded for 15-18 to the full, just one phase instead of two, the city would need to issue $10 million for its portion that we have not issued yet. So depending on when that gets approved and when they start asking for the money, some things on that list will have to get pushed around to make room for that. Some of the projects may get delayed.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. One, can we see what we might refer to as a below the line list of what else is coming down the next year, 2 or 3? Because I want to know if this is an ending process or a never-ending story. Not to be rude, just that's kind of what I figured. But it'd be nice to have a layout of what not necessarily the dollars, but just project concept or pieces. Because that leads to my second question for James. You and I talked over bonding process before the concept and how we have things laid out. How many I've seen again. But we have two things to keep in mind. We're doing CLO bonds, which nobody has to vote on except council. We have the regular, I guess, annual bonding process, general obligation bonds. And I'd like to see, maybe council wants to see it too. But something's have a white paper one, a third grade level color picture. What's considered, what are we going to do with CLO, what are we going to do with regular bonding, and what do we need to move around on a 5-year window kind of concept, just to see, so that these, if we hear about this today for next year, it's not as big a surprise next year. And avoiding surprises and trying to put information out, I think has a value. But you still have to sell some of this stuff to the voters on a regular general. And they don't get a vote on the stuff that we approve on CLO bonds. And I always feel a little bit guilty about approving X million dollars as a council member when 25 or 40 extra voters didn't get a chance to say anything about it. So it's just an education process that helps keep us all on the same sheet of music, I hope. So that's how where my interest and concern is with other folks too.
So let us do this, maybe, because I think that issue's come up in the past, and I'll tie, maybe we'll bring something else in that I think Councilman Morrison's brought up before too. So let us maybe talk about, see if we can kind of get a document on paper where we reach agreement, generally kind of when we want to use GEO, when we want to use CO, what things we want to be concerned about in terms of messaging or how we decide that. And the other thing is where we would like to be relative to funding some things with regular general fund money as opposed to bonding. It's a bit of a conversation you and I had on. We're using this bond stuff for maintenance stuff that should be coming out of general fund and how we work to that. But again, until we get to that point, how we keep things from falling apart further. So that we hadn't thought about. Give us some time and we'll try to come up with that. But Councilman Davis, did you have a thought? Okay. So real quick, this is just some of the stuff that we've got out there. We'll roll through the slides and maybe y'all can ask about them as opposed to us talking.
Yeah, okay, so what we have is, like I can do it one, here we go. Okay, what I've done is listed stuff that we've known about, that we kind of know about, that we need in the future at some point in time. Just kind of going through, if you see anything that piques your interest, want to ask a question, please do. There we go. Oh, here we go.
Thank you. So notice real quick, stop on that lesson time. You know, we have
put your IP for your clickers.
Yeah, I don't think I see talking about there. It's not an issue with the clicker, but so again, a couple things even just as this an example, because you notice it's things we need and want to do. So we've got ADA access to building 3. That's probably a big thing that we talk about. We're trying to serve all of our community and the need for our buildings to be accessible. You know, the parking lot, it can go like it's going. I mean, it doesn't look great if you walk out there and you look around on it, but we can probably make do. And so these are not all created equal, to be clear, and that's where we're going to spend time. So when we get to the list and we start talking about it, part of it is where do we set the bar? Because frankly, we can kick that parking lot repair and parking lot repair down and down and down and down. And finally, some visitor shows up to use the ball fields and goes, this is awful. And yet we just kind of get used to it because it hasn't risen to the level of ADA and things like that. So keep that in mind going forward. All right, you can click down one. There we go.
So it's stuff like shower repairs in building 6 and 7. Those are things where the showers don't work right now. So if you want to use the showers, then we need to fix them. So, yes, so it's stuff like that, it's repair, maintenance items. Same thing here, like the number 1, more ADA access. commercial place building too, we talked about a lot of that stuff already. Library, UV filters on some of the windows. So we've got some stuff there. Ideally, where we want to get it is we want to get to a maintenance program. That's where we want to get ideally. So similar to what Fleet did with their vehicles, how we brought in, and now we have a certain pattern that we're going to and everything else. Same thing with our maintenance program where we can avoid some of this stuff, do our LED lights. This is like a one-time fee here to try to get all the buildings. Now, it won't be incurred at one time. It will be incurred over time, but that gets our incandescents and our fluorescent lights switched over to LED, so that then we just start replacing bulbs and stuff like that, which is what we like to do for better lighting, energy savings, degree, and stuff like that. This fit and finishes, these are just like a 5-year thing here, which 4 to 5 years. So after he's finished, he'll just pick it back up. Kind of like painting the tool field where you start on one end, but now you finish the other one, you start at the end, you come back through. So something like that, carpet wears out, paint wears out, and you always want to maintain your signals out, make sure stuff looks good. So that is our plan eventually, that we hope to have up, maybe about 90 days or so.
So the one assignment I gave Todd so that y'all know is that this is a preliminary for Todd. So he, like I said, he has 35 years of experience in the building industry. So his first task is doing an overall assessment. This list you just seen, total of about $4.8 million plus the cost of doing the maintenance items, is on his first pass through the buildings. So this is the stuff that the building, I'll call them tenants, but the folks, the departments that are living in these buildings today, that they know about. Todd's going to go through again and find the stuff that's not readily visible to the untrained eye, the issues that are percolating behind the scenes that he can pick up on by walking through these buildings and studying a lot of different things about them. And then in 90 to 120 days, probably we'll be able to cut him a little slack because he's been pretty busy with the ride and the pool and everything else. But we'll have a comprehensive building assessment that he's put together. We'll share with council. Here's our buildings. Here's the health of them. Here's the big ticket items. Here's the nice to do items. That type of thing. You'll see a more complete package as he gets his feet better on the ground.
So maybe the takeaway on this is, you look at sort of the building repair stuff, and we can say some is more of a one, probably didn't need to happen, but that's about $5 million. Okay, it's a big number. We're not going to tackle it anytime in the near future. We're going to have to chip away at it. And then the other is we're, about $800,000 ballpark on this maintenance program that we need to build up to, much like we did with vehicles. And so you remember, we started small, we didn't quite have enough, and now basically we fund in enough every year to replace all our vehicles, so we're on a cycle that they all get replaced when they need to. And that's what we're kind of working to with building maintenance, so that again, you don't go over to the library at some point, because the library's how old now also.
And we opened in 2009, so not quite sure.
Yeah, and when did we last replace the carpets? Never. So, I mean, it's one of those things that very nice facility, but you go into a nice facility and the carpets start to wear, there isn't money to do maintenance. So it's that sort of thing that we need to build into it, so that we don't kind of walk in one day and look and go, wow, it's really kind of so again, more information to come, but again, the idea is I don't think we've ever walked you through this, to my knowledge, to say, yeah, we're lacking in maintenance, and so sorry, I want to lay it out. So what we'll do now is, I think the food is here.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll do as typical. It's sandwiches. If you want to grab a sandwich, get something to drink, and then we'll let you, while you eat, if you're okay with letting me eat, we'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to do that. We'll kind of go through the meter change out program and talk at you on that one, which is a little more positive maybe, but still expensive.
Is the guy in the room what's going out on the internet, or? Okay. Yeah, it got a lot better when you started playing. Thanks,
Wow.
All right. I'll do a quick intro. So, much like we just talked about buildings and the need to maintain those and keep those up to date, there are that public infrastructure really, like streets, water, sewer, that we need to do as well. And in this case, what we've got is water meters. As you guys know, you have a water meter out in your house. That water meter is how we figure out how the building regulates the water going in. And those things do not live forever. And as they start to age, that creates problems. So with that, I'll kick off the Lanisha. We're not looking for a direction today. One thing we will not cover in this is, here is how we would fund it, kind of give you an idea of cost. Here's how we would fund it, and here's the implication, because this is funded through the water fund. And so that obviously affects rates people pay, so there's that kind of implication. So if you want to kick us off, for the folks who don't know yet, who you are, what you do, where you went to high school, and your mascot. Seriously.
I'm Danisha Harden-Trussell. I'm the utility building manager, and I went to high school in Kaiserslautern, Germany, and our mascot is the Raiders. And Jessica is she went to Russell High School, and we didn't play them during normal athletic activities. We only met their school during Europeans, which is like a national championship time, and the soccer team was not very well.
Our high school had 100 people in the whole high school, so
yes.
We have a real deep talent pool.
Alicia didn't want to say it, but we forced her to yesterday, so we forced her to say it today.
Yes. So does anyone, just a quick question, know how or what their water meter looks like or how it's read? So James is walking around, he's got a couple of our water registers, our meter registers. Wherever the red tab is, if it makes a complete full circle, that means that 10 gallons of water has gone through that meter register. And once 10 gallons has gone through, then the black number clicks one number up. What we read is the first 5 numbers. We drop off the last black number and that solid blue number that's on the register. The city of Schertz has 7 cycles, water cycles, but we have 5 build units. So that means that 2 cycles are read together. So we read cycle 1, 2 and 5 are together, and then drive around and read. Cycle 3 and 4, and then 6 and 7 are read together.
I mean, we have 5 different times during the month our citizens get a bill and have need to pay their bill.
Like 5 times during the year.
5 times during the month, so not all citizens in the state of Schertz, their bills are due on the same day. There are 5 different due dates for our citizen bills.
And sorry, I'm really ignorant on this, and I'm already confused. That's like, so there's 7 cycles.
7 cycles, yes.
But that's not one, I don't have 7 cycles at my house, that's the city of Schertz.
The city of Schertz has 7 different, so one zone, 7 different ways.
I got you, that makes sense.
So right now we use a drive-by radio read system, which means that the meter technicians have a laptop and they drive by. If you look on the side of the meter, there's a chip. That chip is what sends the signal to the laptop of what the read is. So currently our meters are failing. So the meter technicians have to make multiple trips due to misreads. Misreads are when the information isn't being transported to the laptop. This results in, I'll use cycle 1 for example, if there are 700 homes, 500 of them are not picking up, so the guys have to get out of the truck 500 times to manually read that small little meter register. And also the warranties on the current system that we have are beginning to expire. So we're seeing additional costs in the city and having to replace those meter registers.
So all the meters are fully guaranteed or fully warranted for 10 years. So they last for 10 years if they break down sooner, either the meter itself or the register that sends out the usage or consumption. Those, if they break down, are replaced at no cost to the city.
Quick question, this is Ralph. Do you look at the previous numbers compared to these to determine the consumption?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how you determine whether or not there was a misread?
Yes, sir. Well, yes and no. So sometimes it'll come up as the same number from last month's read, but we know that the house is being occupied, so that is a misread as well. Or if it comes up as zero consumption or idle, and we know that someone is in the home, there is water being used, and that can be considered as a misread.
So you will consider zero consumption maybe a misread?
Mm-hmm. If we know that that home.
Or maybe an overcharge in the previous one?
No. It's also with the current system, it's taking us longer to bill and to read. So when the current system that we have was new, it took a couple of hours to read one cycle. But now it's taking us 2 to 4 days to read one cycle. So with the drive-by radio read when it was new, the guys were able to just knock out one full cycle in half a day. But now it's taking them 2 to 4 days because they're having to go back out multiple times to get manual reads, check to make sure that the register is picking up or giving out accurate information. So there is a new system out. It's called AMI. Does anyone know what AMI means? Or is? Good job. So with advanced technology, there is a new and innovative way of obtaining residential and commercial water consumption. The new technology is called Advanced Meter Infrastructure, also known as AMI. The AMI can track and read water consumption right from the home or in the office. So what that means is that the registers are using this kind of like the same wave signal that our cell phones would use, and it would eliminate us having to go out and do drive-by reads, because the reads will pick up and go straight to the computer, like our cell phones use the text message. If I were to text Tony, they would send the read like that. So what can AMI do for our staff? It provides a minute-by-minute analysis of water consumption, remote programming of the meters, and it identifies failed meters immediately rather than waiting for the read date at the end of the cycle. So we don't learn that a register is not working unless we're billing. But with the new system, we'll learn quicker that the register is not failing and we can address it sooner rather than later. What can AMI do for our citizens? It provides real-time water consumption information to our citizens. It's on-demand data log to view 15-minute interval records. It gives citizens the ability to monitor their water consumption via a web portal or smart app. And I passed out a little pamphlet. That's what the customers would see, or the citizens would see if they were to download the app or log online. They would be able to monitor their own water consumption. So they would be able to monitor their own water consumption. They could also set a water consumption limit, and so it would alarm them if you're approaching this limit or if you're passing your daily limit, things of that sort. The billing process is more efficient and accurate. Water consumption usage will be more accurate. Fewer work orders will have to go out for rereads or misreads. So oftentimes if there's a misread, we'll misbill a customer or citizen, and we won't catch it until the next month. And then we have to readjust the previous bill, refund money, update the current bill. So there's a lot of double work and back and forth with the current system. And it will eliminate all of that. This new system will eliminate all of that. Any questions?
The most exciting part.
Yes. So what can AMI do also for the citizens is it detects leaks immediately. So right now, it takes about maybe a full cycle month or and a half to determine if someone has a leak. So you could have a leak this month, but we won't know until next month when we're doing billing. So there's a lot of water going through your water register, your meter register, being undetected. So with this new system, there is a leak alarm on there that will notify the customer and us that there is a leak at that property.
So for council members, how many of you have gotten a call from a resident complaining about a water bill and what they're having to pay due to leak? Mayor Pro Tem has, President Gutierrez has, the mayor's called me a number of times. So keep in mind this, if you've got a leak in your house, you discover, hey, after 2 months of having a leak, you really sorry that plumber came out and found you called them on what was leak, how they got fixed it. The answer is, okay, yeah, thanks for letting us know. Does that mean that water is free today to the customer?
It's not free, sir.
Yeah, it's not free to us. We pay for that water to SSLGC. So the fact that a resident had a leak, they're still having to pay for that water. And we charge them that difference in cost, I believe.
Yeah, we have, if you remember from our meter, our water rate consumption, we have different tiers. So the more water you use, the higher the charge is. And in a leak situation, you're using a lot of water, and so each block of water that you're using on that rate structure, you could be paying $2.86 per 1,000 gallons, but if you use 10, 12, 20,000 gallons of water due to leak, you'd be paying up to $4 or $5 per 1,000 gallons instead. What the leak adjustment does is it reprices that entire amount that you used or lost due to leak down to the lowest possible rate the city charges.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I'll play devil's advocate here. I mean, I'm a geek. On my phone right now, I can monitor my solar panels, my lights in my house, my alarm, all that kind of stuff. So I get that. And if we went this way, I'm wondering about 2 minutes after you install my meter. But and I see the value to the city with regards to monitoring their meters. Like I said, now you drive by, maybe you get a good read, maybe you don't, it doesn't really tell you to back out. It saves you becoming trips and all that stuff. I mean, how does this really solve for someone for heating leak detection? The reason why I say that is, I'd be willing to bet that a good portion of our community probably would not install, would not take advantage of technology, would not install that. And how would the city know there's a leak? Because the only thing that you're getting from the meter is the water use. So if you're getting an input that says my water's running, you don't know whether it's because I'm filling my pool or because I'm running my sprinklers or what. So there'd be no real indicator to the city in real time that someone has a leak. And, you know, unless you're playing beat mode and running an app and setting parameters, I mean, again, I wouldn't know whether.
So on our end, it would tell us that the water consumption for this specific meter is higher than it was before. That's when we would do our due diligence, call the customer and explain to them, we're noticing that your water consumption is a little high. You have a running toilet, do you have any slips, you know, or do you have a sprinkler system, or so we would ask them questions, and if they go out and check and they say yes, then we would go out there and turn it off for them so that they can get that fixed immediately.
And it does take about every 15 minutes we get the consumption reports, and we can pull that directly from the office. So everything the citizens see, we can see as well. We can pull that as many times as we want without billing. One of the things,
I'm sold on the technology, and I understand that our meters, there's a benefit to going to new technology versus an old meter where someone's got stuff. I mean, it's amazing if you drive down the road and get a reading versus going on foot, door to door, and flipping a cover and reading a meter. I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction. I just, I don't know if I would hesitate from my perspective on selling it as the immediate leak detection thing versus it's just, I mean, I get it, it's a vastly improved efficiency for our city staff. We've got a few other benefits on here, but.
Yeah, I think fair enough. It doesn't tell us there's a leak. What maybe a better way as we talk about it going forward is it provides this information much more rapidly. It lets us identify some trends or patterns or anomalies that might indicate that there was a problem. And the degree to which we're visually watching it, we can then start planning stuff out. Yeah, fair enough.
And like I said, vastly improves efficiency among the staff. Just being able to, I don't have to send somebody out there and drive down the street. I'm just getting this information to the client. And I can look for those anomalies, but.
Yeah, because that's really the key. And again, I think the next slide when he says it, we have meter readers, and using from meter readers to be meter techs. Their job is going out, fixing, replacing stuff, drive it around. And frankly, it's a tough job that those guys have. It's tough that you're having to drive your own hot out. Residents of other uses guys wander around.
Just to give a real live example, I rode with one of the meter technicians and behind that neighborhood on exit 78 where Sonic is, and it took us an hour to get through 86 meters, and he had to get out at least 45 times.
Yeah, I think part is not overselling it, but I mean, make sure there are multiple things. The benefits to the residents, the benefits to the city.
I would just need to get to the point, like I said, that, even, it's a great efficiency for the city. We have to improve our infrastructure anyway. And I just would need to sit there and sell it as immediate leak detection, because the next thing you know, someone's going to call saying, why didn't you tell me I was using this much more? And it's like, how does the city staff know that, again, when I look at my water bill, and I can tell you last night, because at certain points, I gotta get the car goes out and put another 1,000 gallons of my, 500 gallons of my pool, the door check me up, but.
I have a question that's not related to individuals, but it's related to the city, as a way for the city to spend more money. Is there any value, I have a word value, any value to having meters on some of the trunk lines for the city water to know how much water is actually being pushed out versus how much water is being used in a particular area? Is that have any value at all, or is that just a pie in the sky kind of grid? We don't know what the city is?
We have meters at our sites that, from the macro pump station, to know how much water we're pumping out of the lines, how much coverage is cycle for the system water throughout the system.
Where I was going is, if you had several different stations where you want to pump down, you could have a computer sum what the people are using, you have an idea of how to get water. But probably it's better if somebody sees water, you just call the city. That's a cheaper mechanism to monitor when the city has a leak on their side of the meter.
Yes, and we compare the meter information from how much water we're getting into the city versus how much we bill out to citizens. And if there's a big discrepancy,
that's what it is.
We'll tell where it is, but always else.
So like contractors stealing water is a big deal. Yeah. They start opening stuff up and tapping it.
Yeah. I'm ready.
I don't know if we do this or not. What is the cost between the meter that you pass around, the one we're currently using, and the new proposed meter? And would the city be looking at phasing in, what would be the phasing plan? Would it be as a meter breaks, we put it in a smart meter, or would the residents request a new smart meter, or would you come up with a plan where you do, let's say, zone by zone by the city?
I'm glad you asked, because that's our,
Alright, so basically staying with our current system, we need to replace all the broken meters that aren't reading right now. Could be, that's 500,000 estimated right now that we have to put down to replace all those meters that were not, that are broken or getting out and reading manually. And we're past the full warranty on all the meters, so that's about a third of our systems. We'll probably have to replace another 2/3 of our system within the next 2 to 3 years. However, and this is what kind of brought this conversation up now, our current meter vendor has come to us and they have, right now they have a customer loyalty program. So they're offering a trade-in discount to switch out for our current meters or for the upgrade to the AMI. So we get about $1 million off a complete change out right now. So if we did that with our current system, we'd be looking to spend between 500 to $1.5 million, or we're going to spend an extra $100,000 to replace all of our current meters at the same system and get a full 10-year warranty with like no other cost for the next 10 years. So that alone is it's a pretty good deal for us. That's why we started off looking at this. They also offer a trade-in buy-up program for the AMI system, which is estimated cost between $3 and $4 million. With the trade-in on our current master meter system, we're looking at about a $3 million cost. So about $1 million additional. The meters themselves are about $20 to $50 more per meter than our current system, but where a lot of the upfront costs come in, the extra, I think it's close to $600,000, is setting up infrastructure to read them. So master meter uses an enhanced radar base. Instead of having a car drive up and down and collect radio signals, we put up 3 antennas throughout the city, probably on our water towers, and some signal boosters throughout the city that would do the job of the meter tech driving them down the streets. They would collect it and then send it off to the cloud storage, and we would download it back to our system. So that initial infrastructure is where the majority of that extra $1 million comes from to upgrade to the new system. Once we have it in place, we'll be good for 20, 30 years with a much lower cost to replace if we want to stay with the AMI or some other technology. So there is something happening with customers.
So one issue we're going to come, again, as I mentioned, we'll come back to is to really look at what is the impact of these different options in terms of our rates, and based on how that impacts folks, we'll have a recommendation of how quickly we do that swap out. I think from the staff perspective, on the one hand, there's let's phase it, and I think now maybe we kind of come around to let's just knock it out as quick as we kind of can, and there's a cost to do it.
So if this is something we would want to go forward with, we put out an RFP, make sure that master meter is the right product, have a feeling with their loyalty program, the training programs, they're going to come in as the best cost, but we won't know until we ask them when they have the programs. If we do that, they say that there's an expiration date, and we need to trade them in before the end of December of this year. So we would look at an aggressive change-out plan. One thing that's hard for us to do it over time is our current drive-by system and either the new meters or a different vendor of meter need 2 different reading systems. So we would have to either send out one for the master meter or put 2 laptops or readers inside a vehicle and make sure we all mix up the reads in our system. So there's that.
So we'll come back and lay out, here are the viable options, here are the pros and cons, here are the costs. We don't have that quite yet.
Quick question on this language. We say replace broken meters, 500,000. Replace broken meters, 500,000. Is this going to replace like broken meters that we currently have on the shelf, or broken meters that are out there in the field? And if there are broken meters out there in the field, then how are we know, how many buildings folks?
We're estimating.
So some of it's, well, a lot of these are the ones that are manually. I mean, the registers not sending out signals strong enough, they can still be read. And
those are the ones we're talking about. Those are the ones where he's not getting things and stuff, trying to get out, physically look at it. Potentially that may not be spinning right because If it gets out and reads it, it doesn't mean that it's actually spinning the right way all the time.
If it's not spinning, we're replacing it with a new meter right now. If it's manually read, we're holding on to
But
it.
then, just because it's not spinning doesn't mean that it's not working. I mean, if you have all your water in your house turned off, nothing's running, the meter's not spinning.
So if it's not spinning, and we go back and check, it's the same number both months, and we know somebody's living there,
Which means they may have gotten a month of free water.
then you go knock on the door and ask them to run something and test.
That's the other problem is, yeah, when you start having old meters and they're less accurate and they work, don't work, they can do it. Yeah, people get inaccurate bills, which means that maybe undercharged, they may be overcharged. That's part of the reason we want meters that are in good working condition. That'll point. And so, James, when did we buy these meters originally? Jimmy?
It was like 2006. Yeah, 2006 is when we replaced all the entire state water meters.
So again, about 10 years. And again, much in the vein of the presentations we've had today, we've got sort of we're behind on replacing meters. And one of the issues is why have we not been kind of keeping up and saying, hey, here's how much we spent, yet we have a little bit of a big ticket as to why. Or have we been, and this is just what we estimate this year.
So the question is, do we spend money to replace the aging meters that aren't working?
The question is why we have not necessarily been replacing all of them as they're going out. Because why do we have so many out there that aren't working now, as opposed to that, yeah, I've got 30 meters not working that we're going to replace, we just found out this next week. Yeah, we've known we got meters that aren't working, haven't replaced them, we have not replaced them because
We haven't replaced the ones that are within the warranty period, and just there's more than one now. Through the years, when the meters have failed, we were able to use the warranty to replace them for no cost to us. Now we're getting to the time of their out warranties, now we're having to replace them at our cost.
So the meters, let me be clear, there's not a finite day where all the meters were in warranty and the next day they're out. Is the warranty based on when we installed them? It's a staggered thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, we didn't do them very quickly. It took a number of years, so we had meters starting to go out of warranty. And frankly, the reason we had not replaced those ones out of warranty is we just didn't have kind of the money, hadn't planned, hadn't budgeted, didn't have the staff time to necessarily get to all of them. If it was just a read issue, because we were worried about the one that's not reading correctly. Is that fair? Yeah. So again, didn't have sort of the resources in terms of staff time and money, not saying that's all I could have been, quite thinking about it the right way. And so just at the worst ones, we can kind of kick the can down the road on some others, but now we're paying the price for it. And that's a bit of what we talked about with the last couple of things. It's what we're going to talk about next. Okay. So.
But that would be from a restricted fund.
That's right. This is from our water fund, so it's not tapped into the general fund, but understand that that goes into our rates. Yeah. So we will. Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish up. You can finish.
So in closing, the AMI system will provide more accurate information, will increase customer service for citizens, and allow the billing office to be more effective and efficient. Surrounding areas such as Universal City and Cibolo have incorporated this new system and have seen great results in performance using the AMI system. And we'll come to the council to discuss how it's funded and impacts the residents.
This one we're going to try to do quick.
I just wanted to, I didn't see John Harshman, but he mentioned something to us yesterday. He mentioned that a vehicle that they're replacing every 2 years now, the meters you're using, will not last 10 years as well because of there's no other cost.
The meter readers with the high shoots we have right now too. That too, including PD and.
And that's because they're having to get out so many times and they're driving and stopping and driving and stopping and then the wear and tear on the seats is,
We have 130, 140 miles of roads in Schertz. 159, 160 miles that are driven The meter reader will drive every street in the city of Schertz, 160 miles, at least 5 times per reading, plus going back out to set meters and do work orders on meters. So, but at least the entire city is driven 5 times every month on the meter trucks.
So I think we need to do something on this one's a no-brainer. We just need to get you a bit more information, recommendations, kind of define the route we want to go, understand the implications, make sure that kind of messaging plan to our residents is accurate. Okay. Larson, did you have something?
No. I think it's good. No, I don't. I think this is good. I think the city operates well, and this is an improvement moving forward. I have some concerns, but it sounds like the lessons are already being learned and addressed. I mean, the idea that we would, for what my math, we're spending 100 extra labor hours a month to read broken meters because we didn't have the money to replace the broken meters as they broke, is a challenge. And I just don't want to be in 10 years in a similar spot where we're saying, hey, we're spending 100 hours of labor doing something that should be taking 8 hours of labor. And now we've got to do this wholesale reconstruction of the system.
So I think to respond to that is we would have to stay on top of the warranty and when things are going out or try to catch it before it goes out so we don't end up in the same.
Yeah, I think those are the theme of some of the other things we've seen where we're implementing like the facilities plan and the fleet plan. Something similar to maintaining the infrastructure of this, so that we kind of know where we're at, we know where they're at, we know where the warranty is, so that in the future, once we make this big investment, we can really maximize it.
I think we're caught a little off guard, because they're supposed to last 10 years on a full warranty and another 10-year prorated warranty. And it's just kind of, so it caught a little off guard that exactly at the 10-year, at 10 to 12 year, we had a third of our meters go out.
Yeah, they were designed well.
And anything under the warranty to replace and have a cost now does not renew a 10-year warranty. So
if it breaks again.
That one breaks again. Yeah, $1.5 million is a Band-Aid for another couple of years, and then we're gonna have to hit that $2 to $3 million cost anyway. Any other questions?
So, yeah, so maybe let me, thank you. To maybe touch on it, and I'll sort of segue from this one and I'll roll into Lauren and Jared's program if you want to come up, is I think a very valid point. I mean, the first step for us as a city that we've started becoming much better at is realizing that, hey, in hindsight, the way we were doing something maybe wasn't the best way to do it. Kind of acknowledging that, yeah, hey, could have maybe done a better job. Simply acknowledging that and saying, no, we need to do different, doesn't mean we will consistently do it different. I think I would be the first to say that we have to be vigilant. Just having this and saying, yeah, we should have done it different. If we don't stay on top of it, yeah, we could find ourselves back here in 10 years going, yeah, we're doing the same thing, and I don't know how it happened, and da-da-da-da. And I think that really is the challenge for us, and the part that's concerned when we kind of weigh in this, we're still here of, we identify this stuff, but it's tough to really kind of change fundamentally how we do business so that we're looking at that stuff. And to some degree, I'd say it's a bit of the challenge we have with, we're really pushing to get our folks to look around. We've got folks driving around the community and there's something wrong, that they see it, it makes an impact, and then they call it in to get it fixed, as opposed to we all drive past it going, oh yeah, there's that dead deer sitting out there in front of Pascal. It sat out there for 3 days, and all the kids were like, I assumed somebody called it in, or I never bothered to call it in. It's that kind of a thing, and I'm sure we can do that. So, with that, we want to talk a bit about art and recreation, not just arts and fun, as you can see from the hat. But here's sort of the message on this one of it is, I think parks is one of those very visible things in our community. And I think, so folks were kind of very aware, looking at our parks facilities of these things we've been talking about. Why have we not been keeping things up to the level that maybe folks thought we would? Why are we kind of not doing some things that we thought we would? And often I think sometimes the fact that the dead deer sits on from council for 3 days is keenly aware that we still have a problem, but then there are other things that start to get corrected that maybe doesn't make as quite much impact that we are making progress on things. So this is to be clear, we have not certainly gotten everything where we need to be with parks. But if you don't mind, Councilman Crawford, can I relate our conversation we had a couple weeks ago where you came in? Councilman Crawford was out looking around April and said, hey, here's some stuff that's not what kind we want it to be. And had issues with wiring and plumbing system and roofs and basketball backboards. And he walked me through and I said, yep, going out. I said, hold on a minute. We called Lauren on the phone, and Jared, and they were driving up to look at the restroom. Yes, but, well, yeah, I didn't know you were coming in. You showed up out of the blue while I got this stuff. And I called them and I said, hey, can you talk to me about this, and it? And generally to a T, they said, oh yeah, we got a problem with this, we got a problem with this. So I think it's that first step of being aware we have a problem. And again, increased awareness, I think, is current. Maybe not everything, not quite where we want to be. And then the next step is how do we deal with it? And some of it, again, is a bit hit or miss, but then some of it, there are constraints. Again, it's like the building. We're going to have to chip away and do funding. And so the point of this was to talk really about some of those changes that have been going on parks. We're not where we want to be yet, but just to let you guys know, you get some feedback on it as we move forward with it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren and Jared. After I talk to after Council Progress.
I think your comment about setting the bar with respect to the rate, that's important. I think it's fair.
Sure. So one of the things in particular that we talked about was the Pickerel Park pool building and the roof of it. And if you've been out there to look, what are we missing, Jared? On the roof? Yeah, we're missing some shingles, right? It's not leaking that we know of, but it's missing shingles. So you stand out there and look at it, and you got a building and a facility that we put a lot into. Pool liner, the mural, light cleanup, we're going to talk about. You look at the building and we're missing shingles. And the comment was, couldn't we just go out and get a box of shingles? Fair enough. Right? The reasonable thing, and put it up so we don't miss shingles. And so we could, but they're not going to match. They're going to look like 10 or 12 new shingles to this building that needs to be re-roofed. And that's where I then kind of launched into, what's the bar? Is that the bar of our city? The bar of our city is, hey, we've got it where we want when we've got an old building roof with, we'll get into this, with missing heat pass, or if you wouldn't mind, would you mind showing the other council members? With new replaced shingles, is that really our bar? Man, frankly, if you're asking me, that's embarrassing.
But is it more embarrassing than missing shingles?
If you want to know truly, it is. Because missing shingles, the answer really is, we've got limited funding. When we do it, we're going to do it right. But I think the shingle replacement, likely what we would do as staff is go, job well done, that looks great. Not, that's a temporary patch so we redo it. I think that's a bit of the mindset. I think we had that mindset from a good place. We were able to do a whole lot with very little. But again, what do our citizens today expect? And part of the end of this, I think, is going to be eye-opening when we say, here's what we've got, here's what other communities are looking at. So that's where we go. So if you want to kick off, before you start, who you are, what your job is, where you went to high school, what your mascot is.
Lauren Strong, Director of Parks, went to high school, Cypress Creek High School out of Houston, grew with children. Of the standing next to me around, I feel like we live in these twins, Dan DeVito and Irish. Go ahead.
I'm Jared Motney, crew leader for the Parks Department. I went to school at Placer High School in Auburn, California. Our mascot was a Hillman. What was it? Fighting Hillman. I just went to school with
So yes, just to be understand about the shingle thing, I think the speaker's presentation in the past, that's kind of what we wanted to do, which is kind of duct tape stuff, patch stuff, but not really ever fix things to the standard that we would like them to be. So we just kind of want to take you some photos because we just 5,000 words of where we were, and where we've been, and where we're going in the future. So this is the Pickerel Park pool house. And this was last budget year, but these are really dramatic, so I wanted to show this. When I got here, I told Chuck, it was like a prison. Most of the bars, all signage overload, paint chipping. This is the environment that our pool patrons walked into, so we didn't really want to be here. And I told him, I don't want to bring my kids here. So we went about trying to figure out a way to try to cosmetically enhance these things. Again, we can't redo the building, we don't have the time to do that, we can do little things to try to bring the standard up. And this is where we are today. So, a little bit of paint, a little bit of staff time, a little bit of attention to detail. And again, it's still built in 1976, it's still not accessible, it still has problems, but it's much, much better than where we were. And yes, we couldn't address the roof, but that is coming, that was the plans, as I talked about earlier, so we will get to the roof as well. Here's the old mural that we used to have at Pickle Pool, a great art high school class project, 30 years ago. Needed to be updated, and here's where we are today. Much improvement. This was dollars donated from the Schertz Parks and Rec Foundation, a joint project with them before they disbanded. And it was the floor in the restroom at Pickle Pool House. Just a bunch of different layers of paint, water, for wet feet, obviously that's just in the pool environment, and a lot of balloons, stuff like that. So here's where we are today. Again, just a little bit of paint, attention to detail. But again, these are all cosmetic. So we're able to leave this out better than that. Here's Ashley Park. We're still continuing to work here at Ashley to do some things. We started this last year. We had a lot of broken equipment, and it had been due to vandalism. High school kids were up here smoking, burning holes in pieces of equipment, graffitiing things, just tearing it up. And so they would be boarded up for safety, and this is acceptable. They're boarded up to be safe so that kids can still play on it, but they can't hurt themselves through the openings. But it was set like that for maybe like a year or so, maybe even more, because the piece of equipment cost to replace that is fairly expensive, and we haven't been budgeted to actually replace large scale equipment like that. But we're able to get it done, and here's what we're going to do. Again, that slide is about $2,500. And this is kind of part of the education grant we do to show you how some of this stuff costs. It really kind of blows your mind when you look at playground equipment. Of course, they always going to sell you the brand new piece. So when you part it out, it's going to be more expensive than buying the new playground. But something like this today would be about $20,000, a little small playground like that. So we're going to kind of go over this with what we've done so far this budget year. We don't have a lot of fancy pictures, but we kind of wanted to give you some numbers and show you what we've got on the list and what we're able to do halfway through the year. So Pickle Park has a really big place. It's missing 3 big shades. We need those replaced. Those are going to be about $7,500. We've been able to, we've had some personnel savings this year with Chuck's position not being filled and some foundation money that was given to us. We're going to be able to make that happen in the order it's given. Some rock wall handholds missing, little crawl tube on the place gate over by air restroom. Small little section, 3-4 feet wide on a top playground. We're looking at $1,800 for that whole piece. And that was vandalism as well. Kids getting on it and jumping on it and cracking it and making a hole, and we had to address it. We're upgrading all of our drinking. That one, there you go. So that one started out small. And in fact, we enlarged it and kind of sanded it down so that it would be safe, because part of our playground safety inspectors were able to run and look for pinch points, and so if kids can't get their fingers or an arm stuck in something, they have these little measuring tools that they use to go in and put it and make sure that the whole body can go through or it can't, so that it won't get stuck. So when we actually widened that, we made it compliant, but that's not what we wanted to have, obviously, we want to replace it. Drinking fountains, we're replacing all those, so we've got one at Pickle Park. The 3 bowl drinking fountains that you see with the pet bowl and the accessible one where you can go under and the tall one, those are running $3,580 a piece. And one of the brands we buy is called Most Dependable Fountain, and that is in this number. They last about a year, and then we need to start replacing it. Modern bike racks. We have a bunch of those really long, old school 70s style bike racks, and you might see 1 or 2 items. That was the easiest thing. So we removed one of those and we went to modern S firecrackers that you see. And again, it's just raising the bar aesthetically. You see that in other places, and you say, why don't we have those? So we're trying to do that. We fixed about 12 water leaks so far this year.
Yeah, well, if not a few more. There's been a lot of water leaks out there since I've been here. They're very difficult to find because of the soil profile there. Drives the water down and it never comes up, so it's something you have to fish for to find. So it's very difficult.
Okay, fine, right? We do. Yes, we're working on getting a leak detection company in to help us assess the situation because we feel like some of them might be under the foundations of the restrooms themselves. We want to know that before we actually agree to on the entire park water lines. It was also the use subgrade pipe, correct?
Yeah, it's paper thin pipe.
So we're not done there, but we've got some stuff done, and that's cost us about $1,200, I'd say. We've also had one of the electrical manuals in the back of the park. We had about, I don't know, 400 or 500 feet of electrical wire pulled out by copper manuals over a year ago, and it was valued about $6,000 to repair it. We were able to use an in-house electrician that we hired to help us repair that. But it's still been about $3,000 to rewire, fix all the light fixtures that were damaged from that process. Limestone mainstay repairs on the western. You might have noticed the rest of the pavilion had its limestone fixture ripped off. That was also done by manuals. We haven't gotten to that yet. That's about $1,200, I think. And then we go to Ashley Park, and we've got the catwalk that's missing between the bigger place gate. The footholds on there had worn down, and it was a danger. And so we had to replace the rubber pieces on top of that, and repainted it. In fact, we're going to repaint that whole fixture, and it actually looks really, really good. We'll see a picture of that soon. And then the red tube slide at Ashley Park, that one was messed up as well. Some kids had been climbing on it and wrenching it away and cracked the top 2 or 3 pieces.
Top 2 pieces.
So we priced out the whole slide, so let's just go ahead and get the whole thing. It was $10,000. I said, okay, can we get 2 pieces? So we were able to get the 2 pieces that were broken, and they were still $4,805. So when residents want to know why we can't fix the slide immediately, it's because it's been a minute. The mountain of weather for this kind of stuff, that 4,800 just blows one of the line items in the budget that we have for minor equipment maintenance. Yes.
What we have, in looking at the limitations that we have on park and recreation and the budget for replacing parks, why do we count drip irrigation and annual color install from City Hall and annual building two against Parks and Rec, as well as the rose bush trimming and drip irrigation at the library complex? Why is that $40,000 not assigned against facility maintenance or just against the library's budget or operating expenses versus Parks and Rec? And I'm kind of leaning the same way on the senior center. You know, we're saying that you can't, we have how many parks now? 12, 13?
Parks?
Yeah.
23.
I lost count somewhere. In fact, I was working on that. There are 23 parks out there, and, you know, I understand $3,000 for a water fountain, $2,000 for replacement playscape fees. Not to say that the senior center doesn't need to have a seated pergola and garden table. I just don't know how that necessarily matches up with parks and recreation. And are we holding back the maintenance of 23 parks at the expense of something that, although valid, should probably be out of a different bucket of money or somebody else allocated versus parks and rec?
Sure. Yeah, no, I think that's a sort of a fair point, and here becomes our challenge, and I'm going to try to say this way that, and I mean this to everyone comes fireman because I don't mean it that way. Yeah, what we could certainly do is say, you know, why is Parks doing maintenance around the campus here? It's not clearly a park. Why are they dealing with the library as opposed to the library? Why are they doing some of that stuff? And so what we could do is say, hey, look, part of the challenge we're having in parks is they are sort of having to look at so much stuff that it's hard for them to focus on the stuff that really is so visible and want attention. So let's pull that out for this next budget year. We can certainly do it. And y'all now have responsibility for parks, y'all aren't doing landscape maintenance here. And that may help us have greater focus there. The problem that I get, and this is Todd kind of glaring at me as a side of his eye, or I don't know who else it is, maybe we're looking at Kyle or Ray, and we could put it to IT, is I've still got those expenses. And now that department is saying, whoever I assign it to is going, okay, you just added this work on. And they're going, I don't have extra capacity. And they may in fact not. So then they're going to go, so I need another person to deal with it. And I need money for it. Because again, Todd's running out of money the same way. So I think really what we need to talk about in budget is, do we want to move some things out from under a department to let them focus on the more visible, important things? And I don't think anybody here would have a problem with that. The question then is, where do we move it? Does that department have the ability to? And then do we have the funding that they're going to need to maintain it? Because the assumption is we wouldn't pull out $15,000 of parks funding, because now I'm back where I was. Does that make sense? I think that's our question.
I'm not against those numbers there, but I'm just wondering how honest we're being with where we're putting our money. I mean, I have no problem with saying the standard for I expect, I don't like paying taxes, I don't like taxes at all, but I expect my city goes to the good, so I have no problem with setting a standard or recommending a standard and supporting a standard and coming up with a process where we have somebody doing the landscaping for building 1, building 2, the fire and police complex, even dressing up and including the appearance of 10 commercial places down there. But I just think that if we're looking at facility standards, that ought to be a separate line item that we discuss and set a dollar amount and find the right way of doing that, whether it's going out with a contracted option, just like we do for mowing and stuff. And I agree. I'd rather give the money and see the parks department going out there and fixing all the things that you see here on this list and improving the quality of life in our parks versus paying some guy to drive around on a lawnmower when we can contract that out and take care of that. So
I was going to say, we sort of already done that with the new mowing contract that we're going to get to in just a second, where we've contracted out all the campus mowing, all the median mowing, and about 75% of our parks to contract now. And part of that contract includes maintenance of these landscape beds, because we aren't able to take care of them. Does not include like bed refreshes when we put in annual color, we're trying to do that. And then there's also some other funding sources that we tap into specifically for that senior center project. They have their own fund where they've been donating money through popcorn sales and raffles that they've done, and that's where that comes from.
and this slide shows this is what we've done in this.
This is what we've done, what we're doing this year.
So this is what we're going to show you. You're looking at 50K, and if I'm looking at that right out of the 50K, there's probably about 16K that is to me is sort of like not parks related. So I guess my question is back when I was on the parks board, we never had a dedicated line item for park refresh.
Correct.
Other than mowing and general maintenance personnel, we really didn't have a wedge in the budget of X number of dollars for refresh. Replacement of benches, picnic tables, trash receptacles. Is that something we're working towards?
So yes, let me maybe touch on 2 things back. Let me tell you what we can do, and I think it goes to your point. So over the next couple of months, let us go look back the last couple of years through what we, James is paying attention, through what we have spent in parks under their budget. But we'll break it down into kind of what it was for, so you can see what went to actual parks, what went to city facilities, what went to senior center. we'll have staff estimate how much of their staff time went to each of those. And so before we really get in the budget, you can start looking and going, this is how much was actually one part. So we can do that to facilitate discussion. What we have talked about wanting to do, just like Todd talked about with that building maintenance, is what we would like to start putting in the budget is X amount of money, it's probably less than we went at first, but then growing it over time with a plan that is to basically refresh those parks and those facilities. And so it's not fixing the break-in, it's this part gets a full refresh and this is the money working out. Yeah, that's what we'd like to do. And the problem is, so we got two things. One, and you've heard this before, if I don't have the efficiencies and the effectiveness with staff to actually use that money, don't bother giving it to me because it's going to sit and not going to do anything. It's going to be a waste. But when I can get to that point, then I need the money, and yeah, that's where
I'm so concerned. To me, there's a fine line between a park refresh, because in some cases, a park refresh may be $250,000, $500,000, $1 million to refresh a park. Because in our last discussion, when we talked about park refresh, we used the phrase of leveling it and redoing it. So to me, there's a fine line between a park refresh plan and having the adequate level in the budget, whether it's 20,000 or 30. I mean, we had this discussion last year of we have no swings. You go out to a park and there's no, and I get it, vandalism, people stealing, there's no swings. And then the question comes up with, well, we'll have to order some. And it's like, it just boggles my mind that even a $40 or $50 swing, not cheap, I get it, but that we don't have a bench stock, the ability to replace that. So I want to make sure we have a line between a refresh plan and adequate budget allocation. Replacement repair, so that these kind of things, like we say, if we need a slide, understand that it costs $2,000. To me, it shouldn't be that, well, we'll have to wait until we find that money. We ought to have a wedge of money somewhere to say, hey, look, one of these things just gave out. We have $20,000 a year, 30, whatever the number could be, that they can plan and budget for those replacement parts for each park.
So, yeah, so I agree with all that. So let me say this, and I'll sorry, but we were not focused enough on, focused where we should have been, the reasons for it, whatever or not, that do I have water fountains at the back, because we know how often they break. Do I have an extra swing sitting on the back? Are we getting them there?
Yes, and you'll see it on that. Top bucket, seat, swing chain, all those things always on hand, because it does take about 4 weeks for that stuff to come in. So we learned our lesson, fountain parts, that kind of stuff, but as far as the bigger stuff, like the slides and stuff, that's the manufacturer, at the time.
But the stuff that, like swings, you're right, if you can order parts at any time, you ought to be able to go, hey, can I look in the storeroom, show me the replacement swing sitting on the shelf. We were not there, we are trying to get there. Now, what we need to do again is sort of focus, looking back and forward and saying, how much do I need? Once I kind of wanted to catch up, but then I caught up, how much do I need ongoing every year in the budget, so that if it breaks, barring something unusual, I have money to replace stuff quickly right away. That I agree we need to work to, and then there needs to be that refresh. So I think the point of this presentation is, while we aren't quite where we want to be, I think maybe the verse to tell you, I think to try to say we have made some big improvement, but the key is we've got to keep on it. And again, you guys got an email, council, that wanted to promote it to Parks Director. Part of the thing in bringing Jared and Howard in and Warren is to push that we are doing that stuff and staying on top of that stuff going forward, and to focus on priorities out there. Those two things will help. Yes.
Right, and maybe Mark also. did I understand or misunderstand? You want to take the line on that that says senior citizen, Pergola out of that and have it someplace else. If you do, that's okay, but where are you going to put things that are kind of a one-off? Because parks may be the right place because you don't want to hire the person to take care of these other things that you got.
So what I think Councilman Davis was saying, I think is a valid point, is let's pull that information and let's have a discussion about that. And decide. And we may end up going, no, this is the best place, or we may go, I don't have another option, or we go, no, let's move this here and this here. And now parks can focus on what they want to focus on. So I think it's having that discussion.
What is the right number? Where is the right place to put it? And if the exterior maintenance of the facilities happens to say the best place to do it is in parks, then fine, then I think that needs a discussion of, then what is that right bottom line number? You know, maybe it should be 50K, maybe it should be 75K, because we're adding in these other buildings that are a little bit more demanding, you know, throughout the city that they're going to take care of.
Yeah, and so to be clear, you know, even parks, we may end up where parks still manages that, they manage the contract from all the complexes, but much like we have a planning budget and an inspection budget, we've got a city campus outside landscaping budget, and then I've got a senior center that is separate from parks, and it's very easy to see how much is going to what. So, okay.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah, we will. We're going to go to the next slide because we basically were on the right track. So it's more than what we've done. Some entryway stuff are high impact, high use buildings because we felt it was important. And first starting off does have the landscaping expertise. And that's what I think that as we're trying to specialize as we go forward, it makes sense that we would manage it at least, but I agree with the budget in there. We went to back and more Plaza and we fixed that so that I think it was you, Mr. Davis, who mentioned on that parts where the back half of the stones don't match the front, and that was one of those things that was wrong with the budget and I think we ran out of money at the time. But we went ahead and corrected that. We did the trail at the back, and we had the clock center construction, the fencing was kind of cut off the site, and it never got repaired. So here's kind of what we're budgeted to do, what we're talking about. These are the specific line items that we have where we can pull from to reduce some of this stuff. And as I read back through the budget notes over the years, you know, there's never any notes about replacing playground equipment, just like you said. So it's about repairing our equipment so we can continue mowing. As we've changed our focus, we're mowing less and we're focusing on playground repair and things of that nature. So, you know, when we did the minor equipment maintenance, we had 4,000 in there. And that one slide blew that one. We're at 128% now, 50% of the year. So, and like Brian mentioned, we really worked to up our pace. We've got a new culture now on our team of quick increased pace, and we're really knocking through some of this stuff, and you can see it in our spending levels. The plumbing supplies line, we had 4,000, we're about 49%. The landscaping supplies, that's where these projects come out of, the landscaping stuff. We've got 20,000 in there, we're at 59%. Operating supplies, 35,000, we're at 58%. So we're trending up higher than normally at the midpoint of the year. And then we also do the special events that we start out with the zero budget, and then we get sponsorships and regular club special events. They start now, they go through the fall, that's why we're at 28%. So pools is the separate budget. We can try to think separately there. So pools, because we decided to do the pickle pool renovation, cosmetic renovation last year, we wanted to do the same thing at Winter Swan because we noticed when we did that, attendance doubled at pickle. And that was a huge surprise to us when we saw those numbers. So we realized that those aesthetic changes we made, adding the baby changing stations and things that we've never thought of in the past have really enhanced that user experience in the old pool area. So we went ahead and did a renovation at Winter Swan, and you know, we're at 98%, 95%, 72% our full budget. We did have a little bit of valve repair in there, and pump repair, 2,700.
27
out of that. The rest of that is what we've done at Winter Swan. Cosmetically, we had some leaks in the walls, some new sinks, new paint, new mural, new outdoor shower, new lounge chairs, new broken lounge chairs. refurbishing the office, getting the prison bars off the windows, putting in new windows, making it a nice place to visit.
We also, we also replaced some of the fencing that was really badly damaged. We took off the barbed wire on the top, which isn't a requirement, and made it look like a prison. Removed the bars from the windows like we did the pickle. Just made it look inviting instead of going, I don't want to go here.
Yes, it looks a lot different. We'll probably do a little reveal there as well, just like we did before. So, and we will be doing a mural there as well, on the side of the building, so it'll kind of be things the same. We do have the park fund. That's where some of the bigger projects are coming out. You all know about the place near restroom. We're working on getting the notes on that. We're hoping to have it in the next couple of weeks. Very Bristol Birch Park, the city development is going to happen off of Schertz Parkway. That's the outdoor fitness stations and the trail. That's at $56,000. And then we did put some money in to try to work on Hilltop Park. You know, we've had that now for 8 years, and we haven't been able to get to it. So we're going to try to get some design work and do some initial stuff at Hilltop this year, $63,000. And then we still have some grants. The grants coming, we did that trail grant for the Schertz exercise trail that comes behind the campus here, and we close on the bid for DG on that next Wednesday. So we'll be moving on that. DG is decomposed granite. So what was
Where are we at in the trail through the Ulster, how we're going to
So we're in the design phase for that right now. It'll take another couple months. I think we're looking at going out to bid on that in maybe October. So design phase right now. So what we did, in addition to all this other work, is, we did host the TRAS, Texas Recreation and Park Society, since we were doing a workshop in the next store over here. We had about 300 people come out for the Wednesday rodeo event and the workshop event. And for us getting involved in that professional society is kind of where we wanted to do our department. Before we were kind of isolated, we weren't involved. We wanted to get involved because we want to see what the other things are doing out there. It's really good for our folks to be involved in that stuff. And the hosting here in Schertz was good. We did that 8 years ago. I think we had done it again. So we did that. And we've done the music and moves in the park. You're all familiar with that now. It's the 3rd year, I believe. That's completely sponsored by the Crossline. We did calls in the pool. We started partnering with the Y. We said, hey, you have all this staff, and we don't. And we could probably reserve $200 to find it somewhere and buy some supplies and we can host these events. So we started doing that. So we did calls in the pool in September. We did dumping for pumpkins in October. We did trunk or treat. Now that's the 3rd year. I guess we've really amped it up. Parks department was the hayride, the costume contest, the AMA. We really up the standard for that event, and it's obviously really improved. It's 5,000 plus people now. And just tonight was an underwater egg hunt at the aquatic center. So we've got about 3,500 eggs over in the pool. So about it, and then we're doing the parks program guide. This is, a sneak peek. The parks has really done a good job of telling their story in the past. And that's because we were just keep our head down and low. That was kind of our mission. But now we changed. We're first recreation and community services. And so I really want to have that. All these meetings I go to, people say, I didn't know that 23 parks. I didn't know you had this. I didn't know you were doing this. So we came together with the public affairs department and we created this program that is standard out there right now in the industry. And so we'll be coming out to, in conjunction with Schertz Magazine in April. And so all 13,000 households will get this. And it's just going to give them program events, information. It has a parks map and matrix of amenities, list all that stuff. And talk about National Recreation Month, how to renew our pavilion, park development projects we're doing, so they're updated on what we're doing. I think it's going to be really great. And here's the trail you mentioned, in fact, project, we're also familiar with that's ongoing in design phase. $1.1 million project to do behind the trail and sidewalk. So where are we going to go? We're going to talk about this a lot. And like Brian said, there's a gold medal standard for parks. We're not there. We give ourselves an honorable mention, right? We're trying really, really hard with the limited resources that we have to get us there. And part of this discussion is, what's the bar? Are we going to be bronze? Are we going to be silver? Are we going to be gold? This is gold. This is Fisher Park in Romulus. This is an $8 million park. They've got splash pad, we've got the play space, they've got the restrooms, we've got turf. We've got sort of turf and weeds, but it's okay, it's green. They've got a nature center, they've got fishing ponds, you know, this is huge. So there's that, that's our benchmark city. And then, so yeah, we want to go to an increase level service. Staff wants that, I think council wants that, everybody wants, the public wants that. So, you know, how do we get there? We want to do a contract that's free up some of our time. We want to do some annual color installation on our beds, we think it's nice. So we look at the standard of our landscaping. We want to do the regular schedule, just like facilities is doing that. We want to get on the schedule of painting, of repairing, of updating signage, play equipment repair, stuff like that, power washing, cleaning restrooms. There's just so much, and only 5.5 people can do so much. That's where we want to go. And then we talked about your fine line. We talked about aesthetic renovation versus full-scale renovation. So next up, here's kind of what we're doing aesthetically. We do paint and some hard cleaning, stuff like that. Pickle Park, we did the pool, when we spot the pool, we're still working on actually. Long Park is really development, there's not anything there, but we're working on a scout project for some picnic tables and a little decorative split rail fences and parking, they can start using that park. Full Water Park, that's our next big one. What we can do is just some paint and some new fencing. I know we're in the floodways and the areas, so some of that stuff's going to be difficult, but we could really bring it up to a better aesthetic level. So that's the next thing we'll work on. And then Pickle Park. There's still a lot to do there. It's so big, there's so many facilities. So then the full-scale renovation, we talk about accessibility issues, like cottage and all of our facilities, not many of them are accessible. Same thing in our parks. And obviously have just a big population here that is disabled in some way, based on all the disabled restrictions we've gotten in. So we want to be able to serve that public. It's almost the same list, just a little bit out of order, and adding in like Ashley Park. It's not accessible right now. It's just not. And part of Pickle Park is the half lower down towards the creek with the trails accessible. And the people who run the parks for it, and I heard that is, well, you have that little ramp into the playscape, well, is that accessible? Well, no, you have to have a fully accessible route all the way from the curb, from the parking to get to that place. And in the past, ADA allowed you to have firm, stable grass that's kind of as an accessible route, and no longer it has to be concrete or stabilized granite, that kind of thing. Recreation staff, we talked about this a lot because last year and the year before. The citizen survey talked about more adult recreation programming, and more activities. So, you know, we hope to get a recreation coordinator, and we're still looking at on coordinator because there's only so much that we can do via sponsorship, and you know, we just figure that we have. And these guys, you know, they put on their park hat and their rowing, and they put on the recreation hat, and I said, okay, you're going to go drive a hayride around and set up the Santa, and we're going to do all this, and that's very different. And so they did a great job being flexible. We talked about expanding trail network. That's number one on our master plan, more trails. Go up northern Schertz, go to utility corridors, go to southern Schertz, go to the creeks, and then more regional parks. You know, John Sullivan of the Parks Board is big on this, and the land is rapidly being developed, and we may lose out if we don't look to try to get some more regional park space along the south. So, how we get there, you know, we need to be funded and staffed to get there, but what level do we want to be at? You know, we understand the cost and time constraints, and say all we can handle right now is bronze, that's what we're shooting for, then we will know, and we can try to work towards that, but if we want to get to gold, what's the steps to get there along? And we're working on internally from those 5, 10, 15-year plans, what's going to cost and how we can get there. Any more discussion?
One thing I will say, and again, a minor thing, you notice probably all y'all struck by Jared's attire, probably clearly the hat, shirt, the pants. That's a new uniform that y'all rolled out for our parks folks. It may seem like a minor thing, but think back to what you saw our parks folks wearing 6 months ago. Again, part of this is what sort of tone do we want to set? What is the expectation we have for our folks? Because reality is they aren't just mowers anymore. You need to drive the hayride, you need to interact with the public at the events. We need a different mindset. And frankly, we want you to look professional and represent the city well. And if we haven't given you the uniforms to do that, what sort of message does it send to our community? So again, seems like a minor thing to work with the vendor, but you'll see all our parks folks now wearing this. And again, part of that is changing the mindset. And we think if we can change their mindset, the public's mindset, we can catch those things that are broken and get on and fix them and do the kind of stuff that we want to do more quickly.
I understand that we have all the, stone on the one restroom by the big pavilion. Is that more Liberty that we have to fix?
That was mainly.
We've had some teenage people there. And, middle of the day, they ripped the walls apart and they started throwing the bricks everywhere. Like about 3:30 in the afternoon. So when we pulled up, they're running off. We called TV for that, and it's.
Yeah, that stone fish, it has a little lid on it, and so what they're doing climbing up that to get on the roof, and so on the roof, and so when they did that, they were able to lodge a piece of rock, and they put their hand on it.
Did we catch them?
But we have had discussions with police about, installing cameras at Pearl, because we don't have them, and, they upped some foot patrol through there, I think, and we're working on dealing with that.
So we're kind of coordinating a new effort with the library, because obviously they've had kind of like ticket issues, parks, in PD, to try to deal with those issues. But yeah, it's a challenge. And so again, it goes back to funding cameras, having a camera system, again, a software program that allows the dispatchers, when they're sitting, for those cameras, the images to flash, so hopefully they catch it.
The only question I had was, so it shows 168 for the restrooms at the, Blaze Gate. Has that cost been creeping up a bit? Because I thought it was like around 120K originally when they all went out.
It was originally that, it went up a little bit, but that also includes the site connection, utility connections, so the changing all that for like water, wastewater, electrical device.
And on that, the city's portion was 120K, and we got 20,000 as a grant from GPC and 20,000 from the Parks and Recreation.
So the next thing I'll jump into, and Corey Jerry can stick around on this one is, one of the things I may remember is the Blue Ribbon Committee had talked about the idea of putting in the bond package funding to buy an additional large park area. And at that point, staff frankly was in a position, we can't deal with that. The opportunity cost is too great. We're not well positioned to do that. And likely, I would say, if that came up now again, we would probably say we just don't have the funds. The opportunity cost is too great, depending on what we would expect to do with it. And so while what I'm going to float now really isn't different than that, in a way it is a bit different than that, because it's, you think about it differently. You think decision-making and economics and whatnot. So one is us handing over $2 million to buy a piece of land. The other would be us foregoing a significant amount of revenue. By foregoing that revenue, we acquire a piece of land. So some of you may have gotten wind of this and wanted to, again, not asking for a decision, just to let you know. So, Schertz Parkway is here. I-10, or 35, sorry. 35 is up this direction. So Schertz Parkway, this is the Tony Eugenio property that's kicked around. This, in the light blue, is the school district owned property. This is Wiederstein coming right through here. Remember, the school district started buying up those parcels of land to build a school in that location. As the school district has grown, and they've seen demographics, they've determined that they do not have a need for a school out in this location. So for them at this point, they don't have a use for it. This is the red is where the LCRA easements. The dark blue, or purplish, are the city of Schertz, the parcels we already own. Okay. The pink is a private property owner, a white, owned by various different individuals, but this guy's trying to pull together, and that's Virginia, piece. So the school district has approached us and said, we don't have a need for this.
one thing we could do is look to sell it. And if we sell it, likely what we have built there are new single-family homes. And again, it is a paper subdivision, so those are all allotted out. It creates a problem for planning in terms of what would somebody be able to do with it, how would they do with it? Would it be kind of residential that's up to our standard in terms of whatnot, or would we be hamstrung a little bit by the fact that it was already platted? So it's going to be a challenge to develop, and we may not necessarily get what we want out of it. And frankly, the school district may sell this piece of property and know they get extra students, and that's not necessarily a benefit to them. The property, Kyle, I believe, has some deed restrictions on it in terms of how it can be used just for residential now. You may remember that. Tom Grayson will fix that. Thank you, Tony. As well, if anyone calls created the maps and stuff for us. So essentially what the school district, to cut to the chase, has said is, hey, we have an idea for you. So as James mentioned earlier this morning, you know, we had a huge uptick in permit revenue because of 3 schools coming in. One in Comal ISD, one the Clemens renovation, and one the Rose Garden replacement. Let me say this, an area that we keep up in are our permit fees. We are not cheap, there are a lot of costs to us, and we charge a significant amount, and we charge the school district a significant amount for things. And as they look to the future in the projects that they have, because they will have multiple additional schools coming forward over the next 10, 20 years, whatever it is. The 3rd high school is proposed to be up, I'll hold leaders, some leaders saying 35, and that'll be a very, very expensive building and a very, very expensive permit. Because they have come to us and said, would the city be interested in entering into an agreement to essentially have the school district transfer ownership of this piece of land to the city? And in theory, what we would ultimately use the bulk of it for is park. But I will point out, we probably would not take it as park. If Dan can listen here, so if I take it as park, it's going to be a park. And I may want some flexibility to, if the deed restrictions ever get changed, have some ability to maybe have some commercial stuff across the front. So I may just hold it till I'm ready to use it, and when I'm ready to use it, I can take it over. But essentially to say, take the market value of that property and basically give the school district a credit towards their building permit fees. That would be effectively the deal, however we work it and structure it and deal with it. And so at the end of the day, the city would have all of this in light blue, in theory, for a park, in exchange for fees. And we just heard everybody talk about all our needs and everything we've got. And, you know, everybody's sitting there going, man, what could I do with that permit money? But that's the issue. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. All the light blue. And there's a bunch of white, 3, 6, 9, 10 on the north, on the west side of.
Yeah, pull out parcels.
So that's obviously people that own those are us, they're not related to the school district. Correct. So that puts a burden on what you can do with that land if the city wanted to take ownership of it. And there's deed restrictions on that land and all kinds of other little minor hassles that go along with those lots. There's no sewer there either, right?
Nope. Well, I don't know.
It's not really a problem.
Once the line goes down, there's not another, it goes dissects the people that,
Okay.
subdivision goes to.
We have water there close? Okay. I'm just saying that there's some encumbrances on that.
Oh, yeah.
And you got the pink ones, you got the blue ones, the purple ones, yellow, the magenta ones, somebody else owns.
Yeah.
Tony Eugenio has been P and Z several times trying to get that, trying to do something with it, has some problems, even on his campus, there's some hassles. So I'm just raising the issue today that there's some problems with making a horse trade like that because the deed restrictions. I know that that's been worked on. I don't know if Dan knows about what's going on with deed restrictions on that property.
I haven't vetted it really.
Because it was kind of like the 60s.
Yeah, you're right. This isn't a no-brainer to do. This was simply, hey, we're approached, we're telling you about it, when you start thinking about it,
you're right, all those things we need to research and have a summary of.
It's almost like you'd like to have the city own it long enough to get it zoned the way the city wants it, and that's why the other state can do, like the city can get the zoning to be reasonable with, as opposed to our state starts setting kind of wants again.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think frankly, when staff started thinking about this, it isn't worth my time to get involved in this thing to somehow hold it and sort it out for private development, probably. I mean, I've just got too many other things to focus on. Yeah, to me, it's really this question of, while it's still got some challenges, I think the thing about that property is, when people talk about Schertz and drive up and down Schertz Parkway, I think one of the things that strikes them is there's still some undeveloped tracts of land. It's not all built up and down. And also that there's this open space there.
You've had numerous people come to you about the property in the Magenta on Schertz Parkway, trying to buy more development, but there's not the facilities available to make it viable to be developed right now.
The Magenta, the problem is the deed restriction.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's been an effort to try to do things, it just hasn't worked out for a variety of reasons.
Yes.
And I'm just raising those issues for other people, because I don't know, like, P&Z hadn't come up with a good solution either.
Yeah, no, I agree. We need to, part of what we need to do is staff needs to go back, work with the attorney, look at those deed restrictions, figure out what if we had this, we would have the rights to do. And so again, if they would allow us the rights to have a park there, and that's how we approach the deal, and go, is it worth it to have a park there? If we can't have a park deal because of deed restrictions, then yeah, we're probably out of it right off the bat. But again, those are all valid points we need to research and answers for you. They're all challenges. But again, what we didn't want to do is just ask you for a blow off the school district. Because again, I think clearly if there's a lot of apparent value to being able to have that as parkland in the future for a variety of reasons. For a variety of reasons, and there's a window of opportunity to do that. You know, the reality is, while we don't want to give up that revenue we need, reality is we're going to face pressure from the school districts of why they're having to pay building permit fees at the amount they are, given the number of kind of carryover taxpayers. Other people raise, and other people do as well. And so again, there's some win-wins here for this stuff, I think. So it's again, I think it's a legitimate thing to spend some time on, to understand, and then talk about if we want to look at it forward. But yeah, nobody here is saying,
You and I can talk offline.
That's right.
That's why I let people know that it's been looked at a lot of ways, but nothing's happened in the last 40 years.
For private commercial development, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so again, what we wanted to do is just tell you here, the school district has approached us with this. This is one that, again, I'm not sure there's a huge rush on, but we want to kind of keep a focus on and kind of understand. So staff will work to answer some of those questions. We'll probably just talk offline and you guys can do some stuff. And then we will come back to you to say, here's what we see as the pros, the cons, the challenges of it. And then once we know that, really we get into this policy question associated with the opportunity costs, nothing nice free, of doing this kind of thing. But again, an interesting, certainly I think an interesting offer. All right. So with that, we will keep moving on. And this one is a Kathy, and this is again probably a very shortened. We do not want direction from you. We do not want ever. This is a bit of a reminder that we're working on roads. It is a bit of a saying, hey, here's this thing we need to do. We want you to know that we're looking at doing it. So if you really think we have opposition, we spend some more time talking about it as opposed to making an assumption and then getting wrapped about the ears when we come to council with something going, man, I'm not so sure we're on board. To let you know where we are on a couple of CIP, water sewer things. And part of it is to kind of tell you what we're going to be working on. And I think we talked about this last road impact is we need to kind of get a better game plan as we've been working on it of how we're funding our water and sewer stuff. We've got bond money that's to improve for some projects. We've got impact fee money I'm sitting on.
And again, make sure we have a good understanding, rhyme or reason of why we're using, what we're using to fund those and what the priority is. So again, probably pretty quick from the person who is still feeling very victorious.
Okay, so, again, this one is kind of a reminder of what we've all called the PCI project, Pavement Condition Index. That was what we started out with. We did the Pavement Condition Index assessment to determine where we stood with the streets in the city. And when we started out with that, we started out understanding that this is going to be basically a recurring 4-year cycle kind of thing. And we do the analysis, the assessment, and we go through the assessment and determine what streets are the best targets to do the reconstruction and pavement preservation activities in order to get them up to a certain point where then they can just be maintained so they're not falling in such disrepair. And over the course of 3 years, using some CO bonds each year, we conglomerate that amount of money, spend that on the construction projects, and in year 4, we use some funding to redo the assessment and plan for the next batch of the major reconstruction type projects. So we're a little bit behind, so we're getting started with the first 3 years. We're in the 3rd year now, and we're just now to the point where we've established a list of roadways that I think we did present to you a few months ago. We are about to bring a contract with one of our consulting firms to do the design for the construction work, and we should be getting underway with construction during this next fiscal year. And then we'll also probably in the fiscal year 19 start over again with the next planning cycle. And again, we want to do the full assessment, even though we're doing some interim assessments when new streets come in, getting them put into the system, driving out at warranty periods for roads that were constructed maybe a year ago, and updating the paver software with the new condition analysis. But in order to be able to track the degradation of roads over time and start to see trends, we really need to do an across-the-board assessment every so many years to keep things up. So that's where we are on that one. And also put a little plug in, I don't know how much Doug will talk about this, but we're also working with Public Works on an overall pavement preservation program, which incorporates also the maintenance works on slurry sealing, crack sealing, that sort of thing on the roads that still have a fairly high index value, but if we don't maintain them, they'll fall into the category of needing some more heavy reconstruction. So now we'll talk about what's going on in water. We have been working for quite some time on the design of the elevated water storage tank down behind the Corporate Middle School. We have actually the pre-100% design plans that we've gotten in from our consultant. They're in review right now. We still have a few easements on Shaker Road to work out, and we should be going out for construction fairly soon. We do, unfortunately, we've come to the realization that we're expecting it to cost more than was previously funded. It is a capital recovery project, so hopefully we do have enough funding in the capital recovery budget, but we're going to sort of figure that out, and hopefully we're overestimating the cost a little bit. On the heels of that project, we have its accompanying project, the ground storage tank that is needed at that same location. SSLGC is currently working on a design to bring a new supply line to the city to that location, and once that gets there, we have to be ready to receive and store the water. So that project, the design should kick off in this next fiscal year, and then construction will be either at the end of that fiscal year or the following year. So the next big thing that we really need to work on is, and you'll see the same thing on the wastewater slide, a master plan update and impact fee study update. We just did the roadway impact fee
program. And so first we did the thoroughfare plan, then we looked at capital improvement plan and land use assumptions, and then put that all together to create a one-way impact fee program, which I'm kind of talking about as if we already have it. We still are going to be talking about it this Tuesday, so I don't want to be too presumptuous. But we need to go through a similar activity for water and wastewater. So right now, we're really lacking. We don't have very strong master plans or capital improvement plans for our entire water and wastewater system. So what we do is we think we know where we need new projects or where we need to make some upgrades, but it's kind of just based on staff knowledge and somewhat complaint-driven, emergency-driven. What we really need to do is look at the system as a whole and determine what the priorities are that we need to be spending money on. And then we also, by statute, need to update our impact fee ordinance. And it may turn out that the rates we're charging are much lower than what we could possibly be charging, could be higher. We just don't know until we go through that entire exercise. So we do have funding for that already. We'll be keeping that off this fiscal year. It will certainly extend into next fiscal year. You know how long the roadway project took. This should go much faster than that. We do have more staff now, more knowledge about these sorts of things, but it will still be a long-term process. As far as wastewater goes, the biggest project is the $1 million wastewater line. We're about 90% design on that one, which is good news. The bad news is we're also looking at a budget that's significantly higher than what we originally anticipated. What I'm showing here is the current construction estimate being 7.9 to 9.9 million. It's a wide range, not so much because we still don't know what the costs are going to be, but because the 9.9 includes some things that are somewhat optional, maybe we're looking at some various materials that may be more expensive but may have a longer life, as well as installing some things now that we can install cheaper now than in the future, but we might not need them, like a parallel force main won't be needed right away, but if we construct it now, when we construct the one that we do need, we'll be much better set up for when we need to expand. So again, this is a capital recovery project, so we do have some capital recovery funds for that. We may need to find money elsewhere to cover a gap that could be possibly paid back, but that's something we're going to be writing a list of pretty soon. And again, I have on here the wastewater master plan, and we'll really look at water and wastewater master plan and impact fee updates at the same time. Okay. That was anything else that you want to any questions or?
Really just an update of stuff you've kind of heard before.
Okay. Okay. So, I guess Billy's going to come and talk about drainage. We didn't really have anything up here for major CRP drainage projects. The drainage projects, I guess, were more maintenance. So you're going to talk about that.
Look at that. Awesome. So, Doug and I wanted to touch a little bit on drainage as well. We call it the municipal drainage utility system. Part of this is an explanation about how that works. I don't know if this was part of our orientation with district council when the majority of you got elected. Way back in 2003, to raise funds to help the city meet the requirements of an unfunded mandate from the EPA and TCEQ that we didn't have a stormwater management plan. We instituted this municipal drainage utility system. And the idea is that we initiate a fee that goes on the water bill that everybody in town pays. It's not a tax. Nobody's exempt from it. Even the non-taxable entities like churches pay this fee on their water bill. And it's based upon the amount of impermeable ground cover that every resident has in every commercial or or industrial organization has as well. And the money raised by that fee is used to develop a stormwater system plan. And we've been working on that since 2003. We have a plan. It's constantly being worked on, constantly being updated, and we're constantly reviewing it to make sure that we are meeting all the needs of that plan. So not only is it about making sure we have drainage channels in good shape to handle water when it rains and when we have large amounts of rain, but it has other things in it as well about stormwater runoff, and about keeping that clean and protecting the environment. So there's educational things for the schools, public education and things like that that are a part of that plan. In 2003, the fee was initially set at $2.10 per LUE, or living unit equivalent. And for residences, that's the rate they pay. So it doesn't matter if you have a larger house or a smaller house. If you put a pool in, residents pay for 1 LUE. And in 2003, that was $2.10. Went to $3.80 in 2008, and was raised again in 2012 to $5.20 where it says today. Commercial, anything other than residential is figured upon how much impermeable ground cover do they have, and then that is multiplied by 5.77 LUEs per acre is what our current setting is. And so if they have 1.5 acres of impermeable ground cover, they multiply that 1.5 times 5.77, and that's the total number of LUEs that facility represents. And then they would pay $5.20 per LUE. So for an acre and a half, you're talking, let's say 2 acres, that's 10, almost 11 LUEs, so it would be somewhere in the range of $55 a month that larger organization would be paying towards the drainage utility or the drainage utility system. And the biggest piece of this goes to pay for personnel and equipment to maintain our drainage channels. And since the implementation of this, we have really done mowing, some minor armoring in some areas, and some very minor desilting. Desilting is where we go in and we scrape the bottom of the channel and we get the stuff that settles there. So the stormwater comes running through, it's got a bunch of dirt and junk in it. And then as it slows down, that silt settles out on the bottom of the channel. And we've done very minor desilting projects here and there where it's obvious we needed to do it for one reason or another. I think there's going to be an agenda item. We need to get a pile of stuff out of the drainage channel to help it flow better. Those type of things like that. You can't really read past that black screen. I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, they are? Okay, cool. Cool. So, but that's been really what we've done to date, has been that minor maintenance. We've known of some rather large drainage projects that need to be done, but the drainage fee is set at a point that by the time we pay for all the things that drainage fee pays for, so the folks who do mowing, the equipment to make sure that we have good equipment that's safe to operate for the folks that are doing the mowing, the handheld equipment they need to get in where the tractors can't go, all of that stuff. That we've had very little excess to be able to do large projects on an annual basis. And so what has happened is we've tackled smaller projects. We've tackled putting some concrete in some channels, maybe some pilot channels to help the water, the low amounts of water continue to flow when the wider channel wasn't needed. We've armored some areas where it was the channel turned and we had some erosion, or potentially we had there was an area that the channel was in a place where it was either almost impossible to get a mower into, or it was unsafe to mow the side of that channel due to the steepness of it. And so we've gone in and put concrete there. And that's really what we've limited our maintenance to. So this talks a little bit about the budget. It traditionally completes about, allows us to do about $200,000 or $300,000 of projects annually. Those are the minor ones I was talking about. We do put a little bit of money in reserve every year, so we've saved up for a few years, and we had about $1.6 million in there. This year we came to council during the budget and said we'd like to do about $1.3 million of really big projects, and we'll go over those in just a second. We have a second set of really big projects we'd like to do. However, because of the big projects we've done in 2018, In 2019, even though we have another 1.8 or $1.9 million of large projects to do, we're only going to really be able to knock out 300 of maybe 500,000 of those without completely depleting the reserve funds from the drainage reserves, or the drainage fee reserves. Also wanted to show you, in case folks are interested, our $5.20, how it compares to some of our neighboring cities. It is above every city except these three. And when it was implemented, Jimmy told me this morning, when it was implemented in 2012 to $5.20, we were one of the highest. Since then, New Braunfels has moved up to $6.61 per LUE. Austin is at $8.60 per LUE. And San Marcos, who you may remember had a little runoff issue in 2015 that pretty much decimated the northern end of San Marcos, has been increasing their stormwater utility fee, or their drainage utility fee, every year since 2015 when they had that flood event. The current rate they're at, and they also adopted a little bit different method. Instead of saying a residence is an LUE, they base the residential fee on the square footage of the structure that's built on it. And so the smaller residences pay a lower fee, the larger residences pay a higher fee. And you see that ranges from $5.72 this year to $10.48 per LUE for the residents in San Marcos, and the commercial has its own basis on which they figure that. But they got into it kind of a bad way with that 2015 flood and had the need to raise funds to do some improvements rather rapidly, and so they've been really increasing that fee. So the 2018 drainage project study, you want to grab a mic and walk through these, what we're trying to do this year?
Yeah, this right here is an update on this, what we're working on this year. That's the 1.3 million. This list here is all new design. Currently now, hopefully out within 3-4 months. Beach silting. That's what Beach Road, the water program. They'll explain what the silting is all about. Hidden Road is, we have an area there that's a maintenance nightmare. We're digging it more up on banks. So we're going to put in some pipe and put all that water underground and fill in that ditch. And then where we can get it down lower. The concrete armor, riprap, College Drive, drainage channel, at Schertz Parkway, basically pretty much right across the street. Beach Road drainage at Moorfield. This is kind of changed from a concrete riprap to maybe underground, depending on design from LAN engineering. Castle Hills Drive drainage at Northcliffe. That's on the back part of the golf course, so we're going to continue on with a project we did years back, and continue with concrete and riprap also. West Schaefer Road, that's at the dead end, if you walk towards 10 on the right side. We put in some riprap, for some reason we didn't go all the way up, and we have like a 3-foot area that's grass that we want to concrete, so there will be no maintenance on that one. Wilson Avenue, that's another drainage issue, so we have a lot of washouts and stuff. We're going to take it and run concrete all the way through there. So there will be more time for us to be doing other things to start the maintenance and get these areas here.
And we talked about how our drainage department had done some minor desilting. And what that was is going into a smaller channel, maybe 1 3 or 4 foot wide, maybe 10 foot wide, get some of the silt out of the water, making sure that the fall is correct, and that kind of minor work. The East Beach desilting, the reason it's on here, the reason we've been saving up to do that project, that is the East Beach Creek that goes from really off 35, but this section is from Beach Road or the Live Oak on the other side of 3009, all the way down to Borfeld, between 3009 and the Dove Meadow subdivision. It's about a mile long. I don't even know how wide it is, but drainage department estimates that we've got about 2.5 feet of silt at the bottom of that drainage way. So even though it was done to bring all the residences around it out of the floodplain, with a little bit of freeboard, we're probably well above that freeboard. So not being able to do constant maintenance and allowing this to build up over the last however many years it's been there, it has caused us now is a huge problem. And we'll get corrected. It will be a dramatic day and night difference when we get in there after engineering's done and we get in there and get that work done. And it's basically going to be, it's going to look a lot wider. It's going to be 2.5 feet deeper down the length of it all the way down the Borfeld Road. So we've got other areas that we have similar, desilting issues in. And when we look at when we look at the 2019 projects, Doug's gonna walk over and talk about some of the big ones. You'll see here at West and East Creek and Schertz Parkway, where we don't have necessarily 2.5 feet of silt in the bottom of the main drainage ditch yet, but we do have some desilting issues there. So we'll go through those.
The Amazon drainage channel, of course, on Schertz Parkway, we're in parallel with Schertz Parkway, right by the Amazon. I would estimate there's probably a good foot or a half of silt that needs to be done, and also some concrete riprap work there. The Royal Verde, the FM3009, drainage has worked on that before. It needs to be silting and some water mulch, to be able to get grass growing back in there. Crater Farms drainage channel, this has been talked about over the years. This needs to be cut down and worked when we get more fall because it's more flat through that area. Portage drainage channel from Country Club to golf course. This is a pretty long channel, has a lot of trees growing in it, needs to be cleaned up, reworked, a lot of riprap work done on it. Boring, and we at the railroad tracks, we have a little piece right there, maybe 75 foot long. There's maintenance out there too that needs to be cleaned up, there's concrete, or we don't have to go out there and do anything else to it. But this is the 1.8 that I was talking about.
And so again, we may be able to knock maybe $300,000 to $500,000 off through the budgeted amounts that we normally have for maintenance, plus maybe a little bit more reserves depending upon how we finish up this fiscal year. But a lot of these projects are going to have to be stretched out over a number of years at our current rate to be able to get to them. And so one of the things that the staff is working on is not only, much like you've seen from maintenance, you've been hearing all day long about maintenance, but we need to develop a maintenance plan for our drainage channels. There's a lot of work we're doing in little bitty pieces to try to make them easier to maintain, but there's still maintenance that we're going to have to do in all of those channels. And then what is the time frame that we need to get that done in? So we know that if we allow the drainage channel, like say the East Creek behind Gum Meadows, that has been there for 30 years now, maybe 25 years. So if we wait 25 years, we're going to have 2.5 feet of dirt. And I won't take that back. I did get desilted after 98. After the 98 flood was some grant money, we were able to get desilted. So it's been 20 years since it's been desilted. We've got a couple of feet of silt in there. So 20 years is probably too long. We need to back that up. But what is the right amount of time? Or either it's an easy enough task to desilt and we can train our folks in-house to do it at a lower cost. Or we just say, we're going to go a little bit longer, realizing we're going to have a larger cost, we're going to bring professionals in to desilt it when it's time to do it. And however that money works out, based upon all the other maintenance tasks that we have to do. So staff will be working on, in the drainage department, will be working on how do we develop a long-term maintenance plan for these drainage channels. But we wanted to get you up to date on where we were, and we didn't ever cover the drain, how we set that drainage utility fee. So we wanted to cover that as well. That is correct. One of the issues that has come up as well that ties into Kathy's piece on the roadway PCI is the concern we have about our sidewalks around the community. We budget money for the streets department to do minor sidewalk repair every year, but it is done on either, hey, we tore it up doing a water main repair, or some other repair that we were doing, or it was reported to us. We don't have an index to be able to look at sidewalks. So our sidewalks are much like our streets were 10 or 12 years ago. So we're fixing them based upon who complains, instead of, hey, we've got serious problems here, these sidewalks are in good shape. And so streets department has looked to see if there's some way they could potentially mimic the street PCI program in-house. And we just don't have the personnel or the ability to do that in-house. So they're working with Cecilia in the engineering office with the firm that did our street PCI to see if either they have the capacity to do that or the other firms that can come in and basically do a sidewalk PCI index for us as well next fiscal year, so that we could again, in an organized, appropriate way, plot out how we're going to repair get these complaints about uneven squares, you know, if it's just one or two squares, we've got some ability to grind it down if maybe one is raised and the other's dropped. But, you know, we went out to a complaint, a month ago, I think, where the neighbor's like, I want the sidewalk replaced on both sides of the street, and when we got out there, that is the fix. There is no other, we can't replace a square here or a square there, because what we're gonna do is, we'll even out one square, but there's another 20 squares that are up, that are raising up or something down. And it doesn't begin to address the issue going off in the driveway interactions, or the corners from the get to the street. So, it's a complex issue. We were hoping we could maybe, have the ability and the time to do it in-house, but, we don't think we're going to. We'd rather get the product done in a quality way and pay somebody a little bit for it, so we had the same tool or a similar tool what we're using in the streets, and then be able to add that into our long-term capital needs for improving, for both maintaining, the maintenance that Public Works can do, during the year, like we're doing on the streets with crack sealing and slurry seals, and then larger projects that we would have to plan for and get funding for to replace, you know, these 8 streets in this subdivision being brand new sidewalks. So that's where we're headed with the sidewalk PCI. Yes, sir.
This includes
We're essentially included a look at, you know, in our new developments, we put nice sidewalks on both sides of the street. This assessment included looking at old Schertz, the downtown area. You know, as that has been built over the years, we have a mixed match collection of sidewalk standards. We have streets that have sidewalks on both sides, we have streets that have sidewalks on one side only, and we have, I think, 1 or 2 streets where there's no sidewalks at all. So let's include an assessment of those to calculate the cost of maybe going down to improving those areas and adding sidewalks where there's none.
Absolutely. It'll start where the PCI leaves off and we go to the back of the right of way. So it's going to look at some curving. It's also going to look, hey, here's a section of right of way that doesn't have sidewalks. So yeah, we'll know where we do and don't have, and then we'll know what condition it's in.
All right. So let me back up a second while Kyle was getting ready to something I forgot to mention in the parks discussion. And we touched on it, part of their budget goes for the senior center. To let council know, I'm going to be reaching out to the city of Citgo, the city manager there, walking them through the number of residents their residents that use our senior center, the cost of our operations of that, the percentage of their residents that make up our meal program, the cost there, and requesting that they contribute money to that, just because at this point it's become a problem for the city. Again, they are the next largest user, they don't have their own. It's a big enough cost for us at this point, but I think it's fair to ask them. Again, they've been very generous with the library kicking in, so I'm optimistic that now is the time to send that out in the next week or so they can think about it with their budget. So I'll let you know we do that. I'll copy council on that once it goes out with background information. Again, appreciate you hanging in there. We're on the home stretch. This is the last item. This may go very, very quickly if no one says anything, or this may become a lively discussion that we keep going a while on. But one of the things we wanted to follow up and talk about that I think has been a bit of a lingering issue out there, or at least staff, as we talked about it, feel like we didn't get clear direction. We're not necessarily looking for definitive answers today, but we just want to get a feel if this is something we want to come back at meetings on and discuss. And those are those local flavor incentive programs. You may recall we talked about that before. When we talked about it before, staff spent a lot of time focused on maybe how we fund it, how we don't fund it, this, that, and the other. And I think that maybe contributed to the fact that we didn't necessarily get clear direction from council on a policy standpoint. Yes, we think this is a useful program. Yes, we think it's the kind of thing that potentially we should be doing. And so come back to us and walk us through the opportunity cost, how we may fund it. So again, I think what we wanted to do today is break down a bit and say, here are some of those programs that our neighboring communities are using. Here's kind of what the purpose of it is, which one the effect it can have. Again, some of the philosophical dilemmas is, well, why are we buying things for private businesses or paying for things for private businesses that aren't generating particularly tax revenue that we can qualify with jobs and add on, et cetera, but certainly add to our community. And so we kind of wanted to get a feel from council on that. Again, the idea, if your reaction to this is no, Dad, never want to hear about it again, or no, we really think legitimately we want to look at doing some of this stuff. So come back with what this program may look like in Schertz, how you may potentially fund it, how many people we think we can help you here. And so again, take a step back and look at the one-on-one.
I'll use this word. I'm sure you'll jump in one or two times as we're going on. So just to be very clear, in summarizing what Ryan said, this discussion is separate from what the Economic Development Corporation does. So these are other opportunities associated with a program that does not currently exist. What we wanted to do was really, as Brian said, step back, and without committing to where those funds come from and what all it looks like, to maybe take a step back, explain what each of the, our neighboring communities are doing with respect to each of these general areas in program, and if there is an area that there is of interest, we will take that further and what that program looks like. So, as you remember now, almost 2 years ago, we showed this slide right here, which was as we were developing the current EDC policy, talking about some of the different programs that our neighboring communities have versus what we currently have. And so as you can see, the main takeaway and what we're going to talk about are these discussions over here as the major topics, and then I'll go through and highlight some of the other communities and what they're doing. Because there's a lot of things going on, wanted to kind of just focus on these slides right here. And actually, so I'll go through each of them individually. So as far as existing businesses, several of the communities around us have put a focus on our existing businesses and helping them to grow and expand. Those cities, all of them are using EDC funds that would include Live Oak, the City of New Braunfels, Universal City, Cibolo, and also the City of Schertz. Through this specific target, obviously the purpose is to create a system where we recognize the value of having local companies and helping them to grow and expand within our community. The second one of small businesses, I'm going to kind of combine that with entrepreneurship, although they're different, but we'll go small businesses first. So small business, this is a program, Universal City and the City of Cibolo have very distinct programs for small businesses. Each of those communities, they have decided to focus more specifically as it relates to a facade program. And so in these communities, they have programs where they set aside matching funds throughout the city that you have the ability to receive a facade grant and matching funds for designated small businesses. And so here, it's an idea of having an opportunity to leverage private investment with public funds that are specifically designated and direct to help small businesses. Entrepreneurship, so here, these are companies who don't exist, or they've been home-based businesses and are now transferring into more of a traditional business where they may have a location. A lot of them are starting out. The City of New Braunfels is the only one that has a designated program. City of San Antonio as well does, but they weren't included in this initial analysis. Really, the key takeaway between entrepreneurship is creating a training resources for people who are starting up business and help them have access to the information as they're developing their business plan and putting that business City of New Braunfels has also taken it a step further, where they have partnered, in the case of New Braunfels, with what's known as the People Fund. So there they actually set aside, and for entrepreneurs, you have the ability to apply for a loan that can either be repaid or forgiven over time if it does so well. In the case of New Braunfels, they have partnered with a third-party organization who offers these loans and administers these programs. So they've gone beyond the educational piece, and they've actually provided access to capital in the form of a loan. As far as targeted areas, so Universal City and the City of Cibolo have these, and they're very similar to their small business grant program. In the City of Cibolo, they have targeted that Main Street area. In Universal City, they have targeted Pat River Road. Here again, tying in with either a loan program or a facade program where they can go in and have matching grants and matching funds. The last one, as it relates to retail, the only incentives that I was able to find from our neighboring communities as it relates to retail are from the EDCs. And so, because these communities are under 20,000, they have the ability to partner directly and provide incentives the way that we do with companies that create primary jobs. And so they have created ways to go out and directly help retail. In the case of Live Oak, they do this through a sign program. So you apply to them, and there's a set amount that you can receive, regardless of if you are a small business or a larger business. And so without, you want to keep it very high level and really, open up these general, topics and really turn it more to a discussion of this being an opportunity that we should do in the city of Schertz. One of the things at a staff level, kind of the position that we've taken going into this is that if we are going to do something, we are better off to really identify what those targets are and what we're trying to accomplish, but then also really focus in on those areas that we are wanting to grow. And so the last time we met with council was the joint meeting between EDC and City Council and the Main Street Committee in wanting to use that targeted area of Main Street, realizing that area is unique to our city, is an area that has additional challenges and may be justified to have added public investment to be able to go in and leverage. So with that general overview, wanted to open up to see if this is something that we continue to look at and to evaluate if there's interest from the council, or if this is something that we close the book on and focus our economic development efforts where we are.
Hey, I have a question. It's Ralph, Mayor. For existing businesses, sometimes they want to change their, the goods or their type of business. What do we offer so that they, when they want to make that certain change and they require permits or licenses because they're changing their mix of goods? Do we have anything for them as far as where they need to go? Say, for instance, Main Street, they want to change from selling goods to alcohol and beverages.
So what we look at is, and I'll say this, in a large part, if you have a business that's up and running, the only thing that the city really regulates has to do with sort of initially the certificate of occupancy. And so the occupancy is for a certain type of business or broad class of business. They're an office building versus retail versus a restaurant versus a bar. And so they would have to come in and get a new certificate of occupancy, and prompts a visit by staff to go through and see if they comply. So for example, certain types of businesses have different building code requirements, and so when they came in and applied and said they want to convert from this to that, we said, okay, well, that wants a new CO. Our inspectors walk through, fire inspectors walk through, and we say, to do that, you need to change this, 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 and this. That may require them to pull a permit, it may not, and you may need to get a new CO. To be clear, if you're anywhere in the city, we charge you for that, just like if you're a new business coming in, a new CO, and all the permits that you would need, and permit fees associated with that. If you're in the Main Street area, again, we've got the fee waivers that go with that we already have in place. But that's really the issue. And then again, if you're in some new class of business, they sell alcohol, you may have to go in and pull a permit to sell alcohol that works through the city secretary's office as well. So anywhere in the city, we don't have anything for you when you do that. But most businesses that retail, when they're changing from selling, I don't know, little humble figurines to selling, I don't know, some kind of, shot glasses or something, whatever, I don't know. They don't need to come to us to do that. They're still retail, they can do that without an issue. If they want to change the sign, that requires coming in and pulling a permit. We don't do anything for anybody with fee waivers for that, other than that with the street insurance. Yes, sir.
I asked for this, as a result of our efforts that we're doing on Main Street. We're getting ready to execute a large effort on Main Street, to sort of revitalize that area. We have some pieces in place, such as the zoning changes, the zoning overlay, and the permit fee waivers for that area. And we have a grant program now that runs through the Historical Preservation Committee that addresses one aspect of Main Street, and that's making improvements to a structure that has been there for a while. But that doesn't, to me, that does not necessarily answer all the questions that we have down there. And without getting into, and again, we had a discussion, and your original discussion was UDC dollars versus city general fund dollars. And the briefing that we got said that UDC dollars, and we typically work off of the standard of primary job creation. And my viewpoint is, looking at Main Street, where we're heading down there, there's not really a lot, I don't think, opportunities that are going to be creating primary jobs with a significant impact for the city. But what we do down there might have a significant impact to redevelopment efforts in that area, quality of life in that area, just improving on a part of the city that probably languished over the years. So, my question, my goal is we don't have, if you look at the general fund aspects, which the city council controls, versus UDC. If you look at our surrounding communities where small business type dollars available, whether it be for an existing business, a new business, entrepreneurship, target a specific area, a lot of the folks around us have something, whereas we as the city council of Schertz have nothing. So I asked for this because I think the discussion should be, without getting into specific early criteria of dollar figures or cut points, I myself would like to see some proposals of, if we were going to go down to, let's say, look at something that the city can do with regards to entrepreneurship or a new business startup. To me, the reality of it is, if you look at what some of our surrounding communities have done, like Civil on their Main Street, however we can sweeten the pot for our local residents on our Main Street, may help us realize that vision down there a little bit faster. Because taking a residence that's down there and turning it into an art store, a craft store, a retail shop, coffee shop, you've got 533 Main that's going to be opening up as a bar. You've had Rocky Feed go down there. That's right now a significant investment by anybody down there to open up those businesses. And to me, if we can just do something that helps sweeten that deal, and makes it easier for someone to make that decision, to take that step, I think in the long run, it's a win-win for both that business owner down in that area and the city to achieve that goal of making Main Street come back a little bit better and make it a place where we can actually do some of these events, get people down there and have some things all over. You know, so to me, things like, it's nice that we have a matching grant for the historical preservation side of the house, but there are businesses down there that are going to be a vital part of Main Street that are not historical. So to me, giving them a hand with improving the facade of their facility helps them and it helps us with all the other efforts that we're putting into streets, lighting, and sidewalks, and marquees, and everything else. And again, whatever we can do in some ways to encourage the business to make that decision of opening up down there, I think it's a win for us. You know, and I don't know what dollar figures are, you know, I really don't. You know, whether it's a matching grant of $2,500 for 5 grand for facade improvement, whether it's some kind of city-backed loan. I know when we were at TML, we had the one presentation where they talked about tearing down the house versus backing a loan for someone to make improvements. I'd rather see proposals of what we can and cannot do. Now, we say targeted, I think we should definitely, at this point, before we expand any place else, and I think there are other candidates in the city, like the 78 corridor, that would benefit from this eventually, but for now, I'd like to see us do something to just kick it up to another level for Main Street. And, you know, I don't know what else is available out there. I mean, is something, could the city do something like a sales tax rebate for a business that opens up on Main Street?
So, I'm gonna make sure that Dan doesn't cut me off before you guys say anything wrong. So you have the ability to set up a specific program under Chapter 380, where you have to set aside a specific program as to what it is, and if a company meets those qualifications, then you have the ability to create some incentive, whether it is a share in sales tax, a grant, a loan. So you have that ability to do it. Yes. It's really general.
So what do you want this begin is to see if your reaction to this is really. So what I'm hearing you say is that for now, let's focus on the Main Street corridor. And so if staff knows that, we can target that. And what I'm also hearing is let's enlarge our potential toolbox of ways to incent businesses going in. We've got a few. The question is that really enough? And are they targeted to overcome the obstacles that new businesses face or expanding businesses face? Is it enough to get them going? And does it target the right thing that they can't get them going? And maybe what I'd suggest is if that's the general feeling, then let us go back and do a couple of things. One is let's more closely dig into communities around us that have similar areas and people focus on it and say, what are some of those barriers to those businesses going in? Let's talk to a few other folks that have gone in and say, well, what's the hard part? I'll give you my initial reaction. My initial reaction is their struggle is going to be fronting the money to get up and running, and the biggest bang for our buck could be those initial significant costs, as opposed to, you gotta come up with that, and I'm gonna give you a little bit more. So like, well, we'll explore the range of options. And so if we know it's Main Street targeted, if we know generally, let's see how we can expand the toolbox, let us go dig into that, come back to you, and then we can give you a better feel for how much does each of these things potentially give them, what are the potential startup costs, what are other communities doing that is successful, and then let you react to that that's comfortable. Then we can work with the attorneys on what those programs are. And I'll be real clear, the helpful thing about that comment for us is to know it's Main Street, as opposed to citywide, and it's expanding the toolbox. So when somebody comes in, we can say, I can do this for you, that you're not eligible for, but I can do this for you. So I've got these three things to get you there, and somebody else can do your first and second.
Yeah, like you said, that's my perspective. I mean, we had conversations with council before where we've heard about small business incentives and stuff like that. And you know, I'm certainly a big fan of small business in the community, and I'd rather shop in Schertz and buying shirts than travel. But I think at this particular time, before we look at a project or a program where we're just helping small businesses in general across north, south, central, you know, wherever they have shirts, you know, I think I said we have a big project going on right now that is part of the vision for the city. So to me, it's how do we turn around and make that more successful? And it's just like our conversations that we had in the Main Street meeting, you know, going down and putting up a signpost or a banner at both ends of the street isn't going to cut it. Which is why I think when you look at lighting and sidewalks and streets and you know, make an impact there.
So maybe what I ask the rest of the council is, and we can feel free to say something, we're going to go out of this one, but if the rest of the council is comfortable having staff spend time to focus on that with coming back, that, and again, what I guess I'm looking for is if I get anybody that's sitting around going, there is no way I'm on board with that, or I'm having a real hard time, I'd like to kind of know that to engage if it's just frankly Councilman Davis saying, look at this versus somebody else. And again, if there's a comfort level starting there, because I may have some others going, I'm fine starting looking at that, but I may quickly want to expand the citywide or something like that. That's what staff is kind of looking for. So we don't spend a bunch of time and effort based on one council person's comment to be perfectly honest.
I second Mr. Davis.
The marriage testing stuff, and I don't know if we received the same.
Well, then he's just got to take the issue.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a problem with focusing on Main Street right now. However, I hate to restrict looking into what we can do for other small businesses, entrepreneurs, and everything else. I don't want to put that to the side. I think it's probably something we can address simultaneously and take it across the board. Now, as far as using general funds, I've never liked the idea of telling the EDC how to spend their money. And as far as I'm concerned, the monies that go into the Economic Development Corporation and the taxes and whatnot, they should have control of it. They're the ones with the expertise. Okay, so let's provide some guidance. Let them know what we're thinking. And I think this is it is a concern because it doesn't look like we have much of a proposal in the way of taking care of our small businesses. Do an exceptional job. When the big boys are hitting down, you know, we can streamline and get a Amazon running in less than 9 months over additional time frame. But how about the small businesses? And if you're talking about job generation, the fact of the matter is, a lot of mom and pop shops, they contribute over 60% of the job growth in a lot of communities. So by taking care of the small businesses, we are taking care of that job growth. And maybe only 1 or 2 or 3, let's multiply that by a couple of dozen, and now you're really talking about some significant job growth. So
one, just to kind of recap, like Brian did, you know, the focus being, you know, less on Main Street, but more on assisting small businesses. And then one thing just to clarify from our point, just to make sure that we're not crossing. So the EDC, we have a specific program for small businesses. Most of our incentives, in the last 3 years since I've been in here, only one has gone to a large business, the others have all gone to small businesses. But the challenge that we run into is that it has to be a primary job company or a company who send and exports a product outside of our region, and so it's not, it's not retail, it's not medical, it's not these local service businesses, and so is that the focus of, focusing on small businesses, but small businesses that are not primary job creators.
So let me try this. Maybe it's a takeaway line, we'll see where we go with this. When we come back with our programs initially targeted that could be useful for Main Street. And when we're you stating is slightly different, is we're going to talk about that, and then your inclination is to very short order say, what of these can we take out and do for a wider area of the city, not just focusing on a particular geographic region. So what I would take from your comment is continue to have the R, which is here's this expanded toolbox for Main Street. Talk about what we want to do there, and then your answer may be, great, come back next week with an item on the agenda to say, of this toolbox, what do we want or could we apply citywide for small businesses?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I hate to be the one to mention this, but I'm still a little leery about the potential of Main Street. I don't know if I'm on board. Maybe I need to go to some more meetings and see what kind of enthusiasm there is out there. But as an experiment of what can be done within the city, I think it's an exceptional opportunity. And if we can take the lessons learned from that and extend them further, it's a win-win.
Okay, so we'll come back again with a expanded toolbox on Main Street and Nimrods, and again, be able to Council Rex come back in short order and go, all right, which of these might get applicable citywide. Again, what we will do when we come back is we'll talk in more detail with the program, how we can do it, how it might be set up, immediate kind of some decision points with it, including how we may fund it. Again, don't want to start with the funding thing, because to me, when we move on, it's important to say, here's this program. Yes, my initial reaction is I would like to be able to do that. This area for citywide. Just like we like to do a bunch of stuff we've already talked about today, tell me how I can fund it, and I can make a decision if it's worth the opportunity cost and if I choose to based on that. And I think that would be more helpful to keep us on the same page as opposed to revisiting the issue because we get hung up on how we fund and never get clear direction on, yeah, if we could, we would like to implement that program. Is that fair with everyone? Okay. Okay, so with that, okay.
It's on? Yes, it is. Okay. Everybody else can leave mine to say. I have to go back to some basic questions about business, small business, and city shows. We can drill that down going to the Main Street project. But I feel much like today, so I don't like to see Main Street work. I don't like to see anything work. But on Main Street in particular, it's in a floodplain. That's the second statement. The first statement should be, I would like to think that small businesses are coming to the city of Schertz. Maybe I should say I would not like to think that this small businesses in the city of Schertz are coming to the city to get money to do something. Go this way for no floodplain, go this way for no floodplain. When they haven't talked to a bank in the small business association, small business association. Somebody who owns money, funds small businesses as a business. They have people that are trained. I don't think anybody in this room would be considered a qualified expert on loaning people money to run a small business. I could be wrong. If I am, I apologize for the individual who's information, hence it's not smart. So I question And I got a somewhat scathing email from someone last week about approving the $20,000 grant that we gave the people of 553 Main Street, using city money, using EDC money, really, they just spoke in the email, to fund something with money that kind of is really set up to do things bigger than small businesses, so to speak. So my real question is, why are we looking at EDC projects or grant money from EDC/City Insurance General Revenue Fund when we don't know if the business has gone to the bank, gone to the Small Business Loan Association, SBA loan, and made their pitch to see if their project qualifies, matches, is viable, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, how do you get your start? So I'm just questioning, if they haven't gone to the bank, they should go to Schertz Bank and Trust First Bank, because that's a very, very local bank, in my opinion. And if the Schertz Bank and Trust says, I'm not loaning you money, why would the city be willing to loan money? It's a question. Doesn't mean the city can't loan it, but it means how do we know that the business is viable? If it's in a floodplain, I consider buying a house next to where Steve White's hospital was, so he sold it, going towards Schertz Parkway to do a bakery about 4 years ago. And I didn't do it because I wasn't going to pay the amount of money they wanted, $100,000 for a piece of property. It's in a floodplain. I know Steve had water up 3 feet into his house, or up into his house, at least a foot. So, and I couldn't get a loan to go borrow the money, so I didn't have the money that I felt like I should take out of our retirement program to fund that. So it's a real question about how do you make this wheel turn? And if the people that want to do these things have a viable business, then maybe somebody else will take the risk instead of the city. If they're not in the floodplain, half of what I just said goes away. Because it's not an issue of floodplain issues and things washing away and the bank's not wanting no money because of the floodplain. And it's a regular vicinity on Highway 78, because when you make comment about 78 is not necessarily a floodplain. That's a more viable issue to me with respect to survivability of the physical asset. And maybe we should be helping those people. But if they haven't gone to the bank, I'm not sure why they have to come to us. But I remember Dave Scagliola can tell, and Cedric's not here, the mayor's not here, but we loaned money, $10,000 grant to Counts on top of it, down in where Civil Harbor used to be. And a year and a half, he did okay, I guess, for a while. He did a real good job now for Sam with his business. All of a sudden, the council, he's wanting forgiveness of his $10,000 grant. And council said, okay. I feel like that's $10,000 that was not well spent out of the taxpayers' money. I could be wrong, because I'm pretty naive in a lot of these areas. However, it just didn't fit or sound or feel good to me. So I make these comments not to waste your time, but to think, have we gone through the due diligence of why we're doing this? The programs aren't bad, Kyle. I still rather see you get an Amazon in here, or do something like Amazon in here, and so everybody else in this room. But you do need to have a way to help people, but if they try to help themselves first with other mechanisms that aren't taxpayer money. Our EDC, hotel tax money, and the state of Texas has a whole set of rules for you on 308, whatever it's called, A and B or whatever. You've got a whole set of rules you got to follow, and I hope that you're following them right now. I'm not smart enough to know that you do or don't, but you've got to play by a certain set of rules. So how do we get people here? I don't know. I hope we can. But I would like to know in my conscience that they've gone to the banks or they've gone to whatever to get money, and they've been told no, and the city may be willing, because Brian, you and I talked about this. We don't want to see Main Street not work and have downtown, what we call downtown, or the old part of town, degrade by virtue of lack of just atrophy. People don't get interested, they don't invest, they don't do anything. They move away, house values go down. That's bad for our tax basis, it's bad for the whole area. So I'm not smart enough to have to operate all these things, but I know that they're important. So that's the question I ask you. I want to see something work. I'll say that again and again and again. I'm just not necessarily smart enough to have the brilliant mind to come up with what makes it work. But I'm cautious about how we hand out our money. If we did these as long as I feel better, then we get something back. We available grant and those kind of things. So I'm just trying to be a little bit maybe overboard on the due diligence, but I'm still trying to bring that subject up. We have to see if that can work.
Sure.
And I know I'll be fine.
No, I appreciate that, and I think the comments were good, and I think you kind of hit at the core of where communities struggle. And so let me say this again, what we'll do next, for the next time we talk about this, is come back with information about what are those potential tools we can have in our toolbox that would be targeted and mainstream. Having looked at what other communities with similar areas have done, why have they done it, what was the purpose of it, kind of what would the cumulative values might be for those programs, to see if council's interested. I think if there is interest, then again, we have to come back and talk about how do I fund that, how am I able to, is it worth it that we want to fund it that way? But then it really also is about what is the purpose of that tool? What is that tool intended to get us? Now, it could be that it's to simply lower the cost of entry into that market, if you will. Because we're saying on Main Street, higher cost due to floodplain, higher cost due to older buildings, and that it's to help bring that down. So a project that would cost for up here that wasn't viable, we've now been able to bring it down here, and now it's a viable project because of the incentive, that being the case. The other thing, and some tools that we'll come back with, maybe things where, again, communities do this, they go to a bank and try to get a loan to open this business. And the bank says, nope, we're not going to give you a loan. We don't think that's a good investment to us. We don't think the chances of success are good. We don't look at the business plan. We don't think it's solid. And so for whatever reason, lack of capital, they can't get a loan. Again, as you described, that, then they come to us, and inherently, because if it wasn't worthy to get a loan in the private sector, the city would step in using whatever form of funds, but it's us taking on a project that the bank has said is higher risk. That, again, has risk with it. We may or may not be willing to do that. But it's about defining why we have that program, what the risks are. One of the benefits, and this is what a lot of communities tend to do, matching grant for physical improvements to the building or facade improvement, is their feeling is that it's less risky. That you have this physical asset of a building, typically an older historic building, it's looking on down, it's not kept up, it's traction, it's got historic value. If money is put into it, and because it's a match, you inherently get private money going into it. The assumption is that you incented that private money to go into the match. When they do that, you inherently have achieved at least a basic part of what you want, which is a building in better shape that doesn't detract from the neighborhood, that someone more likely can do something with because the building's in better shape. And so they're less banking on the particular business or property owner that comes in. You're making an investment into that infrastructure, whether it turns or not. But I think those are the conversations that after we talk about how we fund, we need to be very clear why we are doing this, why we have this tool, so we can decide if it's appropriate and fit your example. Because making an investment into a structure to get it improved, and everybody's clear, I'm not banking on this business, is very different than a loan program where you inherently more are banking on that business. And even if the loan, even if the business goes under, the question is, so how do we get repaid? Can I get a lien on the building? Can the person get a loan for the building if we've got this secondary lien based on some sort of business program, or is it working at odds with it? Those are the things that we have to define with each of those. Again, part of it is how much risk there is. Again, is it, and I'm going to be blunt, politically, is council willing to say, we're going to provide this incentive to a business that, yeah, good chance they could not make it. They may not be able to, that's reasonable. Or you may say, no, look at the number of small businesses that fail. Yeah, if we don't have 20
99% of these things going bust, we're not being aggressive enough, we're not trying hard enough. The fact that we have a certain number go out, we are pushing the envelope, and we want to do that. That, y'all will need to decide, because that is the policy question. That is where these programs are hard. And as you said, it's all of those things that make this a tough deal. Why some communities do it and some don't, and they do it to certain degrees and not. And then again, the issue is how do you do it? You can have programs where, yeah, they have to spend time through a small business development program or course. And go through that to be eligible. You got to spend 6, 9, 12 months dealing at the UTSA Center for Small Businesses to be eligible for our thing. Doesn't mean there's going to be a success. At least you forced to go to a class, but again, if you're like, well, Dr. Kaiser knows, Dr. Schertz, just going through a class that means somebody, a student has learned anything from it. But the idea is at least I made you do that. It's something you kind of hope they got something out of it. But that's how we would approach it. But again, that's going to be y'all's part of policy discussion of why are you doing these programs? How much risk are you willing to take? Y'all will need to give directions to help that. So I think on that one, if nobody has any other comments, we have our marching orders. And also, I'll say this, we have our work cut out. Again, the idea when I started was, we're not looking for deputy director, we're trying to get some up to speed on these things, get a little bit of feel for you. And so we have a lot of work to come back on. I think the overarching message, again, for today is, while you always sit here and say, what's for helpful, I think for staff, this was very, very helpful. It was just to kind of gauge how you feel about some things a little bit before we put a lot of effort into it. Because again, we have limited resources. We need to use it effectively. That's both in terms of time and money going forward. And then again, I think the other big takeaway is while we have made some progress since we raised, we have some plans, that's almost easy compared to how do we consistently go out and execute upon it. So that, yeah, they'll show up at the parts shop and go, hey, let me see the extra swing. They've got the extra swing. So that when one goes out, they're ready to replace. So I'll leave any comments for y'all, otherwise I'm done. Mayor, are you still there?
Yes, not. No comments from the mayor. Okay, any other comments from anybody in the room? Yes, y'all have said your piece, huh? Okay, my advice, Mr. James, is put on writing what you think you heard today, so that we can actually confirm it all. And if there's no other business, it is 2:42. We're adjourned. Thank you.